everyone, my name is Ruth from 27th Development, and I want to welcome you all especially to the Associate Workshop Training 1.0, where you have the power to learn and earn. This event promises to be extraordinary and impactful.
I want you guys to put a round of applause for yourself. Well done, guys. Well done, well done, well done. So, pretty much, we're going to be having a great experience today. Please do that. If you have your phones with you, put that on airplane or silent mode, so we don't have to distract the speakers. So, as your host for today's event, I'm going to introduce myself to you. My name is Olajide Ayola, and my co-host here is...
My name is Victoria Uzolko, and whoa, the wait is finally over. And
so, pretty much, I'm going to introduce to you our first speaker today. She's going to be talking on the keynote about the 27th development. So, I'm going to introduce to you... please, when I do this, you guys, you don't just sit, okay? We need you to jam your hands together because she's a wonderful person. She's so beautiful. And I'm sure that as she comes on stage, I don't know what you guys will be saying, but then, till then. So I'm going to introduce to every one of us this morning, Mrs. Williams. She's the director for 27 Development. Please jam your hands together for her.
How she comes up.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling today? Good? Sorry to the late start. It's our first time, so we're getting it right. Pardon me, this is my first time public speaking. So yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about 27th Development. I don't know if everyone has this booklet, but if you don't, I will just read it, I guess. So 27th Development is a dynamic and forward-thinking company at the forefront of the real estate investment and technology sectors, with a deep-rooted commitment to excellence and inspired by the wisdom of ancient Roman construction. We strive to create exceptional projects that leave a lasting impact on the communities we serve. So briefly about us. At 27th Development, we believe in shaping the future through our integrated approach to real estate investment and technology. With our dedicated team of industry experts, we bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to every endeavor we undertake. Our real estate division focuses on designing and constructing visionary spaces that go beyond mere structures. We take inspiration from the timeless craftsmanship of ancient Rome, emphasizing durability, quality, and sustainability. Our portfolio comprises of residential, commercial, and mixed developments that foster vibrant communities and elevate the urban landscape. From concept to completion, we meticulously craft each project, ensuring meticulous attention to detail and incorporating elements of classical design aesthetics. So our mission is to create exceptional real estate experiences that exceed expectations, designing sustainable properties that inspire and enrich lives. Our vision is to revolutionize the real estate industry by combining innovative thinking, sustainable practices, and exceptional design, creating transformative spaces that redefine the way people live, work, and connect. That's pretty much it. I just would like to just briefly talk about 27th Development and the inspiration. This was just me reading, but the whole idea about 27th Development is for us to build pretty much build a legacy, to build a legacy and a company that will stand the test of time. Like we said, we draw inspiration from Rome. I think Well, I'm actually married to the CEO, Samuel Williams. And I can't really talk about the company without mentioning when we went on our honeymoon to Rome and just seeing how at the Coliseo, if you've ever been, the Coliseo is one of the things that was built in, like, I forgot, was it like 700 BC or something like that? And it's till today, it was so astounding to come and to see that it's still standing till today. And I think that's one of the things that, I feel like besides Egypt, I'm trying to think of anything else in Africa that has that. But if you go all over Europe, you'll see really great structures that just stand the test of time. And I think that's kind of what we want for our company, is to stand the test of time. So come what may, we're going to be here. We're going to be here. We're here to stay. Although we are a new company, we just started this July. We launched this July. But yeah, we do hope to stand the test of time and to be here for years and years to come. So yeah, we're so glad to have you all. Please feel free to enjoy yourself, kick back your seats. I see some of y'all are doing that and getting comfortable. So yeah, welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for the speech, Mrs. Williams. We're grateful, and I hope we all have a knowledge of what she's talked about. That's a very wonderful one. Please, can we give her a round of applause again? Yes, so as we continue the show, I first of all want to apologize to a person of dignity, a person of prestige, an important person that we have in our midst today. I'm not being rude. I just had to leave for a while because I needed to gather words. Words were not enough to, to just mention or to pronounce every person that we have amidst us here today. So I don't know, but I think I can do this alone because it takes a big man to introduce a big man, right? So this is not something that Ayola can handle. And that's why I'm going to call on the Executive Director of 27th Development. I would like to bring on stage Chief Doherty to come introduce His Royal Majesty. Thank you very much, Chief Doherty. Please, I would like you to come up here.
Thank you very much. I've done this a million times, but each time I try to do this, I get goosebumps because sometimes you don't know what you have until you see what you have. You don't lose what you have. The person I'm about to introduce is somebody that is larger than life, however, unbelievably humble. We have these characteristics in Africa where, you've made a few $1 million and the next thing everybody opens your car seat for you. They literally carry you and sometimes help you clean when you poo. But this man carries his bag by himself. He's now a monarch. He's a king. He is a consultant to China when they're trying to enter the economic boom. Only black man. When you see Chinese, they are brilliant, they're smart, they're intelligent, they know things. They learned from this person. He has patents in over 36 European countries and the Americas. Patents. He rakes in billions of dollars and yet is humble. He is my friend, my brother, and my father. You can Google him when I mention his name, then you will know what I'm talking about. His Royal Majesty, Oba, Professor of Pharmacology, Alexander Olusegun Magego, the Olu of Orile-Lao in Abeokuta. Stand up, please. You have to stand up. Keep clapping. You can't stop. Brown, bring Kabisi up. Kabisi. Kabisi.
Wow. Thank you so much. You may have your seats now. First of all, let's give thanks to God Almighty for making this day possible for all of us to be here. Olódùmarè, ajẹ́ wa wà fún gbogbo wa o. bí a ṣe débí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà la ṣe máa padà síbi tá a ti wá láṣẹ Olódùmarè bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ṣe sọ. I think everybody here understands the other language, English, Gesi, right? So I will try to, when necessary, return to the motherland and mix the language up a little bit. But let me first of all thank my chief, the Ààrẹ Bámòfin Gbogbo Òkè Ọ̀nà, and the Babajiro of Ìlàó, Ọbátúndé Adébáyọ̀ Duarte. Thank you. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Yeah. So, yes, I'm a king, I'm a monarch, but a kind of a different one because I spent about 45 years of my life outside of Nigeria. And lucky for me, I started off here. The formative years of my life gave me the grounding that made me return. So most of you who are thinking about living abroad, just make sure you gain your grounding here back home so that you do not get lost. I know there's a lot of people moving around, what you call it, jackpa, or what do you guys call it? Very well. But only ilé Latin Keshorode. Charity begins at home. And whatever you do over there, you must come back home for you to have the ultimate fulfillment. And this is not me speaking. This is how God ordained the life that we live to be. So I preface all that by saying that I came back home, not because I needed anything to do here in Nigeria, because of course this is where my blood is. And I've done a lot of stuff internationally. To my own amazement, I don't know, everywhere I go, I get accepted, especially in foreign countries like China, India, South Korea, and Europe. So the black man is the original man on earth. And I have seen that everywhere I have been, and too many countries to count. But suffice to say, I, did most of my, if you like, peak developments in my adopted country, Canada. I was named 100 most influential Black Canadians. I don't know what they saw in me, but I was also, and I kind of realized that all of you can do this. I mean, if you set your mind at it, and this is one of the things we're here today. When you embark on something, it's the beginning of a journey. It's not the end of that. It's not your destination, but it's the beginning of a journey. It's something you do to build on, and always have your focus on something bigger than yourself. I will always employ you to do that. The topic today is really trying to understand why economies are built on real estate, why land is very important, and why you should be part of it. I mean, like, I am not going to tell anybody how to suck eggs, as they say in the British words. I mean, people, you do what pleases you and you do what works for you. But at the end of the day, you must use your historical antecedents to figure out exactly how had people done it before me and what can I learn from them. I'm at a point in my life where I walk in the spirit, unfortunately, for most of you. I see things more than anybody can see. And believe it or not, this is one of the gifts that God gives a lot of monarchs, the real ones, who embrace that culture, and they see a lot of things that ordinary people don't see. And trust me, 27th development, I need you to mark your words today, put in your calendar. God has ordained this enterprise to become great. And and it will happen in our lifetime. Ó máa ṣojú gbogbo wa, ó máa ṣojú àwọn ọmọ wa, ó máa ṣojú àwọn ọmọ wa. Láṣẹ Olódùmarè, bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe máa rí. So I want to give you some historical perspective to why you should be in this kind of business. Some of you are here because you're already in the real estate. You're selling properties. I mean, you sell properties you don't even care about. As long as they give you commission, you use the money to do whatever you want. Perhaps you use the money to travel abroad or send your kids to whatever. You buy luxury things and stuff like that. But the thing that I wanted to remind you of is that the greatest assets that God has created on earth is land and people. I don't know if you're religious, God created the heaven and the earth. The heavens are probably beyond our realm, but land is within our realm. And then created man to have dominion over earth. That dominion is telling you, use the earth that I've given you to make the most and the best to enrich your lives, empower yourselves, so that you can serve me better. The doctrine of serving God is not to be poor. It's really to have dominion over earth and then serve him better. There are 7 pillars to achieving human fulfillment before we pass on. The penultimate to that is that you do things, acquire wealth, acquire the best you can on this earth, so that you may leave this earth a better place than you found it. So one of the things you do is invest in things that are permanent, that you can leave behind, and you can use to empower the next generation. And I believe it or not, there's nothing better than what we talk about as land. What we do with the land is to create opportunities, real estate opportunities on land. The same thing, if you look at Nigeria today, what made us prominent in the 70s? I remember very, very well when I was still here in Nigeria in the 70s. It's the oil boom we talk about, the oil boom. What does that mean? It's really resources from the land that God has given us. But we forget that there's other things we can do with land. Other nations are smarter than us. I'm referring to nations like the Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. Most of you take flights to Dubai today. I'm going to Dubai shopping. Dubai is unheard of in the 70s. Unheard of. I would not even think of it. The only nation that side of the hemisphere that people go to, my mother was a air hostess back then. She used to go to Beirut. They would say, see Paris and die, and go to Beirut and enjoy. You go to Paris in France, and then you go to Beirut. That's the only place I was thriving back then. There's nothing like UAE, Saudi Arabia, and all those places back then. Well, Saudi was up and coming. But I say this because you go to Dubai today, it's real estate galore. Developments. Hotels, buildings. Yes, they had oil. Yes, but they didn't stop at oil. We fell asleep at the switch in Nigeria. We had oil and then we fell asleep because, Nigerians, we're kind of interesting. We're God's chosen ones, by the way. Let me just say that. God have sleepless nights over us. Say, these are my people, I've created them, but yet they haven't quite gotten it right. And we pray every time, just like a spoiled child. That's who we are. You love them. You don't like what they're doing, but you love them nonetheless. God loves us and has given us everything that we needed to survive. So I say this by saying the transition is that we've seen real estate. We've seen oil boom. A lot of people make money. Oil blocks. Lazy money. You sit there, money comes to your bank account, you don't even know where it's coming from. Laziest people on earth, people who own oil blocks. I don't even know how you get away with this in this country, but it happens. But the thing is, whatever God's given us, we're supposed to use it to develop the future, just the same way as other nations have done. I speak of Singapore. It's another country that didn't even have much land, but they had people with brains. I don't know if you have a chance to read about Lee Kuan Yew. It would tell you that you don't need anything but your brain that God has given you to do well. So that is the second part of the equation, the people. God gives us land and people. Because when God created all this land, then the last thing he did, he created man. He said, I created us in his own image so that they might enjoy and feel just the same way that I feel. God loves us. God is a God of abundance, God of wealth, God hates poverty. He hates people suffering. And the challenge we have is that we can't figure out how we're going to get from that point of God loving us and us doing what God wants us to do. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I preside over a kingdom in Ogun State. It's over 150 square kilometers of land and people, ancient people that I didn't even know they existed until I ascended the throne. I started to find out that in the 1500s, 1600s, people were actually living in those villages. These villages are existing today, and the descendants of people from there are living in poverty. Why is that? Because they don't know how to develop their real estate into something that will prosper them. So God decides to bring somebody who will shine light on that and see that you cannot be anything in the eyes of God unless you make use of your life. He's not going to come and do it for us because you're not the only one he created. God created abundance. There's over 7 billion of us. If one person serves God, God is content. One. That's all it takes. So you can imagine all of us were basically living by his grace, that he would continue to give us second chance, third chance, fourth chance. And we Nigerians, we're very good at that, right? We screw up so bad and then we keep praying to God. Help us, help us, help us. So I'm saying this because it's a wake-up call for all of us. Time to know what's good for us and time to use history as a basis of understanding the present, and so that we may have a future. That's my point today. I'm not going to go too far into the rudiments of real estate. I'm just going to talk briefly. The historical perspective is very clear, crystal clear. There's absolutely nothing to refute or rebut the argument that when you have land and you develop land, you are wealthy. You're not rich, you're wealthy. Richness is a temporary thing. We have today creative economies, right? Davido, Whiskey, Burna Boy, Ashake, name them all. Creative economy. Where does that wealth come from? From nothing. Just created from thin air. That's another thing. But they forget that these are the people asset that God has created. These are the persons on earth that God has said, well, if you fail to develop the land, use your brain, use the talent that I've given you, and you shall create new wealth. So that's another economy with people. But today, we will return back to the issue of land. Land is the way nations have been wealthy. Let's go back to Roman Empire. I know the mantra for 27th development is founded around the Roman Empire. What is this empire? If you go to Rome, it's a very tiny little place. The Vatican City is probably the most wealthiest independent nation in the world. A very tiny place. But the empire expanded because they acquired land. Other people's land, by the way. They were going around basically acquiring land. Same thing with the British Empire. If we go to Britain today, everybody wants to go to UK. It's a very tiny island. My kingdom probably could occupy the whole of UK put together. But, One thing is they knew quite earlier on that without having land and owning land, you might have a challenge to becoming wealthy. The British were good at that. They went to India, they came to Africa, they did everything. The only reason they didn't stay back here was your weather kills them, and all the diseases, cholera, mosquitoes, all the malaria drove them. They just couldn't tolerate our weather. But then they went to the Caribbean islands. They occupied the place with our people. They took us, the slaves took us back. They gained land. They owned the plantations. They owned the real estates. But then as we got wiser and smarter, we started saying, wait a minute. You're making money off of our backs. We started fighting for independence. And we did. We were independent to a certain point. But once you've acquired wealth, it stays there if you're smart. Otherwise, it evaporates and leaves you. But Roman Empire, the British Empire, were founded on the acquisition of land. And luckily for us here, they didn't colonize us long enough to own all our land. Otherwise, what you're talking about today would be non-existent. It would be some white man controlling all of Epe, Lekki, everything. It could have happened. Trust me. The colonial days had made it possible, but for the intervention of some of the ancient monarchs that we had. The history goes back to our kings, our queens. I don't know if you guys heard of the first Iyalode of Egbaland, Efunroye Tinubu, right? She was a wealthy woman who owned, it was an Egba woman, by the way, but she owned land. Huge expanse of land, Igbobi, all of that axis, right through to Butemeta, Ido. Those were belonging to Egba people back then. What you call Lagos today wasn't Lagos back then. It just tells you that from history, you'll be able to understand how we came about to being where we are today. Egba people, pardon my bias towards Egba. I'm an Egba man, so I'm going to speak a little bit more. And I'm not trying to be biased, actually. I'm just speaking facts. We owned pretty much close to 1/3 of Lagos once upon a time. If you ever lived in the Butemeta, ever lived in Ido, ever lived in areas, there's still some areas there called Abule Egba today in Lagos. And that's to show that these belonged to Egba people once upon a time. And of course, things change, and they were driven back by the Aworis. We're still fighting with the Aworis today about who owns what. There's a one kingdom in Isheri. Isheri is supposedly half Awori, half Egba. But if you go back to history, we can fight it out and say, is it chicken and an egg? Who came first? But do I really care? As long as the chicken is making eggs today, that's all we care about. So we monarchs understand that history led us to owning land. You can see how someone who has a vision could have been, an owner of something that is incredibly huge. And I will tell you my own personal experience. In 1988, I came from UK with a group of real estate developers called Bovis Homes, Bovis. I don't know if they still exist now. This was way back when everything stops at Victoria Island. There's pretty much nothing beyond VI. Lekki was a swampland. We used to take a canoe to get to what you guys call Aja now. There was really a lot of swampland. And it was really, back then, people would look at it and say, who wants to live here? This is, and there was no, I think maybe there was one or two banks, Standard Chartered Bank, I remember, because I had to open an account with them. And maybe one other bank. That's about it. Echo Bank was just getting into the business at that time. But when I look back now, fast forward, and I see Victoria Island has become pretty much non-residential, commercial, for all intents and purpose. And then everybody started moving back to say new developments in Lekki. At that time, I wish I'd brought some of this evidence. In a plot of land in that Lekki was only 5,000 naira. I'm going to shock you. I have the receipt. 5,000 naira. That's what it was, and it's still negotiable, even at 5,000. So, it's 1988 we're talking about now. I know maybe it seems a lot for a lot of people, but that time the naira was. I remember. I came from the UK and we exchanged the pounds with the naira. 13.5 naira to £1. It was back then. I'll never forget. And it looked so cheap for us coming from UK. Oh, let's buy all this land and do whatever. But look at it now. I'm saying this because the future, don't underestimate today. Do never do that. Whatever is happening to you today, cherish the moments. Be wise, be smart, because tomorrow might just shock you when you look back and say, wow, what I'm looking at today in these developments that you're talking about, 27th development in Ekpe axis, Alaro City and all that, you might look back 10, 15 years from now and say, wow, I wish I had jumped in. I wish I had done that, So I'm saying it because that's my own personal experience. I was there with a team that came from UK. We stayed at Eco Meridian, it used to be called back then. It's now Eco Suites, and we had the entertainers were Atilogu dancers. That was all they had back then. So all the Oyinbos came, we all enjoyed, went around and they tried to buy. And believe it or not, the deal that fell through because the person they're trying to buy land from wasn't the owner. And we gave money to some family. And then the Omonile showed up and then say, well, we're actually the real owners. And it became a kerfuffle. White folks don't like that. Once they saw that, wow, what's going on here? Everybody said, well, let's pack up and just get the hell out of here. So we left. Now they're talking to me today and say, Prof, is that property there? I said, no, this is a city we have now called Lekki Phase 1, Lekki Phase 2. And I said, wow, they're in shock. You know why? Because Nigeria, we're still in the exponential development phase. We haven't peaked. So things will shock people when you're growing. In a growing nation, you can make a lot of money beyond your own imagination because everything is exponential. Nothing follows economic rules. That's why I said to Nigerians, do your projections, fine. But at the end of the day, you surprise yourself when you see your gains are beyond what happens in Canada. I own real estate, but I know my gains are so anemic. When you invest, you just see a little bit of gain, tick, maybe 5%, 6%, 10%. That's about it. In Nigeria, you're talking double digits growth. Nowhere in the world that happens. But why are we not attracting the best investments? Well, it's because we're not using our brains properly. We're not focusing on the right angle. Now, you folks here are going to be probably the pioneers of a new generation. If you have an organization that's willing to empower you in a multi-level manner, where you know that you're investing in something because it has a history of longevity. You can go and invest in oil and gas if you want, but I have news for you. The new economy is not going to be oil and gas. Whether you like it or not, renewable energy is going to take over. It's going to be there. One thing I could tell you that is not going to change, land is always going to be land, is always going to be land, because it was created by God. So you can, whatever you develop on that land, you can rest assured that it's going to stand the test of times. Because you can go back to, I spoke about Vatican City. It's an ancient city. The land is worth, I can't even imagine. The Pope lives there. I don't know what it doesn't even spend the money because the wealth is incredible. They have gold there, gold deposits in the Vatican City. It's incredible. It's just amazing. But it's an ancient town. They don't have anything else but that piece of real estate. Italians are actually quite lazy, I might say. Any Italians in the audience? I hope not. Okay. I say that to my friends, is that you people are so lazy because they live on tourism and religious tourism and general tourism. That's all they got in Italy. Italians, they don't have anything else. And pasta, that's about it, you know. So, but they do better than us. We have more than these people have, but yet we suffer, unfortunately, in silence. And as I said, we really don't kick ourselves in the back. That's what we should be doing. So the history tells us that we are going to, if you're in the real business, when you're investing in land, history tells us that it's long lasting, right? So let's put that out of the equation. But that's not enough. It's the people that convert the land into opportunities that make it work. If you go and research Dubai and the development of Dubai, you'll see the brains behind them. They're everywhere in the world. People came around to make Dubai happen. It's not the Arabs. They're not smarter than us. They're not smarter than the Igbos, but they have the heart to develop. So when they borrow ideas from around the world, they create something on God's earth, and it happens. So I see that for you folks sitting here, that, you know, if you embark on this journey, it's going to be a fruitful journey. The rudiments of what you're going to do is going to be explained by the next speakers, as it were. I can only shed a spiritual light on what I see, and the light tells me that you're going to go places. It tells me that all of you who maybe are present in this room would find something to take away that, you know, you will pass on to the next generation. Something to embark on that will prosper you. And something to take away that will ensure that your situation as it is today is probably about to change for the best. Amen. I've been warned not to say too many things as a monarch. Only Ashewa ninu àwọn ọba, oni ọba ni igbákejì òrìṣà, àìrólé Olódùmarè. But I can tell you that I've never felt, I'm a scientist, by the way, so don't think that, you know, all I do is Ifa and all those things. I don't do that. I happen to believe it. If I can believe it, trust me, all of you should believe it. Because there's power in our creation. The power in what God has given us. Especially our Yoruba people. We're very fortunate. If I knew what I knew today, when I was younger, oh my God, I would have been walking in spirits, you know. But I implore all of you guys to live beyond you, the person. Think ahead, and whatever you do, just know that don't do it just for yourself. Don't say I want to make money so that I can have a Rolls Royce and you know, and look after my children, and that's it. That's not God, though. God is not interested in that. God is interested in what you're doing to prosper His kingdom on earth, so that it becomes what He wants it to be in heaven. So we are here as agents, and I will leave you to the rest of the organizers to tell you how they roll this out for you. And I'm sure some of you already have a good idea. You've been selling properties, maybe dispassionately, because it brings money. When it brings money, I get commission, I can buy this. But, you know, if you put your heart and your passion behind something, believe you me, and you put God first. And when you pray, don't pray for money, please. Don't. Pray for God to use you as His agent on earth, to do His will on earth as it is meant to be in heaven. And pray that God knows your passion. Oh. He knows you love money. Oh. Not that he doesn't know, he knows. But he doesn't want you to ask him for that because it's trivializing who God really is. If you go, it's like, the Father who can give you everything, and then every time you go there, you ask him, give me the. You just look at you and say, is that all you're all about? What about me, the Creator? Address my need, and I will give you everything that you want. So, and God's needs are not that much, honestly. God just wants us to follow a simple doctrine. Put him first. I'm using the him as a gender him because that's what I believe God is a he. You put God first in everything you do. And by putting God first means that you ask God that you know you are flawed. You know you are broken. You know you've got all these desires that you've acquired by exposure to these earthly things. But you want to do his will. And God will show you what you should do. Now, God's will, as I said, is quite simple. It says, ask me and I will give you. But don't ask me for money. Because that's a currency of today. Imagine, does Elon Musk, if Elon Musk was to pray, is he going to ask God for money? Yeah, he's got trillions of dollars. What do you want to do with it? The man doesn't even have a house that he lives in. Do you know Elon Musk doesn't own a property? He doesn't own one. He lives wherever he wants to live in. If he wants to go to the moon tomorrow, okay, I'm just going to go there. He's not obsessed with the earthly things because he's dedicated himself to, believe it or not, he's a very religious person. You may not know Elon Musk as a person of God because he doesn't conform to the norms. He's not going to say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a this and that, but he operates in the spirit. He thinks beyond human imaginations. And these are the people that rule the world, whether you like it or not. If you want to be part of the rulers of the world, you have to live in the spirit. So, I say this because God has the ability to make everything you want to, can give it to you. He knows you want money, but you must commit to doing his will. Because when you do God's will, the money is secondary. They say, you ask me for $10, I'll give you 1 million because you're my favorite child. Have you ever had a child that pleases you so much that comes back home and say, Daddy, I just scored A's in all my grades, and maybe he's expecting that Dad will give me maybe, a toy or something. And then you're so pleased and you buy them a car and say, here's a car. And they're shocked. That's the nature of God. It will give you beyond your imagination. And your prayer should always be that once you're doing good with what God has given you, and God's will is to don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Because God that empowers you wants you to empower others. God that has given you wants you to do for others. And that's how you do God's will. Because if you do it only for yourself, not just for yourself. If some people say, I'm doing empower others, I empower my brother, my sister, my uncle, all those people are related to you, they're not part of the equation. When you do for someone that doesn't know you at all, someone who doesn't even have any residual benefit cannot come back to you and say, oh, you are my brother helped me. Someone that cannot even thank you, but receives, and that person prays and say, wherever this is coming from, I pray that God will continue to empower that place. Then those prayers are powerful in the eyes of God. So that's why when you step out and you give the beggar on the street, 1,000 naira, whatever you give, you might think it's trivial. You've changed that person's life, and that person has prayed. You're doing God's will. So the will of God is why we're here. We're here for his pleasure. We're God's creation. He can make or make. We can live or live. Like I said, we're here just at his pleasure. So let's put that first. And as we embark on empowering ourselves with wealth, we should remember that to do God's will at all times. Give back to your community, give back to the poor, and help empower the nation so that our suffering can be alleviated. And God will be with us all. I last Shelley Dumari. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Please, you should answer me. They didn't force you here. Good afternoon. Are you people hungry? Yes. I don't have solution for that. No, but at least I like your honesty. Food will come. But the reason you are here is not to eat. Is to learn. The food will come as an attraction. So, because I've noticed the way you are just sitting, so people are asking themselves, oh, that one for 4 8 is not enough. I should have made it 4. But anyways, we are here. So just be here. Be here, please, I beg. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, be here. No, you are not even saying it with strength. Say, neighbor, be here. Position your mind that you are not hungry. No, it's a thing of the mind. Yes, it's a thing of hunger is a thing of the mind. There's nobody in this world that hunger have killed. It's the consciousness of hunger that kills you. The boy, he says, have you died? Have you not been hungry once? Have you not been hungry once in your life? Did you die? No, it's because the people that die of hunger, they remind themselves that they are hungry, that there's no hope. So it's when you lose hope that you not die. Have you not eaten your dream before? See, you are faking it. But anyways, it's a pleasure to be here. Please, once again, a round of applause for His Royal Majesty, Oba Professor Alexander Olusegun McGregor. Is that all you can do? His speech was a very deep and complete speech. He didn't just tell us about lands. He told us about life generally. And I see that he said about land. It's true. My pastor have said it too, that the only business God did in the whole Bible is land. And he said, I will give you land. There's no makeup artist in the Bible. There's no skincare in Bible. The only business is land. So you are in God's personal business. Welcome home, but Kabiesi said God hates poverty. And it's true. If you read your Bible, God hates poverty. Everybody God ever bragged with in the Bible, all of them are rich. I'm the God of Abraham. He had money. I'm the God of Isaac. I'm the God of Jacob. There are 3 have money. When the Bible wanted to talk about Lazarus that he have money, the Bible said there was a certain man called Lazarus. Because he didn't have money, now I thought of certain man. In this life, make it. Tell your neighbor, say, neighbor, are you certain man? Now let's see. There's nothing beautiful about poverty. The only beautiful thing about poverty is that it makes your story sweet when you have made it. That's if you make it. If you don't make it, the poverty is still poverty. So make it quick. But don't rush it. Don't rush the process. Don't rush the process. And please, a round of applause for 27th Development for the 27th Academy. And, Mrs. Williams was talking about a honeymoon in Rome, and it brought back memories of my own honeymoons too. It's just that it's not in Rome, but it sounds similar. Does Rome and Ore not sound? Even the spelling is the same. You arrange it. There's O-R-O-E in Rome, Abi. Rome Ore is. It's not really far like that. Your one is in Italy. My one is after Benin, and you know that Benin and Italy, they are very connected. Benin people love Italy. From Ore to Benin, in fact, Edo State and Ore, they share boundaries. So you are not real far from me. If you check Vatican City, if you check one bush in Benin, the city Vatican. But after I did my wedding in Benin, that was one of the best places to marry. You don't spend much. The hall is cheap. Everything I spent for that wedding is just that you will not receive fine gifts like that. At my wedding, he gives us a broom, bucket, packer. I said, what's a broom for? He says for local flight. I said, to where? I said, what about the packer? I said, it's national flight. I said, what about the bucket? He says parachute in case of crash. I told him, you are the one that will crash. Marriage, I've not started, if you want to crash it. You know, Benin is a very wonderful place. And I married last born. You don't know what God did for you. If you marry last born, you don't know what God did for you. If you marry last born, there's no other best to pay school fees for. You are safe in life. They finish training the family. You marry the bottom part of the family. That's it. After you, everybody is off. So, you know, so after my wedding, one man asked me, he said, Forever, what did you do your honeymoon? I said, we got married in Benin, so we did the honeymoon in Ore. So not really. He said, no, I want you to see the other side of life. I said, how? He said he was going to lodge me and my wife at a co-test signature. I can't forget. April 2nd. I chose the date. Sorry, April 8th. He now said that he has paid for the room, that we should just go and have a good time. He has paid for everything. If I knew the price, I would have accepted that gift. So we now went into the room. Madam, please have a seat. Thank you very much. So we now went into the room. The man now booked room for us at a code their signature. We went there. As I entered the room, I told my wife there's a problem in this room. My wife said, what's the problem? I said, the bed is too soft. He said, how is soft bed problem? I said, that means the room is expensive. Because they want you to enjoy your sleep. I called reception, how much is this room? At the time, the lady said it's 157,000. I said, for one night. He said, yes, to sleep and wake up. Instantly, I started sweating in a room that had this. My wife said, what's the problem? I said, our annual house rent for 2-bedroom apartment is 800,000. I brought a calculator, divided it. Me and my wife slept 72 nights of our rent in one night. I could not sleep. I was watching Arsenal Man, I was shouting amen instead of go. I was confused. I said, what is happening here? I was manifesting. My wife was looking at me. I said, hey, so I'm the only one that has poverty mentality in this marriage. I said, anyway, it's good. It's not good for husband and wife to have poverty mentality. I didn't know that my wife was booting. Following morning, she came out of the bathroom. The tap was on. I said, you didn't switch off the tap. He said, my husband, we can't finish the money. We'll let the water waste. I know you want to spread your tank. You know what? But coming to an academy is like going back to school. And if you were to pay fees for this, you know how much it's going to cost you, right? You know how much this is supposed to cost you. So once again, a round of applause for 27th Academy. And you know that education is very expensive. Now, when you graduate, it's either you're an alumni or you're an old boy. Now, I will tell you the difference between alumni and old boys. Both of them were in the same class, but it's after school, the alumni made it. The old boys are still finding their way. So if they call you alumni, that means you are successful in life. Have you ever seen a broke alumni? But you see old boys, you say, no, this one is really old. They are in the same class. So when you say alumni meet themselves in international airport, Heathrow, Paris, Bahamas. Oh my God. They bump into each other because they didn't plan to meet. Say, hi, how's your family? Say, fine, where are you from? We just went for vacation. We just went to chill with the kids. Where? You know, your country that Nigerians normally go, like Montenegro. Whoa! They speak English. That's alumni. Old boys. They meet in traffic. Some meet into boss. Inside boss, when they are dragged, you're gonna meet first. Peter. You know, this is correct. I never changed. Never allowed. Old boys, alumni. When they don't ask for loans. It's called quick fix. See, chief now. Chief can just call Mr. Williams. Around 12 midnight to say, hey, Mr. Williams, how are you? I say, I'm fine. I'm in a quick fix. I need a quick fix. Mr. Williams said, okay, like what? Can you do me like 60 million? You hear the amount. That's alumni amount. Mr. Williams now say, things are quite tight for me right now, but I can do 40. Things are tight and you have 40 million to borrow. Things are not tight for you. You are free in life. You see all the boys. Their money is no more than 10,000. No? Peter, how far now? I said, I do. He said, but no verse, what I want to ask you. You know, it's like, I beg, if it's like 4,000, I beg, no verse, if it's like 4,000, give me now, to say you come in like 2 minutes ago. I just give that money to somebody now. That's old boys. But you never be an old boy in Jesus. You now do that one now refer you to another of their fellow old boy. You don't call Savior. They can have Bible name. Savior. That guy will not save me. You're called Savior. You don't know that Savior is going through a lot. You're not called the Savior. I beg no verse. If you give me like 4,000, I'll give you back like next week. That one I say, my brother, if I get 4,000, I know would be a day like this. As I'm talking to you, I'm not eating my man away, my younger sister. This your 1,000, you say save your son your account number. You for you now call the one. That one always that one thick native or bakporo. That one is stingy. That's the richest of the old boys, but it does not release money. You now call and say because you know that it will not release, so you have to bring back the deadline of the loan. So if you are supposed to pay him back in 1 week, you tell him that you pay back in 2 days, so that you know that the money will not stay with you for long. You know, so I beg no verse, I beg you get 4,000. This is like 9 p.m. So I beg if you give me like 4,000, I need to give person no, I'll give you tomorrow. You know, since now tomorrow, you're wait now. Your own money is coming tomorrow. You just wait till tomorrow. Why are you stressing? I will lose 26 naira for transfer charges. You know, but that's basically life, and it's very important. Like Akabiesi said, don't just love the commission, love the land. Some of you, like he said, some of you don't even know the history of the land you are selling. The first agent that gave me a house in this Lagos, wherever you are, God will judge. That's the house I got married in. When my wife came and said, I like us to bait together as husband and wife. I said, look the bedroom, look the size. You can't walk in straight, you have to go inside. I said, how will the both of us bait here? So one leg will be inside, one leg. Whatever will flow to our room. You now do love bait. After you finish love bait, you now bring mop and be mopping. You will now be complaining. What kind of marriage is this one? The house was so small that my kitchen, I can't forget. One of my friends, as he walked into my house first, as he saw my kitchen, he said, oh boy, this was the exact word he said. So, but your kitchen is small, I found soup no done here. The kitchen is so small that my chair in the parlor, I can be watching TV and from my chair I can throw onions inside stew. I'm not joking. The door does not close. Inspect. There are houses you don't inspect, you pay because that's your budget. Wow. Inspecting house of 180, you are inspecting. The only thing that concerns that make sure the roof is not leaking. That's all, and the window is strong against some rubber. What are you inspecting? Baba, enter house and sleep. You're inspecting rubbish. Okay, do you inspect house of 190? Other houses that don't have round figure, they don't inspect. You pay and move in. That's what we call pay and parking. How much is the house worth? 65,000. Pay and parking. That's what we call a roof over your head. It's not a house. Don't you see yourself in Lagos? If you see house 65,000, it's somebody's kitchen that they rented for you. That they expanded, they remove cabinet. That's I like this wardrobe. Now cabinet they remove. Lagos, it's Lagos your mate. Lagos will humble you. And as I'm talking now, some people believe that Lagos is the only way they will make it in life. As I'm talking now, there's one 15-seater bus from Kano, Abakaliki, Oshogbo, Ogoja. All of them are facing Sele like this. As I'm talking now, there are like 50 buses bring people to Lagos that, I'm going to my Canaan. Then they come. We're waiting for you. You know the funny part? They're not get to Lagos. I'm not too much, oh boy. This is not my place. Now, they want to go back. But you see, this they call shame. Shame. You say, it's Nigeria that created I die here. It's Lagosians, I die here. And Nigerian movie is not happy. You know, in Nigerian movie, once you leave the village, you come to Lagos, you go and visit your uncle, You now say, they've packed. You're no longer here. You are late. You're not crying. You now stand by the road. One car is driving and now splash out on your body. You now say, why is a beautiful lady on the road? He said, I came to look for my brother from the village. He's not around. I don't know his name. I said, you now carry her. In Nigeria, 3 months later, happily married. That's the reason Jolaba on that bridge is full. Because in real life, they will splash it on your body and insult you and call you on top. You didn't see pothole there. I will splash more on your body. So Lagos is not for the weak. And if you are here and your mind is telling you that you really cannot really make it here, after this academy, take what you've learned here. And go and do real estate where you came from. There's land everywhere. This thing I'm talking now is a joke to somebody, but it's a revelation to another person. You know yourself. You know that, bro. Some of you are singing this song. The day they want to go back and now start singing this song from church. I've gone too far from where I started. You cannot go back. Go back. Some of you, your miracle is waiting for you behind. It's the truth. Sometimes you have to take a step back to see clearly. It's the truth now. Me that they are seeing here, do you know how many days I wanted to come to Lagos? 2011, I wanted to come to Lagos. One pastor this true life story now, a new pastor that came to us, I don't talk with him because he's new. I've not been friends. I saw the man in my dream. The morning we were planning to travel. He said, forever, don't go. It's not yet time. I'm not joking. So I woke up, called my friend that we're planning to travel together. I said, bro, but this urge just died. The guy said the urge too died. That's how I stayed. Following year, I knew it was time to come. And then I came, and the rest is history. Some of you, your friend told you come. And here you are. Your friend. You can't find him. The same friend that told you to come is now in Canada, you're stranded. And people are relocating. People are relocating. I saw one video just this morning when I was on Twitter. Nigerians living under, how do they call this thing they use for camp? Tent in Mississauga, which is one of the coldest cities in the world. One Nigeria died last week Wednesday because of the cold. Inside house, cold, they cold people. Then you are outside. And if you tell somebody, they don't go, they say, leave me. Let me go and witness the cold. It's not deep freezer cold though, it's cocoa. That cold does not have mate. Now let me explain the code to you. The code is minus something degrees. The coldest form of our AC in Nigeria is 16. Meaning that in that place, our AC is microwave. And cold, ordinary AC, you wear 4 suits, you are shaking, your ear is standing, goosebumps, hair coming from your eye. Go now. It's painful because we are losing our best hands. Look at what KBC said. I said it's a very complete speech. He said if you want to jackpot, before you go, have foundation here. Because some of you are selling land, you not go, you not reach no land to stay. You are not floating. He said they will not ask you, bro, how Canada? I say, man, it's God. Don't put God into it. How is Canada? Tell them I'm suffering. You want to jackpot? Rubbish. You now go, now you're living inside tents. You are a landlord here. You sold your house. Sold foundation. Why am I angry? It's paining me, Abi. Because I know that video that I watched this one on Twitter, it pained me. Because the truth is that nobody, I do not believe. In fact, because there's nothing absolute in life. So let me use 1%. 99% of every Nigerian in Canada was comfortable in Nigeria. No poor person. Let me tell you, Canada does not take, it's not Libya. Canada takes only educated and rich people. So, for you to fall into that bracket, you are comfortable. So, that's somebody probably who, if you check their annual income, 20 to 30 million annually, you are now living inside tents. Embrace my code. You not say, bro, you not take picture and post online. You say, you're not, bro, you're fresh now. Weather. He's dying. He's not fresh. It's filter, Snapchat. Stay here. Country will good. My sister, I cannot explain that one to you. And let me tell you the truth. There's no country in the world where government is good. Are you aware now that there's a housing crisis in Canada? Just this week, reports came out that in Calgary, people are now renting bed space because no house. So now you have a house, so that the guy is homeless, does not sleep outside. You rent your bed, the guy pays. That's why you don't know. You just imagine for Lagos now. You rent your bed, bro, sleep, how much? 1,000. By the time the guy wake up, you will not regret that 1,000. The guy would have moved with your TV, your fridge. You'll be wondering, but this guy does not have us. Where did he take them to? To the next house. Bye.
Thank you very much, Forever. That was beautiful. I'm sure you all had a great time, right? Why not clap for him now? Yeah, thank you so much, Forever, once again. So, guys, I think we should have something in our tummy because I can hear rumbling and all of that. And I think before I started, he asked you guys if you were hungry, and somebody said yes. Maybe one person. Okay. A number of people said yes, that they want to have stuff. So we're going to have something right now, and it's going to go all around. And pretty much it's going to be a video display. So you all should focus on the screen while you're having a good time eating and enjoying your miscellaneous. Thank you very much once again. Give yourself a round of applause, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone is okay. Is everybody okay? Okay. So up next, I'll be calling someone important to the stage who has been very instrumental to the organization, and I'll be calling Mr. Oluwa Toby Samuel to deliver the topic on the 27th Development Project Knowledge. Please put a round of applause for him. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Victoria. All right, good afternoon, everyone. People are not answering me, or is it because of the popcorn? Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so my name is Oluwatobi Omoni. So please, while you are eating, I'd just like you to pay rapt attention. All right, so I want to believe that a good number of us already know about 27th development. Some of you might have stumbled on our flyers online. But for those who are still trying to figure out on who we are and what we do, and most importantly for those who have been, admiring us from afar and have been in the dark about how to get onboarded. So I'm here this morning to actually shed light on that. So like we heard earlier, 27th Development is a real estate company. And when I mean real estate, I mean encompassing. It doesn't just get limited to selling of land. We're also into, aside from real estate development, we're into property and infrastructural development as well. And aside from that, we're also into real estate consulting and also legal support. So basically, when you just think about real estate, anything that you think that can be associated with real estate, we actually do that. So, and aside from that, we have a deep commitment to excellence. So, personally, I've asked people, just commend, little things as simple as our brand logo. Somebody will tell you, I love the brand logo. I love the fact that, it's unique. And we've had people who have also talked about our flyers. That touch of excellence is what actually makes us, unique and different from every other real estate company. So, no. All right, so our slogan is one remarkable project at a time. One remarkable project at a time. So when you think about 27 development, two words comes to mind, and that's innovation and excellence. Innovation when it comes to about deep thoughts, and excellence when it comes about quality, top notch of quality. And you want to agree with me, for some of you who have been associated with us, you you have actually seen this in many of our deliverables and the projects that we embark on. Next slide, please. All right, so talking about our vision, I think Ms. Williams already, did justice to this, but I would just like to shed light on this. It talks about our vision is to revolutionize the real estate industry by combining innovative thinking, sustainable practice, and exceptional designs, creative spaces that redefines the way people work and live in. All right, so talking about this, I'm sure that many of us, who might have dealt with other real estate companies, we've actually gotten our fingers burnt. Any witness here? You have cases where you sell land to people and allocation becomes an issue. I've had my fair share of that kind of, situation. But what we are trying to do here in 27th is to change the narrative. We are not just a group of companies trying to sell land and to make money. No, we are trying to do this in a more unique way. And how do we tend to achieve that? Is by combining innovative thinking, like I said earlier, and sustainable practice. And that talks about legacy. Just like Ms. Williams, emphasized earlier, we are not just trying to create a brand. We are trying to create a brand that would outlive us. And also, this will help us to also define the way people live, work, and connect. Next slide, please. All right, so we do have a board of directors, an excellent board of directors, if I might say, and many of them you'll be listening to today. And aside from that, we also have a team of creatives. Oh, you just want to meet these people. A team of creatives who come together and ensure that every of our deliverables, have that excellent touch in them as it is. All right, so our project. So I'd like us to pay keen attention to this. All right, so first up line is Veronica District. All right, so Veronica District sits on a landmass of about 120 plots. 120 plots. Let me make mention that that 120 plots is almost sold out. And for a company that actually started up this year, and has had a record of selling out over 120 plots, I think that's quite commendable. If I will ask you, can you just put your hands together? Some people are not happy for us, so please put your hands together. So Veruca District presently is almost sold out, and one key thing that makes it distinguished is it comes with a blend of convenience, comfort, and eco-friendly amenities, giving a feeling from away from the noisy nuzzling and buzzing of Lagos. All right, so about this, I personally, myself and my family, we've actually had a vacation time at Tekpe. I think that's early this year, so I think last year. All right, so it's about we spent about 3 to 4, 5 days, at Tekpe at the time. And one thing that is quite remarkable, as it were, is the serenity that comes with that location. You cannot live in Ekpe you cannot live in Ekpe and still feel this, the Oshodi noise, the Lekki bustling. There's this peace of mind that comes to play, and that's quite remarkable for me, as it were. All right, so Veronica is strategically situated in the residential area of K2 non-acquisition area. Please, that's very important, because we know that so many people that are selling land now, the lands that they are selling, it's in the acquisition area of Lagos State, but ours is in the residential area, which is non-acquisition, and with landmark projects such as the Lagos Field Hub and the Lekki Film City. All right, it's needful to add that the Lagos Food Hub, according to Lagos State government, is going to provide about 36,000 jobs for people. And come to think of it, we have 36,000 to 40,000 workers in a location. What comes to mind is, who are they going to decide? So having Veronica District just a walking distance away from Lagos Food Hub, I think is the best investment choice that anyone can actually make. And also needless to talk about the magnificent Lagos Film City. That $100 million project that was just initiated some few weeks back. I'm sure you know that Veronica District is 5 minutes driving distance from the newly initiated Lagos Film City. So when you're thinking of investment, I think this is just, one of the best choices that one can think of. All right, so topography, it's dry land. It's free from swamp, not the one you have to sandfill and sandfill before you start building. It's good dry land. All right, so title document is registered survey. And let me add that not provincial, survey. Because we know that what many real estate does is they just get someone, a surveyor, to do, the survey of the land, and they put registered survey on it, as it were. No, ours is registered survey. And we have document to back this up that you can, confirm with this. With C of O in view. Our C of O is about 80 to 90% ready presently. So, quickly, the price for 500 square meter, it goes for 4.5 million naira, and for 300 square meter, it goes for 3.5 million naira. And let me also add that we have a flexible payment plan with initial deposit of 1 million naira for the full plot, and 500,000 for 500,000 for the half plot, as it were. So the next one. All right, so Giovanna. So when you think about Giovanna, all you are just looking at is innovation. And not just innovation from the old Roman, construction, blended with the new real estate excellence. So it's a testament of legacy and for those who appreciate the extraordinary. All right, so Giovanna, forgive me to say that it's not for everyone. It's for those who strictly appreciate, the extraordinary. And what I mean is, just imagine you waking up in the morning to a lagoon view. How would you feel? It's simply a luxury product and not for everyone. Giovanna is located adjacent to the Alaro City, designated for both residential and commercial purposes. Of course, with landmark projects, like some of us might know, with Lekki Sea Depot and also the newly proposed international airport and also the Dangote refinery. So commercial plot for Giovanna goes for 19.2 million, with initial deposit of 5 million, while residential plot goes for 16 million and half plot goes for 9.6. And of course, we have flexible payment plan up to 18 months. All right, so next slide, please. So I want to talk about how you can actually, get onboarded, how you can partner with us, or reasons why you should partner with us, as it were. So number one, we have good commission rates. I'm going to say this for free, that we have one of the best commission rates in town. And I mean commission that ranges towards 15 to 20%. And the processing time for our commission is around 24 to 48 hours. There is no story. It's not the one you sell land and 2 weeks you have not received your commission. That will not happen with us. Once you sell your land, once the payment is confirmed, within 24 to 48 hours, you are going to receive your commission. All right, so secondly, we talk about referral bonus. So there is this structure that we have actually put in place. It talks about overriding commission structure. And what do I mean by that? You don't necessarily have to sell to earn. What I mean is you can actually, use leverage on others to sell while you yourself, you just earn. So you can use your leverage on your contact. You have a contact of realtors. They will sell for you. You'll be the team leader. And while they sell, you actually have, a percentage of the commission accrued to you. So the idea is just that everybody has, a part of, the cake to share. And thirdly, we have self-development. All right, so for 27th development, we are not just, concerned about you selling for us. We are also more particular about your self-development, just like the training that we're having today. And finally, we have incentives. So our incentives ranges from, car incentive, we have traveling incentive, we have phone incentives, and any other one think of. So to contact us, our address is number 1A Ibrahim Eletuwe by Canal West Estate, Osakpa, London. And then you can visit our website, www.twenty7thdevelopment.com. And of course, if you want to, get on board today, you can actually see me after this time out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Toby. Thank you. We're grateful for that speech, and I'm sure that we've all learned one or two from what Toby has said. Thank you once again. So please put a round of applause to him. Yes, so yeah, it's about time to enrich our thought and our mind. So I do not know how to do this alone, but I want to try because the person I'm about to bring over on the stage right now is an important person. Is a father figure, is a friend. He loves everyone that works for him or you work with him. He teaches a lot because you can't work with this man and you won't learn from him. You have to learn. You know what that means, right? So I would like to introduce you guys. I am honored to bring on stage right now the executive director for 27th Development. Please, you all should give him a round of applause, Chief Tunde Debayo Dohati. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Sometimes when I come on stage like this, I get stage fright, but you know, when you see beautiful faces like this, it excites you. Even if you have brain drain, your brain will wake up. I remember this journey when I started this real estate stuff. I was telling the CEO, I said, Samuel, how come all the real estate realtors define? When I know they get ugly real estate realtor, it's beautiful that you're here today. I'm not going to make this boring because I know when you start hearing legal perspective, law, you start being like, what to do? I'm going to make it very brief, but I'm going to share some basic things you need to look out for when you're getting into this business and something to protect yourself from as realtors when you try to take on a project to sell or market. And I would have hoped this would have been a something like a Q&A session where it's easier for you to ask basic questions that you need to, because legal perspective of land is broad. I could be here for 7 hours and I'll keep talking. So I'm going to make it beautiful. I would first give an insight into real estate, what it entails, and what we do in 27 Development. We don't take up a project that we cannot sell. Meaning that when you take up a property that you've not done due diligence, you cannot sell it. Because when the chips are down, but the seller, you're the first point of contact. Madam, you don't carry me go buy fake land. When I don't defraud me. Before you get to some of these bogus real estate companies, they have disappeared. When you're dealing with land, the first thing you look at is the survey. The survey helps you to show exactly where the land is. And from that first document you acquire, you will know whether those land is committed or not, what kind of perfection you can do on that land, whether it's agric, forestry, reserved for a particular purpose, or whether it's committed for future development. And then the second thing you'll do is register that survey. Now, once the survey is registered, it means there are scaled basic hurdles because the government will not register a survey for a land that is committed. Now, some cases you find out that some land are actually marked for certain things. They will say, oh, it's under restriction. Oh, there's under acquisition. It doesn't mean that the land is not good or you cannot regularize it. It just means that the history, KBC gave us the history of land. It started with eminent domain. It means that when you get somewhere, all of you gather in a place, you sit down there, you stay there long enough, it becomes your land. That's where the idea of Omonile emerged from. A certain group of people migrate to a certain place, they stay on the land for years, and then they start giving out to themselves for farming. You take this and build, you have 1 acre, 2 acres. After development comes there, they start selling. Then in 1978, we had what they call Land Use Act. This act now collects all this land and vests it in trust for the government. A lot of times here the land belongs to the governor. It doesn't belong to the governor. It is held in trust by the government for you. Because if all the land belongs to the governor, then the governor should sell all the land. Is that all right? But it's held in trust for you. That's why when you have a global CFO, the governor just has to consent that, okay, I'm aware that Tunde is selling his land to lease for a certain amount of money. I know Tunde owns the land, and I know Liz has bought it. I'm consenting to the transfer of that land from Tunde to Liz. That's where you have the governor's consent ideology coming from. And land now ceased to be freehold, which means you can own entirety, to leasehold, which means you only granted that land for occupation or for use for 99 years, starting from 1979. I'm sure a lot of people don't understand this concept. It means land now has been taken from absolute ownership, where it's supposed to cure a defect, actually, where some people own land and they own it forever, and some people will never ever own land at any point. So you're supposed to just hold it for a few years, which is 99 years, so that it can revert back to the state and then spread amongst everybody equally again. Now, the various types of encumbrances you find in land. Usually, when the land is committed, it means that the governor or the government have collected that land to be used for a particular purpose, especially to benefit the people, public use. However, the person that owns that land must be compensated, and that land must be used for that purpose it was collected from you. So, let me bring it down to the layman. If the government acquires my land now and say, okay, Mr. Doherty, we are collecting your land. We want to build a public library. And they give me a compensation of 10 million naira, which is usually below market value. Understand that concept. Usually below market value. And I'm saying, thank you very much, because you're trying to use it for public so that everybody can go to school and learn and go to the library. I yield my land. 20 years down the line, government starts selling the land to build Lagos State urban migration estate, and they start selling at premium. I go to court. I collect back my land because they have broken one vital rule for the purpose of what it was collected. Even though I've collected the compensation, now my luck. That is to tell you, I'm bringing this to bring you down to where you find out that, oh, the land is committed, or the land is supposed to be for this particular purpose. The moment it's not for that purpose, then it ceases to be committed and to be lifted. And also, some of this land that need regularization, the idea is just very simple. The family has 100 acres. It's bush, it's forest. It's been there since 150 years. You have done nothing about it. We want development. Lions are coming out of that land into where people are settled now at. So we're collecting this land, but we're going to excise for you 200 acres out of the 1,000 acres. We think you are able to develop 200 acres since you cannot handle 1,000 acres. We would in turn use the rest and give it to other people who might be able to develop it. So the ones they give to the family, they sell. The ones they say is acquired. It's not acquired for a governor to build his house. It's acquired so that every other person can come and buy and regularize. So when you say that this land is restricted, is this, is that, don't be scared. Look for the nitty-gritty of why. When it's committed, means it has been assigned for a particular purpose. But once it's not committed, it means it's still available for you to come and negotiate with the government and pay for it so that it can be transferred to you. But you see, the law and practice are different. The practice is, Omonile will still sell the land to you, even they are not supposed to sell it. Even though they don't own it, they will still sell the land. They will still tell you that before you go and even collect governors this thing, you must give them certain things before they sign one document for you. That's the practice, but that's not the law. But unfortunately, how do I put it? Fingers know the deal, this world no. So, balance. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. I schooled in England, I'm just like Abis. I schooled in England. I'm just managing to do Ogulubu. Now, let's look at at what stages you take for a land to be completely transferred to the owner. The first thing you do, like I said, is the survey. You put it in the name of the client. The second thing is you apply for either regularization, C of O, that's certificate of occupancy, right of occupancy, depending on what is on the land. You know, I told you that the survey determines to you what to do, what kind of perfection you should do. So depending on what the survey is telling you, you now move forward to perfect that title. When you make that application, they would give you conditions to fulfill. The survey, they come and do inspection, they see the site, they do the view to know whether it's committed or not, and then they give you your bill. Come and pay tax, pay registration fee, pay consent fee, pay this, pay that, and then you are given your title. At that point is only when you become the owner of that land. Not even a minute before then. Because if you carry, today I want to give an assignment, pick any C of O document you know. There is even time for you to develop that property inside the C of O. It's not for you to just buy land and collect silver and then go and sleep. And those are some of the things that happened at Magodo. There was a time they were trying to collect the land that they didn't develop it, they were collecting from people. It's not for you to prospect. Now, for land prospectors like us, there's something they call private developers consent that they give to us. It's very expensive, but it's to cover large expanse of land. And the essence for us to develop it so that you would avoid hormonal issues and the all sort of controversy that comes with land. So it gives prospective buyers that confidence that at least I'm not dealing with hormonal. Nobody come and tell me that, I bought land from 27th development. And the land will now comes and say, no, the land belongs to land will. Our forefathers were there before them. That doesn't happen with real estate. So what I want you to take from this is how to approach your clients. I've had issues where people just call me, they said that land, they did the survey, they said the land is this thing, and then you start explaining to them, yes. But once you hear residential development, then you're safe. Agricultural development, you cannot build there. You go start with a farm there. Forestry, there are some very, very particular trees that you cannot cut. So those are the things that you look at. But in this case, I see all of you looking at if I'm talking Japanese. You understanding me? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, let's do it this way. I don't want to take all the time in the world. If I can have 4 people, one after the other, that would ask questions basically on what has been bothering them regarding legal issues in land. Is there someone that has a spare microphone to help so that I can trash that out for you? If you are not fine, do raise up your hand. And if you're a guy, don't try it. Don't worry, I'm gender biased.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. My question is...
Your name, please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Mary Akodu. My question is regards to the agriculture part of most of this land that we are selling now. We actually know that most of land are agric land, though might not be committed to agric, but is under agriculture. And most of this developer will tell us that, oh, don't worry, we are working on ratification. It's going to be rectified. It's going to be rectified into mixed use. But you may mention now that if you buy agric land, you're going to farm. And most people are buying this property for investment purpose. So nobody is coming tomorrow to start planting yam and cassava. So my question now is it possible to rectify all this land to misuse land? Because even some of them go as far as selling commercial, residential, means it can be rectified to misuse. And I actually know of a property in Ekpe that is probably under forestry. We're now coming up with things like they want to build zoo, they want to build this, they want to turn it to a resort or something. Do you think all this is going to be possible later? Like, that's my question, sir.
Thank you. So your question is two-faceted. You answered one by yourself. Abi, I don't understand. But the first one, you're absolutely right. So I'll tell you this first. If you have one of them been the realtor selling for us, Veronica, you will see it's clearly stated in the registered survey that for residential, even our lodgements receipts, it is stated that residential, not agric, not forestry.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think from there, some points have been brought. I just wanted to make um, a difference between provisional survey. In provisional survey, when you use provisional survey, you're going to be seeing this. You will not see this. In a registered survey, this is what you will see. This to know exactly that that survey is registered.
That's what I just told you. There is a receipt that the company should have that will specifically tell you if it's registered or not. Provisional survey doesn't have that receipt. When you do the survey, it means provisional. That is pending approval and acceptance by the government. We have seen this place, we have marked it out. Then we'll take it to the government and say, see, this is the survey we are trying to do. They will tell, oh, don't bring this paper here. It's committed. Take your paper and go back. Okay, that's good. It has this, it has this, it has this. Welcome. Go ahead and put all this. They'll give you all the things to number. They'll register it for you. Then when you submit the red copy, which means it has been accepted. We didn't give that details. Does that answer? Give her the microphone, please. I don't like people bullying me.
It's fine, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please, now only back you they go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The recent demolition at Abulado axis in Lagos State, it's Festac side. I'm sure you know, sir. It's really worrisome because my brother fell a victim, and we knew all the things we had to do before we got the land and all that, you know. And so you keep wondering, who do you go to when you want to buy a land? When an official of FHA is telling you that the land is already regularized and you're buying it and everything is okay, and then all of a sudden the same FHA is coming. So who do you really run to? And then secondly, I'd like to also ask that why is it that in Nigeria it takes forever to get a C of O? Is it that the government just naturally sits on it and it's like a hard nut to break? You hear people say, before you get C of O, it will take forever, you know. So why do we still have that situation? Thank you.
Beautiful. So the challenge with Festac is this. Festac is what do you call this? A bastard child. a child of many fathers that you don't even know who the real father is. Today, Festac belongs to federal government. Tomorrow, Festac belongs to Lagos State. Day after tomorrow, 3 different government agencies are fighting for ownership of Festac. It's sad. And I can tell you this for sure. You must have heard the song Festac 77. It was created in 1977 for Festival of Arts and Culture. And then, sometime in 1981 or 82, it was made residential, and they started giving some to federal government workers, and then about 1983, it went public. So, at a particular point in time, I believe they extended Festac from all those Festac extension. I believe the problem came from Festac extension, right? Exactly. So they started extending by going to land that was outside federal government land up until what's the name of this village after this mile 2 side. They started getting to that side and then crossing the boundaries of this thing. That was where the problem started from. I've been fortunate to have handled about a few cases a few years ago. Now, I'll tell you this. This question is very, very vital. Don't ever buy land without a lawyer. Don't ever. Because we search beyond going to Alausa. You also search whether there's a litigation on the land, which a lot of people don't even look at. Festac and Lagos State and federal government have been in court for more than since 1980 something over this land dispute. Who owns Festac? If you Google who owns Festac, you see what I'm saying. It happened somewhere in 1990 or 1990. Who owns Festac? All those villages after Festac into Alaba-ish. So it's rather unfortunate. And on my part, I've written more than 4 different papers to Ministry of Lands for the last 10 years. But unfortunately, we're in a place where we are quick to create innovations for collecting money and the levies and taxes, and very poor in delivering infrastructure and easement of registration. It's rather unfortunate. Ordinarily, I have a house in the United States. Once you click in the address alone on Google, it will tell you, say, "Nami get am, my name Dide." You don't need to look for any further. But you see, Nigeria here, they clone even C of O. They will carry coordinate from Yaba and bring it to Yanopaja and register it. So that's why we have to do a lot of due diligence. Sometimes some of these people, I've witnessed this thing before. It's a very sad event. This person was my father's doctor. He had a property. He didn't take any loan with it. He lived there all his life. We used to go to his house in Apapa. All of a sudden, the bank people came in and said that this land, we used to borrow 20 million some 3 or 4 years before, and that he has been defaulting, that they've written him several letters and they are going to collect the house. This man was 76 or thereabouts. And he just called me, Tunde, come to my house right away. And those were the days where Festac was still, Apapa was still accessible. We didn't have that crazy traffic. I got to the car, I drove to his house, I said, these people are coming from the bank. The bank now said, what do you mean? They called the office. They brought the COO that was lodged for this same property, number 3 Barracks Road. The man brought his own COO. Voila. 2 COO, same property. You know COO has picture. The man picture did there. The picture of the person that submitted in bank did there. The bank, bank will not give them if they don't go to Alausa to verify. They went to Alausa to verify, it was there. Okay, let's go back to Alausa and verify. Eureka. The man's COO was there. The one they brought from the bank was not there. And bank, they would die there. They wanted to mausoleum to collect this land. We were in the battle for more than 11 years before we got out of that quagmire. So, but one thing I know is that in a bid to regularize the situation, they've caused more damage. I'm sure the surveyor can understand. Now, land used to be in Ibadan, in the whole western region, before Lagos, as Kabisi rightly told, before Lagos State was even created, before Lagos State was born. It was just lagoon area. Land was in Ibadan because Ibadan was the capital of western region. So they had to move some of these documents that preceded 1900, 18 something. And some of them said, when you're carrying the papers, it's falling apart because, it's been there for a long time and it was not properly kept. These same documents that were used to prepare this land, the land they put in these documents, are what they use abroad, where you have documents of 15 something, still looking very well maintained and neat. But in Nigeria, they pile them on top of each other. Some of them are even melted to the floor. 10 years ago, if I wanted to do a search, and I said, please do manual search for me, the guy will wear nose mask, wear this, wear that to enter that place where they store this thing. By the time it comes back, it's full of dust. It was that bad. So we're hoping by 2024, this next coming year, with the innovation of the the old governor and the change of hands in hands, maybe they will set about making these things fully digital. Yeah, some of them are digital, but a lot of times when you try to do C of O now, let me tell you what happened now. Because of that digitalization now, and then they've lost root of title. We try to do C of O now. You have for, let's say, this building where you have Ebony Place. You go there, they see everything, they check the system is there. It doesn't have any encumbrance on it. Go ahead, you're good to go. You go there, they now say they should go and bring the root of title. Here's the wahala. Root of title that my grandfather bought the land in 1907 or 1908 is gone. Without root of title, you can't grant C of O. Then you start a process all over. So at that point now, because they're overwhelmed with work, they will just abandon it. Root of title. Go to MTN building. I'm sure some of you have experienced before. Go to MTN building. You run there, they'll say, he's there. You go back again, you come back, they say, he's not there again. So it's unfortunate. I think what they need to do is, I had one experience with them, one of my family property. I took the original document that was there since, I was telling the CEO a few months back that they had to collect my family documents and issue us with a certified true copy so that I could keep that for the record. Because those papers can last forever. The people that they do this time around 10 years, they don't disappear. Ink don't come out for the paper. They collected that document from me and gave us a certified true copy and kept it in the archive because they couldn't find the original one. They had to run it through tests to find out that if it's original document or not. So imagine if we wanted to sell that land, we could never sell it because there was no root of title. So the problem you have given us now is something that has been disturbing us for many years. At Amber this time, it was a bit seamless. Within 6 months you get, but now it's just scary. We've been trying to perfect some documents now since last year. We are still at it, looking for root of title. So it's a problem that needs a lot of people like us to write to them, sometimes educate them, sometimes teach them how to do this job, because some of them don't even have experience. It's unfortunate. It's just where we are. It's one of the few problems of Nigeria that we are praying to God to assist us with. Thank you. More? I'm very brilliant too. Don't mess with me. I'm waiting for you. I don't finish your time today.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Christiana Oyeni. My question is...
Oyeni?
Yes, please.
Now you talk Oyeni like Igbo one.
I'm not a Yoruba.
I knew it now.
Yeah. So, I want to ask because for some time now, I discovered that some companies, they tell you, okay, this particular property has this and this. And then for those that have genuine registered survey, they will tell you C of O in view, just as I see in some flyers. And then I want to ask for Veronica or for 27 development, what exactly are you people looking at to do? Because I can see all inclusive. For me, selling is not just bringing in the clients. For me, I think it's more than that. It's building the trust for your client to trust you and then say, okay, come back again. Not the whole idea of just selling and incentive and all of that. So for 27 development, my question is to you that after the C of O is out, do you have any plans to collect money from the clients for C of O? That's my question.
Thank you very much. So I'll tell you this. I'm trying to look for familiar faces in the audience that have had an encounter with me. And one of the things I always tell any realtor that has the opportunity, because I'm not always sitting in the office in 27 development like that. I'm just one of the small boy staff there. I'm just very brilliant. That's why they like me. So this is it. I tell you something. I said, our duty is to make sure realtors keep a lasting legacy and make your job easy for you to do. When we tell you that, registered survey, I didn't expect that question today. I didn't even know there was going to be a Q&A today. I just decided, look, The only way to approach a legal issue is have Q&A, because I know a lot of things bother a lot of realtors. I have a lot of realtor friends might call me. I showed you from my phone there what to look for to get it registered. So if you notice, we always put our file number. It means you started the process. Now, how do you get file number? First, the processes I told you about to get them through. When the government now receives your application, before they receive it, they will give you clearance to go and apply for the C of O. They will give you clearance. They won't just say, you can't just go there and say, I want to apply for C of O and just give them the document and say, take, do so. No, they'll tell you first. You bring all these documents, you go there, there's a vetting process. They would come to site, they would inspect that property. They will see that you are not just giving us false information on paper. They will bring their drone, which is specific to them, that has all the software to show that this land belongs to this. As a matter of when we're trying to do the one for Giovanna, who were fighting back and forth, no, it belongs to this place, no, it doesn't belong to that place. Oh, it's in Ekpe, no, it's not in Ekpe, it's in Ibeju, because Ibeju is more expensive to register, and they were dragging us to Ibeju, we were dragging each other to Ekpe. This is our surveyor. How many times did you go to Alausa? To fight them that it doesn't belong to this place, it belongs to this place. Now, after that is clear, they now tell, okay, bring in your application. When you bring in the application, you submit those documents, then they give you a file number. It means you are definitely going to get a C of O. It's just maybe when Jesus comes back, or maybe rapture comes before either of the two. But definitely we're working very hard. What we've been able to do is that we carefully selected ourselves, the partners in 27th Development. My name is Debayo Doherty. I'm sure if you're familiar with Lekki Phase 1 or Lagos State, you'll see the Doherty name is more of like embedded in Lagos State history. So we have all the connections in Alausa. We pull the rings. We pull it to make sure we get these things. We can assure you that 1,000%, we don't do fake. We don't do bogus. And we're apt with our words. So please, build the confidence in your clients, and then please come to us. We'll make you proud. It's time for you to clap now. How was all this now? Me, I'm an egomaniac. Clap, oh. No, we're not charging any extra cost. It's all inclusive cost. 100% all inclusive. Now, this is the thing. When we give you the C of O, at your own time, you can decide to do consent, which means it's a global C of O for 20 acres, 120 plots, and we're selling plot 19 to Liz. Liz can go and now take her plot 19 with the beacon number, with her survey that we are giving to you free, and then proceed with consent, which is changing ownership from 27 Development to Liz. We can help you with that one too. Free professional fees, but you pay all the fees for government. Clap for me now, it's free now. I don't like this thing. I will go and sit down. Make her go. I think I have just 2 more questions. Time is up. So this gentleman has been raising up his hand like forever. I'm even afraid. He's very close to me. No.
Okay.
See, I say only girls. They know what they are doing. Oh yeah, leave the boy.
Thank you, sir. My name is Olashile David.
She's my friend, though.
And I just wanted to share more light on freehold in Ekpe. Please, you need to touch that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will take, let's pen that for after this last question, because it's going to take a bit of explanation. I'm sure he's a man, his own question is brief. Shile wants to kill me, and don't come again, no. After this, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Solomon Ayolaken. I want to find out what's the difference between a governor's consent and allocation.
Thank you. So I said something about private developers registration. So now that's for vast land, like all the allocations, like all the land that is plenty. You get governor because the governor has to sign and allocate it to you. Like if you notice from the history of what I told you, I said that the land reverts back to the governor. The governor now tells you, come and take part of this land. I will now allocate it to you. Now, I explained to you the difference between that. The Governor's consent is very simple. Tunde is selling land to 27 Development is selling land to Solomon, right? You tell governor that this land 27 is selling to, do they own the land? Yes, they own the land. They have a private developer's C of O with us. Oh, great. I want to buy it. Go ahead and buy it. And then they sign that page where they write governor's consent. Sometimes they dedicate some commissioners to do it. When you sign that, it now becomes governor consenting to the transaction between Tunde and you. While allocation is governor allocating land to a developer or an individual. Yes, just same thing as excision, same thing as global C of O, but just like for different situation of the land. So when you do a survey, it gives you the different variation of the land. So at that point, you know what to do, whether it's governors, whether it's a C of O or allocation or PP. Is governor's consent. That's your last bus stop. That means it now becomes your own. Where there's an existing title on the document, where there's an existing like allocation, C of O, what you do to revert it to yours is transfer of ownership. And that's why you have the governor consenting to the transfer of ownership from one person to another person. Are we good? Shile, I don't know. Leasehold, freehold, and all that. You probably only get freehold in Ekpe in very few places. Very, very few, which is ancient Ekpe, old Ekpe, when Lagos still had Badagry, Ekpe, Lagos Island, and Ikeja. Which one again? About 5 different local governments. So that's where you probably get freehold. Freehold arises from eminent domain, like I said, when people migrate to a certain place, stay there long enough, have an historical background about it, then they own the place, and it becomes a freehold, which means you can transfer from generation to generation to generation without recourse to anybody. Now, the moment you're going to approach government for any form of documentation, it automatically changes from freehold to leasehold by virtue of Land Use Act. It automatically changes from that day from freehold to leasehold. And then that's your 100, that one that your 4th generation will be holding now, you only have it for 90 years. Except you want to have 7th generation in 90 years, no wala. But that is just the basic layman explanation of what freehold is. And she was saying that freehold in it, but yes, it's still there, but it's basically the moment you trample on it, like if Shile should buy a freehold, as long as she's going to register it, it automatically changes to leasehold. That's why most agreements now is from lessor to lessee as against assignee to assignor. A boy again. Ha. These boys, their question is always very funny. Yeah, you just give him like that. You are the last person, no? One more.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
My name is John Joshua.
Sorry?
So, John Joshua.
JJ.
Yes,
no
sir.
Now.
Thank you.
My boys are looking for you.
My question is, when one buys a land from someone who has a C of O, right? It gets a governor's consent. Now, assuming the person who got the C of O has the land for about 50 years, and now is transferring the land to me, and the governor's consent has been given, does my own period for owning that land start counting from when I get the governor's consent, or is it still applicable to the initial C of O that was collected?
So, land doesn't change. It's the owners that change. Now, the first attempt at C of O is 1979. It's still valid only for 90 years. That's why we'd always give out the remainder of your leasehold. Don't forget that the governor is the owner of the land. You're not buying it back from the governor. You are buying it back from 27th Development, who owns 48 years left. The value of what you get is that last 48 years by virtue of C of O. However, you will just do another consent after 99 years. Basically. So it's not as if after 99 years they'll say, oh yeah, Jerigode, Nyem land. That's not going to happen. It just means that after that 99 years is expired, because the reason for drafting the Land Use Act like that is that because they know that at a particular point they will finish selling all the land, where money will they take the chop again, so that they can continue having. That's why you have all these taxes on land, this, that. Then you come back again, and then you be as if you are buying the land all over again. Basically, it's flawed, I know, but unfortunately, now so you be. I'm sorry I can't help you with that one. Last girl. I do. Which boy be this one again? Oh yeah, just because you're handsome, and you have been clapping since. Last but not the least.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Majegodumi Jeremiah.
Okay.
My question is this. What is the difference between acquisition land and committed land? Are they the same or are they different?
No, they are not the same. Now, they are the same in the sense that acquisition land, I've explained this already, but I'll bring it up again. Acquisition land is a large, vast land where a lot of has been there and it's wasting, and they want development. The government now acquires it and decides to give it to other people and use for some purposes. So let's take Ekpe land. Majority is acquired. Simple. Just as simple as that. Acquired for what purposes? Lagos State Film City. That one is committed. Nobody changed that one. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh, the new international airport is gone. Nothing you can do about that land. Oh, National Institute of this is gone. There's nothing you can do about it. But the ones that are still available and are not committed are the ones you can regularize. Am I clear? I've been watching you since. I thought you would ask question. I'm glad you are not raising up your hand. Is that understood? Abundantly clear? I'm not going to answer your question. Oh yeah, one more person. Last person here. Last and final answer. Or question rather. Here. Now fine girl, so make sure you answer.
Thank you very much. My question is pertaining to most of these houses that have been demolished. Is it that when the developer sells the house, they're not checking up on what's built on areas that are supposed to be built on, or they just hands off and then the clients just build whatever they want, they encroach into canals and roads and then sell to somebody else who buys it and then faces the demolition? Are you guys in charge of monitoring the fact that they don't build on those, they don't encroach into canals and roads, or you just let them build from the government?
Okay, so this is it. I don't think you've read my profile. My first degree is in estate management. I finished, I graduated, and I went back to study law. That's why I say I read, and I can't get PhD. Mad, Abby? You are just feeding my ego. My head is just, I'll go to, or basically, so this you're talking about, I have a first-hand experience. I think I shared it with Liz. First-hand experience. I live in Buena Vista Estates. Now, there's a canal right behind us. When they were encroaching on that land, we took them to court. Because I was one of the first executives of Buena Vista. We brought in the commissioner for waterways. They came there, they stopped them. We brought in the commissioner for the PS for lands. But they came there. We won them. We have pictures, we have videos. At a point, one of the people that was staying on that water side behind, we were stoning their dredging machine. After a while, they started planting trees. So we couldn't see what was happening at the other side of the divide. But we were able to cover our own end, because in Buena Vista, what happened was that I had a very nasty experience. We broke into our homes. It was so bad, and I vowed that I'm going to get into real estate, and this kind of incident will never happen to anybody under my watch. We broke into our homes. We kicked our developers out. We took them to court. I took them to court. As a matter of fact, we kicked them out. We run the estate by ourselves. So we made sure that we're not going to trample on anything. And we'll make sure that everything we do in that place would be strictly by the law. So I experienced that thing happening a few years back. And then the trees grew up in that place. We didn't know what was happening. They had built on the canal. So most times when you see them demolishing properties, I keep telling you, it's just a matter of time. It is going to happen. It is going to happen. The moment you sell land and you don't do due diligence and you build on it, it is just a matter of time. One governor is going to come in and just see the blueprint and just be like, okay, get all these places off. They gave them warning, but they didn't hear. They came to mark X on it, they will paint on it. They will go there, they will settle some people, they will close their eyes, and then they will build. And then unsuspecting buyers would come there to buy. And when they buy, you just imagine sleeping in your house and then there's a 7-day notice that you should vacate your house. And then before you know, you are saying, oh, don't worry, we've spoken to the commissioner, he's my best friend. This is my auntie's godson. And the next thing you find out is that the house is gone. So that particular one, I experienced it from when they started dredging that land. They dredged it almost across to our side and we fought them back. But unfortunately, here we are. They've demolished. So we're not going to do that. Never. Once the land is having issues, we'll treat it and deal with it. See, land issues is going to happen. It's Nigeria. It's flawed. Very, very flawed. Because the last time that it was reviewed is still 1979. I mean, changes have happened, but yes, it's not been reviewed. We just keep having fire brigade approach. So it's going to happen. But we stand to make sure that everything that you buy from us is protected. If we buy land and it's flawed, we'll lose that money and get another one rather than allow our clients. Because this is a legacy that we want to precede 4th, 5th generation. Have I answered the question? Yeah, I'm looking for trouble, Lou. I never dropped this money, Lou. Go ahead. So they don't confuse me. So who approved it?
Approved the land the land is a committed land. They built on
Should
a
I tell you
canal.
the truth?
So how was it approved?
I can tell you something. The land was never, ever approved. What you get is they put the number they used to bring in the application before it was refused. And it remains there till they finish building the land. Until it gets to a stage where until you get final approval before you start building, we're going to continue to have that problem. It was never approved. I can bet it. You show me anyone, call me tomorrow, come to the give me a document that this land was approved and they broke it. Never. That approval will never come out. Till they finish building until they sell it out, the approval will never, ever, ever come out.
Because you see some of the developers, they will show the client some documents or they have governor's consent. So
Governor's consent for
fake.
land.
Okay, just for the land.
Yes, not for the property.
In a canal.
For the land. No, so this is the thing. If you look at some of these things carefully, you find out that some of them are just global C of O for the entire area, excluding that land. So you can have easements over it, but you don't own it. You don't stop the water. You can have land that even this thing will be there, but you can't, because if you stop that water, Lagos State flooding is going to happen again and again. That experience should never happen again in Lagos State. That's why they are very, very careful with that land, this thing. And if you know this thing happened immediately, during the rainy season, because flood started coming out and they needed to clear the waterways. So they would never give you. So some of us are very clever. We deceive the government too. You go and give them documents. Sometimes in their own careless way, they don't come and verify fully to know that it's standing on the canal or not.
I mean, the fault is from the greedy developers.
Those greedy developers, not 27 development.
No, I know.
Those greedy developers. Thank you very much. I think you have taken enough of our time and I've written it everybody's time. I want to tell you something for a few seconds. As at yesterday evening, Kabesi was with the Minister for Tourism. He was specifically invited by the President of the Federation to consult on tourism and culture. And I was on his neck that he has to be at our event. He flew in private jet to land in Lagos yesterday. I was with him till 12 midnight. Please, a standing ovation. I want to appreciate you because he's going to leave any minute from now. As a matter of fact, he's waiting for me to give my speech because each time we go out to give speeches, he oppresses me. I said, today, I'm going to win Kabesi. I'm going to do Q&A.
Your notepad jotted up. Next up will be bringing up on stage the Director of Finance of the 27th Development, Miss Mariam Ajari. Please put a hand of applause for her while she comes on stage. Thank you, ma'am. Please, can you guys clap for her? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Good to see you guys. I love speaking to realtors. It's always a very interesting session with realtors. So how many of you like money? So we're going to talk about managing finance in real estate. How many of you like money? Don't lie. Or why are you in this industry? Anybody? Why are you in this industry? Money. What else? To add value. Okay, all right. So thank you. So I don't have a lot of time because we had to, barrister had to take some time from my session. So I'm going to go with top speed, but I'll expect that a lot of you already know a lot about finance. So let's just, or should I assume zero knowledge? Zero knowledge. You realize you know most of these things. All right, let's start. Thank you very much. So managing finance in real estate. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, have you seen this quote before? The best investment you can make is an investment in yourself. The more you learn, the more you'll earn, right? Yeah, and that's why we are here. You can see the theme of this particular workshop is what? Learn to earn, right? So the more you learn, the more you'll earn. So financial intelligence is very important. You cannot just know about what you do, your basics, your core, and not understand financial intelligence. Because in any business you do, any field you're working in, at the end of the day, you know you want to make money, right? But after making this money, what happens to the money? How many of you have ever felt like, where did all my money go to? Every day. That one is inflation of Nigeria now. All right. So the place of knowledge. So becoming a financially free realtor can never happen without financial intelligence. So you have to understand the basics of money, just the basics. You don't have to know so much, but just the basics. So I'm sure you must have heard different types of intelligence. You hear emotional intelligence. So there's financial intelligence. There's, which other one again? Someone help me. Which other one? Relationship intelligence. That one is important for your mental health. All right, thank you. So it can never happen without financial intelligence. So look at this, Mythbuster. This is talking about the banks. And I know that for most realtors, one of your key selling points is to tell people, don't put your money in the bank, rather do what? Invest. Because people don't get rich by what? Saving. You only get rich when you what? Invest. Right? So one of the reasons why we're doing this, right, is because, for example, you know that you cannot give what you don't have. So if you yourself, you don't know how to manage your own finances, you don't know how to invest, how to grow your own money, it will not be easy for you to even tell that to somebody. How many of you have had clients ask you, do you have investment in that place, or how many investments do you have? Has anybody ever asked you that question? Oh, they always ask you. Exactly. Can you see? So you cannot just be preaching what you are not doing, okay? All right. So you tell people don't put money in the bank, but most times the average layman, they're always like, I'll keep all my money in the bank. When I save, I'll be rich. But meanwhile, what kind of money should be in the bank? Very simply, just money for your daily expenses and just for contingency. So what else? All finances are supposed to be what? Pushed into profitable investment so that people can grow their wealth, okay? Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit deeper. You must have heard some of these things before, but if not, just track with me. So these are 7 pillars of financial planning. So in the beginning, you might not have gotten to all of this. In Nigeria, there are some things that are not very well known in Nigeria, but in developed nations, there are some of them that people are already practicing them, okay? So banking plan is just talking about how are you going to relate with your bank? How will you interact with your bank? What will you use your bank for? Will you use them for savings? Will you use them for loan? What kind of interest rates can you get from them? So you have to understand banking and how banking system works, okay? Then to do proper financial planning, investment planning. We all know about real estate. We saw real estate, but there are other types of investments. I'm sure you know, right? There's agriculture, there's shares, there's stocks, there's bond. There's so many different types of investment. So you have to know some of these things because some people will also ask you these questions, but we know that real estate is the sweetest. Abi? Which one is the sweetest? All right, so that's really good. Then insurance planning. Why is insurance important? To protect your assets. People want to protect their assets. In most developed nations, people will what? They will insure their house. Why? In case something happens, insure their car. They insure their assets. Assets are things that we own. Why would you insure something? You insure something because you want to protect yourself, okay? Then education planning. This is important for people who have families. You have kids. You have to plan for the future of your children. Have you started? Don't say Nigeria is doing you. You have to start. Have you started? Educational planning for your children. Okay, you don't have children yet. Okay, no problems. Anyway, but it's something you have to look out for and make sure you plan for your kids. Tax planning. Nigeria, you know the level of our corruption. We know how to beat the tax system. But in developed nations, people can actually beat the tax system because why? Every time they make any transactions, the government will know about it and they'll be taxed for it. We have retirement planning. That has to do with somebody planning for his future retirement. When I retire, what am I going to do? What am I going to have? And then we have estate planning. That's just talking about the their will and all their properties, everything together in one place. All right, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, all right. So what are the reasons for financial planning? Number one is freedom. So one of the things you're looking out for is to what? To fund the kind of lifestyle that you want. Because that's why you want to plan. You want to have a financial goal. Another reason will be to retire early. How many of you want to retire at 50 or 40? You want to work till you're 80? Soft life. Okay, good. All right. Then also for what? For protection. To protect yourself. Family protection. Protect your family from poverty. You hear people say things like, I'm doing this because of my kids. I want my kids to have a good life. I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. These are the reasons why financial planning is very important. Asset protection, like insurance. Then it also serves as a reality check. Okay, so for some people, when they look at their state, right, they can tell that, oh, I'm in a good state. Then it gives them confidence. For some people, when they look at their financial state, they will know that I'm not doing well. And then they have to do what? Sit up. So you need to check your state part-time so that you can know whether to do better, or everybody always wants to do better anyway. All right, so let's continue. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going into something very interesting. Did anybody read accounting here or finance? Anybody? Oh, okay, a few people. All right, that's nice. I'm sure you've heard of this before, right? Income, expense, asset, liability. You've heard of them before, right? So it doesn't just pertain to only a company, because there's business finance and there's personal finance. So all of this does not pertain to only a company. It also pertains to individuals. So for income will be just what you earn, basically, every day, what you earn. Expenses are things you spend money on. Assets are things you own. Liability are people that you owe. So when you're talking about personal finance, these four things are very important. If you can monitor these four things properly, you understand them, you will be able to know where you are at every point in time. Next slide. Okay, so let's start with income. So there are like 7 types of income. So we have earned income. What is earned income? You go to work in the morning, you're an employee of a company, you go to work in the morning, you work and you earn a salary at the end of the month. We have business income. This is for people who have registered a business. Some people are solopreneurs, some people are entrepreneurs, whatever you are. Some people have not registered their businesses, but they know that they are like a one-man business. They've already started doing something, right? So that's business income. So you earn some money, right? That's your sales or revenue. You spend some money doing the business. Whatever is left is your profit, and that belongs to you. So that's business income. Interest income. This comes from what? Whenever there's like an investment is paying interest back to the investor. That's interest income. So for example, you must have heard of something like land banking and all of those things. All those interests that people receive, like return on investment. So that's interest income. Then we have dividend income. Dividend income comes from shares. You've heard of shares, right? Shares, okay. Then we have capital gains. Capital gain comes from when someone sells an asset. You know, when you sell an asset, you make a profit on it. Do you understand? Okay, and if you make a profit, government is supposed to tax you on it too. So there's something called capital gains too. And then we have rental income. Rental income is for people who have land, houses, properties that they can rent out and gain a rental income from it. And then royalties. Most times you see royalties when it comes to people in the entertainment industry, right? Let's say Michael Jackson, somebody is singing his music all over again. They'll have to pay a royalty to him. So these are 7 types of income. So basically you call them multiple streams of income. All right, next slide. Okay, so how can you grow your income? So, because if you don't grow your income, there are only 2 ways you can make so much more money. It's either your income is increasing or your expenses is what? Reducing. But which one is going to go up or which one is going to go down? Which one do you prefer? Do you want your expenses to reduce? It's more money you want. All right. So you always have to seek problems to solve. If you want to make more money, you always have to solve problem. Right? When you solve problem, value will come back to you. Once you give value to somebody, value will always come back to you. So always seek problems to solve. You will grow your income, especially in your when you're marketing your brand. Always make sure you're solving problems. Invest in education. Make sure you're always learning. If you're always learning, you'll be able to solve more problems. Then whether you're an entrepreneur or a solopreneur, make sure you're growing your brand and you're growing your business. As you keep growing your brand and your business, you'll make more money. Grow your team. As a realtor, most times you have to have teams. And as you're growing your team, you make more money. And then create a lifetime income plan. Like we said earlier, our realtor system, right, can enable you have refer people and then you earn from it. All right, next slide. Okay, then expenses. For expenses, we have needs and wants. So we have needs. Needs are very important. Needs are the things that are very, very important to you, like your housing, your feeding. That's what needs are. Then wants are just the basic things. But making sure you have a good balance between needs and wants will determine whether you're going to have more disposable income. Why is this important? The more disposable income you have, the more money you have to save and invest. Because if you are not already practicing saving and investing, how are you telling somebody to do it, right? So even you cannot engage in business like selling real estate and at the end of the day, you are now broke, right? You cannot engage in selling real estate and at the end of the day, even you don't have a property to your name. I've seen realtors who convert their commission into land. Do you understand? Like they convert their commission and they also have landed properties. I've seen realtors who have houses. Do you get? So even you too, you cannot be telling people, come and buy land, come and buy houses, and even you are not becoming financially free. You are telling people to be financially free, but even you are not practicing those things that you preach. So ensure that you know all these things, you master them, you are doing it even for yourself. Do you know that even if when you do it for yourself properly, you'll be able to tell somebody, this is what I did, this is what I do. When you do it, it will work, and then they will trust you more, okay? Then also in expenses, tips to managing expenses. Next slide. Okay, so you create and stick to a budget. Anybody have a budget here? Or the budget doesn't balance at all? Let's not lie. My own does not balance. No, I have to be sincere. You have budget. It doesn't balance. It's a serious issue, especially in Nigeria. You go to the market and you find out that what you bought at a particular price last week, it has increased. Feeding and everything. So sometimes it will not balance up. And sometimes these things are basic needs that you need to sort out. But at the end of the day, you still have to make it balance. All right. So create a budget and stick to it. When you work with a budget, it helps you control yourself. So I remember when I was doing my master's, there was a particular lady, I tried to sell something to her. And then she said, I can't afford it. And I know her to have money. But she said, I can't afford it. So I went back to her later and she said, actually, what happened is I have a budget for every month and there's nothing left for me to pay for this. Very, very organized person. And she really challenged me. She wasn't reading accounting, she wasn't reading finance, she didn't know all of those things, but she had learned to live like that. And I learned that thing from her. She has a budget. So there's nothing anybody can say to me that will make me do what I don't want to do, right? Because I know that I'm working with a budget. So create a budget and stick to it. Know thyself and thy money habit. Know yourself and your money habit. Some people are already smiling. They know their money habits. You're already smiling. You know your money habits, okay? Some of you know how you spend. Some of you know you don't have a healthy relationship with money. People are smiling. Let me not stay there. Don't let me stay here too long. So you have to know your money habit, because if you keep spending anyhow, you will not have enough money. Now, I understand that as realtors, your lifestyle, very fantastic. You have to live a fantastic lifestyle. You have to sell. You have to look good. You understand? But don't do it at the expense of, some people are still smiling. Don't do it at the expense of not having anything at the end of the day, because it will not be nice. Let me tell you the truth. I've worked with a lot of real estate companies, right? And I've seen a lot of broke realtors. I'm not joking. Broke realtors. They're always calling for, please, we need help. Do you understand? And the companies are always sending them money. And this is not to shame anybody. Do you understand? But there's a way you could plan yourself, right? And then you will not fall into that kind of trap, okay? All right. Then pay yourself first. Who has heard of this before? Pay yourself first. What does it mean? What do you think it means? Let me ask you.
And when you get your commission, then you set aside something for yourself.
Okay.
Okay, for me, paying myself first is I'll take care of myself.
I like that. No. But you must enjoy now. And any money I have now to flex. No, you must enjoy. Enjoying is actually very important. But, there was something somebody said that I really, really learned from. So for her, paying yourself first was that she made investment a bill. Do you understand? So when she gets all her money, right? You know how you get all your money and then you say, okay, 10% is going here, 20% is going here. For her, when she gets all her money, she'll just remove 20% and she'll say, I'm paying myself. But when she's paying herself, she's setting it aside for savings and investments. That's what she does with that money. So it's not for her to go for extra enjoy. Like I said, she's not wrong. You can actually enjoy yourself. But if you what most people do is they spend, then what is left is what they save. How many of you are guilty of that? All right. But what this lady was trying to teach us then was that if you can make investment a bill, you remove that percentage before you even start spending. So let's assume you make 500,000 naira, right? And you say, okay, I'm going to always save 20%. So you remove 20% of that 500,000 before you start spending. Does it make sense? So you make investment a bill, just like you want to go and spend that money. Please write it down. If you don't take any other thing, please just write this one down, please. Make investment a bill, right? So you make sure that every time money comes in, you take a particular percentage and you keep it for your own investment. And then you can now start spending the rest. So don't spend all your money. Then continually seek to increase your savings rate. It's when you save. You only save to accumulate the money. Do you understand? Like you just save in one bank account to accumulate the money. Then when you're ready, you can push the money into a profitable investment. So savings is just to accumulate the money, not to keep the money in the bank. Because how much percentage would the banks give to you? 2%. And that's if you don't touch the money. You keep 10,000 in the bank, you will meet 9,900. You know them now. Them. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, then for assets, under assets. So in our world of finance, right, assets basically means things that somebody owns, right? So when you save, is your money in the bank. When you buy investment or you invest in something, it's also your money. Because when you invest in an asset, that thing belongs to you. So assets are basically things that you own. So if you look at savings and investments, they fall under assets. So ensure you also keep a what? Balanced portfolio. Do we have people here that have investments in other things, or it's just real estate? All your money is in real estate. Other things. Okay, all right. So it's good to keep a balanced portfolio, not because we don't trust the real estate market, but it's also, what does a balanced portfolio mean? That is, you split the money into different types of assets. Like you buy shares, you buy probably agric, different types of things, bonds, mutual funds, index funds, and all of those things. So you can have a balanced portfolio, although you might decide to keep a majority of your money in real estate, but make sure you also spread it. It's just like not putting all your eggs in one basket. All right, next slide. Liabilities, that is debt. You've heard of it before. Debt. Okay, something is supposed to be showing there, but it's not showing. Okay, so basically liabilities are just debt, people you owe, right? So we have to make sure we try to reduce debt as much as possible. Try to reduce it as much as possible. Next slide. Okay, this is the world cycle. Has anybody heard of it before? World cycle. All right, so this is the way it goes. People make money, and then they save and they spend, and they invest. Only when you invest will you make returns. After making returns, then the returns turns back into income, and then you keep going on and on and on. Next slide. Next. Next. Okay. All right, so I'm coming to an end now. So I just want to talk about a personal finance app. Does anybody have any app that uses to manage finances? Okay, all right. So there are so many apps that are very nice. This is actually one very good one that you can use. Next slide, please. It's called Money Manager. So what happens is you have to put in the data every day to show how much you have spent every day as you're spending money. And at the end of the month, it tells you where all your money is going to. If you do it for 1 month, you get to know where all your money is going to. You will know whether it is food. Because for some people, they think it's something else, but it's actually food. You know, you cannot open Instagram and not see food. I want to even delete my app now. Because I'm always seeing guinea fowl. I'm always seeing, chicken and everything. So I'm trying to avoid that. Next slide, please. Okay. And then for those of you that have businesses, it's also important that you also track everything in your businesses. So there's this key thing that we talk about in finance. Whatever you don't measure, you cannot manage. Please write it down. Whatever you cannot measure, you cannot manage. That means if you don't track any of these numbers, that is, money is coming in every time, money is going out every time. If you cannot track money coming in and going out every time, you cannot manage it. So even the money that you're saying you are making, you might wonder at the end of the month, how much did I make? How much went out? How much is left? Once you are tracking it, then you will know what's actually going on in your business. That's when you will know whether you are making a profit or a loss. So there are also accounting softwares that people can use for their business. So personal finance is different from business finance. Personal finance is your own personal money. But business finance is, I'm sure we have some people who have registered their businesses here, right? Exactly, yeah. So I'm talking to some businessmen here too. All right. So personal finance is different, while business finance is different. Business finance has to do with your company. You have to separate both of them. If you go to a bank for a loan, and in your bank statement, your banker is seeing that you are spending all your business money on yourself, they won't give you a loan. You have to separate the business from your personal life. Keep them separate, okay? So personal finance and business finance. So this is another app, Zoho Books. If you have a business and you've not started keeping records, this is another very nice app. You can check it out. It's quite easy to use. I think on YouTube you'll find some explainer videos, so you can try it out. And it has an app on your phone, so not just on desktop. And it's really nice to show you what's going on in your business. It's good to track metrics. When you know what's going on, when you can track all these numbers, then you know what's going on in your business or in your personal life. Whether you're making more money, whether you're losing money, whether you are in debt, whether you have assets. It also shows you, what am I worth? There's a way you hear somebody like Dangote, they'll say Dangote's net worth is. If I ask any of you here, do you know your net worth? How many of you know your own? Okay, only barrister. Can you see? You know. Wow, that's nice. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we have a few people who know their net worth. But it's something that, for rich people, they track these things every day. Not even every month or every year. Every day, they track what their net worth is. All right, next slide. Okay, so key takeaway, keep on learning. Every day, try to learn. Even if you go on YouTube, 15 minutes, you're learning something new. Make sure you're learning something every day. The more you keep learning, the more you keep growing, the more you keep making more money. Then make sure you have financial goals and use a personal finance app to track your net worth. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so that's just a reminder to yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. Like I said, this particular session was actually for you as a realtor, not for your client. Do you understand? So you knowing how to manage your own finances will also help you on your journey as a realtor. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I hope I was not too fast. Okay, all right. Any question, please?
So Maria would say Ayo is multi-talented, that boy. And I'm so happy that she was able to do this. I mean, this means a lot to me. And I'm also in the finance world, maybe not really, but I do some of the numbers. And thank God for today. This is me here again doing this one. Oh. Put your hands together for me now. I'm doing a lot of things, but thank you so much again, Marianne. Thank you so much. So right now, I'm about to bring on stage my chairman for 27 Development. He's going to introduce somebody who is huge. Because this man is so huge, I can't do this on my own. So I want him to help me out. And I think he would do it better than I would do it. So, sorry? So, please put your hands together for Samuel Enriga Williams. That's the chairman for 27 Development. Please, come on, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. Wow. I want to firstly express my gratitude to every one of you. I am actually wowed. I think at some point I had to tell my digital guys to close the registration portal because we're scared that this place was going to be excessively filled up and we want everybody to be comfortable. And please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you so much. It means that you love us. That's all I can say. It means that you you care about us. Before I bring in this person, I have two good news. And I actually wanted to do this myself for the project that we have, the newest project that we are going to be bringing out in the market pretty much soon. Of course, some of you already know our existing project, Veronica and Giovanna. So we're introducing, because of how well Veronica sold, we decided to bring, can you take it up a little bit? Yeah, so this is Veronica. So right now we're introducing two new projects, Veronica District 2, and then we're introducing our first residential construction. It's called the Proton Residence. Please. If you can find it, this is it. I don't know if you can project the picture. Michael, for the residents, can you project that for me, please? Because this one is very dear to my heart. Like I said, we've been able to achieve this since July. As many of you know, we opened our office in July 15th to be precise, and we have a big plan. That's one thing I can tell you, and we're working hard to achieve that. And this is just exactly so. This is the Proton Residence, and it's located at Aja. More details will be coming on pretty soon. It's going to be the very first. Forgive me, every other one is not luxury, but this is going to be the first luxury 4 fully detached duplex in Aja. It's located around that traffic light Aja area, and more details are going to be projected on our platform. So please, a round of applause for us. We're working, my team and I, we're working so hard to take this thing to the next level. And thank you so much. So Veronica 2 is going to be out. More details will be out soon. And yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to bring this one out. And now to the person in question. So now I started real estate as just a real estate agent. And why I want to do this introduction myself is because I realize that not everybody that knows you can actually help you. But some people don't know you like that, but they watch you. And sometimes when you least expect, they come through for you. And that's the person of MKH. Myself and Dr. MKH. MKH only knew me from status. He was seeing my work at my previous companies, and he just liked the way I was doing my stuff. And you won't believe, one of my first projects that was a massive success, most of you might know the project, it's called Navia Town. MKH lent me the first money to deposit for that project. It's not like we were not close like that. We were not. But he just saw me as someone who is focused and goal driven, and he just admires that. And so far, he has helped me countless number of times. And I think this just give me more encouragement, because there are so many people that you think you're very, very close to, and when you have challenges, they really cannot help you. And the people you least expect are the ones that always come through for you. MK has helped me a lot with my previous brand, even with this current, and is also guided me, helping me to build a solid system. And I would boldly say he's my mentor. Every other person. But it's not just that, he's also a friend. He's a friend. If somebody can take up money, we're not talking small money here, money, and give it to you to start a project, it means that person likes what you're doing. It means that person is encouraging. And I want to thank you so much. I've never said this in public before. I really appreciate all you've done for me and for my entire business. And thank you so much on behalf of myself, my wife, and my team. Thank you so much. So, thank you. I've expressed that gratitude. And please help me and stand with a standing ovation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I came late anyway. It is not my culture. I supposed to have been here by 10 a.m. because today we're fixed together and I promised him to be here. But I'm going to start my conversation with what happened this morning, because everyone deserves to know about it. Because it's going to save you a lot, especially when you choose this career. There's a lot of things attached to real estate, and I think you should know. So, well, Samuel, I admire you. God bless you, my brother. He's my brother. It's just that it's not my mom that gave back to him. But anyway, so I will forever defend him. Anyway, like you said, I noticed him from my status. So one day, who is this guy? So I told him, I said, you started your real estate career just like Wale Ayelara, and I think your future is very bright if you could be focused more on what you are doing right now. Don't be biased. Even if you have problem, let it slide, move on. What you are doing is very, very legit to you. And I invited him to my office. I asked him some serious questions. I believe that there is a lot of problems he's facing. So I told him, guy, I started like you. Don't be scared. And you know, Samuel is not someone that I have to calm down. If it is money, the little one I have, I will support you. But this brand must grow. But another thing is that you hear me? That's great. Please, I want you to stand up again to give a round of applause for this man there. Please, stand up, please. Just help me to appreciate him very well. Barrister Dorothy, thanks so much. Can you celebrate yourself? You can sit down, please. Well, honor, everybody deserves honor. And the reason why I asked you to stand up is not because of him. It's because of yourself. There's something called sacrifice. It's attached to every success you say out there. Either you like it or not. Either you sacrifice yourself or you sacrifice whatever you have. Most time it's beyond money. You may not have the money. But your character, your attitude, they love sacrifice. And people could tell you that we can bank on you. So he stood by him and he came to my office. I was looking for him. He was looking for me. Unfortunately, he came to my office. I was so like, if I thought I don't know you, that your surname, Doat, is in Lekki Phase 1. Small boy cannot have street in Lekki Phase 1. And the little thing I could read about your family and how big they are in Lagos State, I was supposed to be the one to look for you. Anyway, he came to my office. And so humble, we're talking, and I can see the passion in him, the kind of love. So later I invited Samuel. Samuel, don't leave this man. Please hold his leg very well. He's a genuine man. So, and thank God today, see where we are. So, 27 development, day in, day out, I'm part of the family, and this is just the beginning. This new project you are seeing is going to be luxury. Nothing but that professional must be there. I can bet. My name is Dr. MK. Well, I know one or two people will know me here. My name is Dr. MK. I'm that young boy that started yesterday, but I'm here today. in front of you because I know one day some of you will be here as well talking. And also let me appreciate our Oga that just left the stage. I came late, but I learned one or two things from you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge to us. And I believe everywhere else we have been learning from. So I don't have much to say. I said something. I came late, but something happened yesterday. Not even yesterday. Like sometimes last week I wasn't around. I was in my village last week. So someone called me that I like this, something happened and they needed my support. I said, what happened? There are some people that had issue with EFCC and all of them had been detained for like 2 weeks. Say 2 weeks. What could have happened? Is it criminality? Is it murder? I said, no. What happened? Landed property issue. I said, don't worry. I'll come over. And I came. So I went to see them. I met with the lawyer. Don't lie to me. Tell me the whole story if you want me to step in. He narrated everything. They sold this property to this client in France. And eventually something happened. They were unable to deliver the property to the buyer. And the woman wrote directly to FBI and EFCC. So the case was so cumbersome. International body was already involved. They have no option to go and arrest everybody, bear that surname in that village. Old people, 70, 60. There's money involved. And this woman is a widow. She inherited that money from her husband, and she has no choice than to bring the money back to the family. I don't even know where to start from. I don't know who to call. These people are old age. They are inside the custody of EFCC. Trust me, EFCC is not anybody. They know their job. They will charge them to court, and I can bet with you they will be in the prison for as long as God wants it, unless they provide the money. This is beyond my control. I started calling people that I know in the power politics. Please, I have this social problem. How can you rescue this family? I've never transacted with them before. I've never exceeded anything. I don't even know them. But because they share boundary with one of my property, that was where they got my number. And okay, fine. But the reason why I'm sharing this story because of the realtors and the agents that were involved. They are inside the custody and they are going to prison now. And that is why I want to share this story. Because 90% of people that are here are realtors, right? Yes. Our industry is very sweet when money is coming in. But the other side of it is... So you guys have to be very careful. Always remember, everything that have opposite must have the other side of it. So if you are making money, you might not make money most time. So that money that is coming to your account now, something can bring it out back. And that is why the important of what Madam just said, start investing, so that you will not start explaining and there's no evidence. So to just cut the long story short, anyway, I landed yesterday and I went straight to the office. I started doing some background check and stuff. I met with some of our directors. And one of them said, MK, if you want to step into this case, you spend not less than 200 million. You do this, you have to get all your property, you landed this and that. They give me the bill ups. I said, wow. I wanted to step back. Even my lawyer asked me to step back, but I couldn't. Because they are just like my fathers and my mother. But I did one thing. I asked people around. At least to some large extent, are they trustworthy? Are they people that I can use my name to stand for? But another thing that drew me closer is that agent, well, I can't call her agent, she's a realtor because he sells for some of our company anyway. But she's more or less like the person that sells houses in Lekki, Ikoyi, VI. So I really want to know who is that realtor that were involved in that transaction, because truly they planned this thing and the realtor was indirectly lobbied inside that transaction and she make like around 15 million out of it as a commission. And that was like almost a year and I said, I've even forgotten. And something I have to bring out the money. And she will not only drop the money, she's going to prison. Because she's the gap between the buyers and the seller. She's the one that convinced the client to pay. Do you understand? Just like you, like me. We are just a broker. We convince our clients to buy property most time. And in law, you are part of the... we have a lot of lawyers in the building. So you are part of it. The woman does not know anybody from anywhere. She's the realtor that's advertised, place and stuff. And It's normal business we are doing. Our job is to convince someone to buy property, right? Our job is to bring the buyer to meet with the seller, and then we get paid by commission. Either you have an agreement or not. For the fact that you stand in between two parties, you are already a witness to that transaction, either now or later. And every transaction lasts for minimum of 50 years. Add 50 years to your age, which means they can question you for 50 years back transaction you have done. So know what you are signing for. When it is too good to be real, you have to be more careful. And that is what killed the girl. The property is 30 million naira, but they want to sell it for 1 million naira, and she jumped into it. Started marketing it, and that should be the first signal to you that property cannot be 50 million naira or 30 million. Someone is selling 1 million naira. There's something fiction that you have to look into. 1 million, even less than that. They got a lot of discount and stuff. And the woman's like, she wants to establish a real estate, and she bought like 100 plots. That's like 100 million. And she paid. Bam. She wired the money, they pay commission, stuff. You get this sweet tea for body now, you get. And the process of the woman getting another more extra on the plot. So the other guy now said, let's even take possession of the first one we bought. And we're Calabar bust. And the woman doesn't know anybody, but she believes that the system is still working. She has to report to China, France, FBI was there, this thing, and they wrote to EFCC Nigeria. And because this thing is coming from them, Nigerians will take it very serious. They don't want to know anybody. In fact, they're still arresting it now. But glory be to God, I just beat 10 people out of them. That can be from the family. They're going up to there for the past 3 weeks. So now, how does this affect you as a realtor? Number one, never allow every client, even if it's your family, to pay into your account. Never. Don't ever. I've been saying this thing for years. Don't ever allow any client to pay. Let them pay into company's accounts. If you are selling a moneyless land, and you know this is a very complex family, it is very easy to have a CAC document. Let them go and form an association. Go and register their family name with CAC and open an account. Let them pay into the family's accounts. Whenever that transaction is above 10 million naira. Anything less than 10 million is what police can do. What is above 10 million naira, SFU and EFCC, we have to undo it. And you know the one biggest line that is going around? People believe landed transaction is civil. It's not civil. It is when it involves 1 million, 2 million that is civil. Anything beyond that is what? It is criminality offense. You have to go to jail for it. And you know the funny thing? It is not the whoever that bought the property from you are facing. You're facing the federal government. So the case is between you and federal government. Just like you do a door check. You might have paid off your debt or whatever. They don't care. Federal government still have right to make sure that you go to prison. Abi? Barrister. So it's either you pay your debt or not. Anybody, they can request for you for 10 years. And that's why when you issue a door check, it appears on your account. Forever it is there. If you don't know about the finance, you have to know this one today. Exactly. You are not creditworthy. And if they go to credit bureau, your details will be there. They have once issued a door check. So you are not creditworthy. So you have to be very, very careful, especially all this loan app. That you default one day, you pay the following day. Despite you pay off the following day, you're already a defaulter. So you have to know that now, please. So never, ever miss your payment day. Never in your life. If it's going to take you to sell your car or your house, make sure that you're complying with that particular day that is due for your payment. Because you will not even know the disadvantage now when you step out of the country and you're at the border, you want to present your paper and stuff like that. And maybe a transaction, as a real estate person, anybody can invite you. And they now have to send a mail to Nigeria, to credit bureau. You can request for that, or CBN details about you. And they now say in 2001, you defaulted because of just 10,000 naira. And you will be mad to yourself when you're about to sign a check of billions of naira because of 10,000 naira. And when you will tell the place, we are sorry. You're not a credit worthy. And that's the end. It's happened to someone that if I mention his name, you know, someone stole his phone and they used to borrow all this money online, 5,000, 2,000. So the guy was not even aware until when the credit will give us the details that he owned 55,000. I say, how much? This guy is fucking rich. How much is 55,000? And the highest of the money is 5,000, 10,000, 2,000. All these stupid harp up and down. Please, never, please, don't even near those ones. They can destroy your career. So now with this issue, because of the topic of the theme of this program is learn what to earn. Ignorance is not an excuse. When it comes to case like this, real estate, you have to know your honest, know what you are selling. Do you know when you fail your responsibility as a realtor? Before you sell any land, the moment you are presenting that land to society to buy, you are telling us that you have done your own due diligence. Someone shared a property to me in Lekki Phase 1 as an agent for JV, and I asked him questions. Kindly send me your feasibility study about that property. Till now, that agent has not replied to me. How can you be broadcasting or MK, come and develop this property in Lekki Phase 1? Me, I will ask you, I need your feasibility study. Is it viable? Tell me what's the level of the risk attached to that property? Is there any litigation on it? Have you done your background check about the client? Or hope it's not money laundering money they used to buy that property. Hope it's not Yahoo money. Do you understand? Because if you build on it, you know there is a law that says whatever that is on land belongs to what? To that land too. So once they are taking the land, everything on it belongs to them. So before you go and invest your money on someone's property as a joint venture, you have to make sure that both the owner and the document and the property itself is free. So now how's the agent? For you to present this property to me, where is your feasibility study? Is it viable for me to invest on? Because I'm the one bringing my money to invest on that property. Till now, the guy have not responded. The only thing they know is what's the facility fee? 10%, no discount, nothing. That's the only thing they understand. Because they are dumb and them, especially those agents. You are a professional realtor, you shouldn't be behaving like them. Before you sell any land, make sure you have something written to you. It's either from the state government. How much will you do search? I wanted to buy a land very close to Eleko, and I requested for a government research search on it, and later got to me this morning that title has been revoked in 1983. I have it here. I just got it this morning, and I was shocked. And that is your land, and a lot of people have sold that property. A lot. I'll have it here with me. I can give to my sister to read it out. The land has been revoked years back. The title has been revoked. And we have more than 20 estates on that property now. Along that Lekki, no, I won't, no. I will just, you are not a real estate person, have you? Come and see this thing. So, you as a realtor, have you ever go extra mile to do verification about the property you are selling? That is your own risk. So, the moment FCC is asking your police, have you done your own verification? I say, can you please read the last paragraph? Okay, can you see it?
The last paragraph.
Yes, where is the? Okay, that's the last paragraph. Second to last paragraph. The details of the property.
The charting of the coordinates quoted on the boundary of the plan submitted revealed that the subject site falls within Wala. Lekki revocation, as described in Gazette number 20, volume 26, dated 13th of May, 1993.
That is like how many years ago? Sorry, come and check this thing. The letter addressed to who? Addressed to who?
MKH Properties Limited.
So that don't be like reading someone's letter. So I have to write to Surveyor General that, Surveyor, please tell me the details about the problem. 1993. In fact, some people were not even born by then. So, and it's a Gazette property. And we have over 20 estates there. It's not about you having everything. That's why in MK we don't sell everything. We might stick to one property that is not giving us problem. Now, how many people have this information that this property has been revoked in 1993? 1993 minus 2023, that's like how many years ago? 20 years ago. 30 years ago. Wow. So, in the next 3 years, government will come back to that and start demolishing. And people will be, someone like 20 will not be posting it. They are demolishing. Can we see where the problems comes from? But now, do you know how many realtors have sold this kind of property to the public? And your responsibility is to have a like now, if I want to sell any property and I can write to the government, I have this letter. I can show to anybody, any government officer, that this is the letter I got from the government, and that is why I'm not selling. If you have something like this, can safeguard you. But do you? You don't. Almost 99% of realtor doesn't do search. You rely on company search. Akula matata, right? So the word learning is beyond you're just earning money. You have to learn in order to understand the details about your industry. I have quite numbers of things I want to talk about, but I think we have to speak to ourselves heart to heart. Real estate is not just buy and selling. Real estate is now finances. Real estate is someone's hard earned going what? Today, because you're own negligent, your own unprofessional. Professionalism speak volume when it comes to transaction. It is not about you cater for your own responsibility. Thinking of someone that is bringing that money out from his or her pocket. Nobody will pay millions of naira and take it easy with you. Nobody. Let's be sincere to ourselves. It could be you, it could be your sister. People are losing their houses every day in Lagos State. And that is because of someone failed his or her responsibility. It's as simple as that. Government cannot just wake up and demolish people's house. They can't. They are all women like us. The guy that is on the tractor that is bringing the building down is thinking to his father. The man that signed the letter in his order, go and take that man's house, is also a woman being like you. But they don't have choice. They have to do their job. The same way you are doing your job, the same way you are posting online, they have to do their job. Don't fail to do the right thing in order to save the public. Please and please, our director. You are partners with our 27th development. And that is why I always call him. I always check him. I have many guys. Desta is there, Keside is there. I always monitor all of them. It's not because I just want to put my eyes in what they are doing, just to guide them. And let me tell you one thing for free. There's a lot of companies that will lose their license by 2024. I'm telling you this one for free. MKD is one of the stakeholders the Lagos State selected to have a meeting with the governor by next week Tuesday in order to discuss how can we reduce all these problems. Because it is too much. The problem is too much. We have more than 1,000 real estate companies. Nowhere to be found. Entire Ekpe has been sold out. And do you know that there is a scheme in Ekpe, over 1,000 land has been acquired by the state government. But you cannot, it is a top secret, you cannot have it out there. And as I'm speaking with you, we have more than 100 estates in the axis. How can we solve this problem? So whenever I ask them, Samuel, where are you? Send me the document you are using to sell. You say, okay, I'll do my own findings, I'll keep it. Oh, no problem, be selling. Because I have rest of mind that I can stand with, because anything cannot happen to that, I have to. It is me that will be running up and down. So to safeguard myself from this stress, I have to make sure that they are doing the right thing. I think last time Olamide was in Ibadan and he called me and said, before you buy any property in Ibadan, you must tell me. Because almost all the property in Ibadan are in court. Almost all the property in Ibadan are in court. At least I have more than 2,000 acres of land in Ibadan in different locations. I know how much I spend in court. Despite I have CFO. I have CFO, I'm still in court. So you are just coming up. It is not easy. Please, I don't want you to run. Just let me know. At least we have people that can tell the stories of some family. I do pay them. They are the indigenous of Ibadan. 200,000 now. Come and tell us the story of this family. They know who, they know the real owner. You are just coming from Lagos. You know Ibadan people, they used to marry like 10 wives, 5 wives. Before you know it, the children are already scattered. And you know Omo Yale and Omo Yao, they are not friends. This one sell genuinely, the other one will come back with a problem. Are you getting it now? So for you not to run into a problem, you have to do some background check. It is very, very important. So it is part of learning. It is part of your job, your responsibility as a realtor. Don't fail to carry out your responsibility. It's not for me, it's for you. It's for you. You have to learn from the expert. People that have been in the system for years. They have information than you. So that's all about the ignorance. You can't claim you don't know. Are you getting it now? Because you cannot claim when your money is coming to your account. And anybody that's above 16 years can enter prison. Even if you are less than that, they can still put you in one custody. I remind now, I was in a mosque sometime 2 months ago. They arrested one boy. He picked someone's pockets, phone, iPhone. So the way they are beating the boys, I have to just step in and ask the police, please, can I stand for the young boy? So I followed them to the station at what's the name of this police station at Lekki this one here. So we're talking and I asked the boy, where did you stay? Where did he live? He's from Kwara State. He just came to Lagos and he's sleeping on the road. And some boys are using it to sell drugs on the street of Lagos. And to not make it worse, they have introduced pickpockets to him and still very young. But I have in mind that at least he's still young, they won't send him to prison. But the guy was telling me that this boy will go to remand. I try all my best, but I can't even save the guy. I can't save him because the problem is too complex. And if we find that they hear drug, they have to dip into more investigation to know who are the people behind this boy, who are the people that are using him. So ignorance is not part of it. It's not part of the excuse, please. If it's going to cost you millions of naira, I'm doing my second master's in Open University just because of a video someone uploaded on his status about one young boy and his father talking about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial risk, finance. One young boy that was trending. So his father was asking about the finance entrepreneur. And it was like entrepreneurship is just the process of establishing business and businesses. And the other one. So I was like, this boy. So that word entrepreneurship and entrepreneur, I was seeing the slightly different from their definition. So I started researching more online. And I realized that there's a course about that. So I found out that Open University having that course. So I applied for it and I just finished my first semester and it was hell. The question was crazy. It's beyond what you are saying. Entrepreneur is very deep. Very, very deep. I posted something on my side. People are asking me for the hand. I said, no, this is not materials. This is just my school materials. And it's very, very conk. So you keep learning until your final day. If at all you want to stand out different in this real estate. So continuous learning and the benefit. It's beyond the money coming to your pocket. Actually, you can. You know, when someone is reading your profile and you are being trained by international body, a good institution, and it's quite speak about you when you're talking to your investors beyond your locality, like Nigeria. Are you just preparing yourself just to remain in Nigeria? Anything can take you outside the country. I was in the UK one day and I was asked to prepare a feasibility study about a business. I don't live in UK. I don't have any business there. I always go and come back. But because they see me as maybe probably I'm an expert in real estate. And they asked me. So I started talking. And how do I get involved in that? So the immigration that got across me at the airport was like, that my traveling is too risky to my health. And I said, why? He said, you can't be traveling every month. So why? So he asked me some questions. I have to tell him the truth. The reason why I'm coming to UK every month, I said, no, they have to look into that. He said, you're a real estate? Okay, that's fine. If you're a real estate person, can you prepare a feasibility study about real estate here? For we to be sure that you're truly practicing real estate or you're coming to our country to do something. Imagine that kind of place. I have to prepare a feasibility study immediately. Imagine I don't know how to prepare a feasibility study. A lot of people don't even know what is called feasibility study. It's just the details about a particular business you want to embark on. That feasibility study will reflect the back and the front of the business. You propose the profit, the risk, the survey, the market survey, market analysis, the size of the market, the want of the market, and you can use SWOT analysis and PESO analysis to derive your answer and everything. So, and within like 1 hour, I was done and I gave it to you and I said, wow, okay, that's fine. And that will save me that day. So most time you might be cut off from somewhere, anybody can just meet you and ask a question about your field. You have to display yourself in a way that you prove that truly you are an expert, you know what you are doing. So exposure is matter, even if it's going to. Some people find it difficult to travel to Kaduna. As a realtor, you need to move around. There's a lot of methods to sell property. Like me, selling is in my blood. I like talking to people about my products. I may not sell every day, but I sell very well. In fact, ever since I started my company, I always minimum of 50 to 60% sales in a year. Minimum 50 to 60. This year I've done over 55% sales to my company. As a CEO, you're supposed to be a sales manager, you're supposed to be a sales expert. If you don't know how to sell, how do you now, you can't give what you don't have. Are you getting it now? And the advanced language of a marketer is Reto. We're all marketer. We are marketing in order for us to succeed. So you have to learn from outside. There's a lot of courses online, free conferences you can join in order to learn. You need to be exposed to see How are they running the businesses out there? Do you know that Abuja doesn't know anything about real estate? Almost all of them came to Lagos to come and learn from us. I can bet with you too. Mention that person in Abuja that is as good as we in Lagos. At least I have more than 4 MDs in Abuja that are my mentee. When I ask them questions, I'm like, even Rito in Lagos State can teach you. Because Rito are very, very sound. I know a lot of developers in Abuja that they are still lag behind. They don't know nothing. They're just coming up. I'm telling you the truth. At least I have classes with a lot of them. And I ask them some questions like, wow, these people are still lag behind. Real estate has gone beyond that, your level. So you have to be exposed. And you can be exposed by reading. You can be exposed by traveling around. You don't just go to Kenya to go and flex. You can search for real estate company in Kenya, go and visit them. Visit them, ask questions. They won't be happy to welcome you that I'm a real estate broker in Lagos. I'm hereby coming to a country to come and pay a visit to you as a real estate company in your country. They will welcome you, ask them some questions. So check the background, check their history, when they started their journey, where they are, and check their forecast portfolio. You can use that one to guide yourself as well. Are you getting it now? So there is one sentence that says, when everybody is moving like this, you have to move like this in order to make money before they realize that there's another way there. But there's another one that says, when people are moving like this, you have to move like this. So, because when you move alone, you can suffer. But you have to be diplomatic in that. Just like a statement I read that says, whenever I'm with my boyfriend, I always feel like I'm the best queen in the world. And the other one says, whenever I'm with my boyfriend, I always feel like I'm the best king in the world. Can you see the two? You can only go for the one that make you feel that you are the best queen in the world. Because that is value. That's something called, that is a self-esteem. That's someone that value your presence. So whenever you are with your clients, and you are feeling like, oh, this and that to him, or you're no, you're not doing you're not doing yourself good thing. You must always feel important that I'm the best thing that happened to this client. Because you are a problem solver. Yeah? You're helping them to scale their investment, right? So you're the one that is bringing good news to their family. So never turn to the bad news by directing them to invest in a bad way. Do you get? Because your best friend can become your enemy if anything goes wrong when it comes to money. People don't joke when it comes to money. Are you getting it now? It's not everybody that can let it go. A lot of people will change it for you when it comes to money. Like, okay, just imagine the woman, a widow. You don't expect her not to react. The only thing that was left for her is that money in the bank. And she wanted to use the money to invest in real estate. And whenever she retired in France, she can come back. And someone now, it's not possible. She can go to heaven and earth, go to any length in order to make sure that money comes back. And another thing I've said is this book that related to your industry, that related to your leadership, finance, and entrepreneurship. There's a lot to read online. A lot. As in, we need to read. So that you can actually know that you are, like something happened to me this year, and I have to tell myself the truth. 70% of mistake we made in our company this year is actually come from me. We lost, don't let me say we lost, at least we still have over 600 million tied down in the property, and we have never recovered 100 million, even 10 million. 1 million we have not recovered it yet. And it's for me because of title. The first one was a king. I said, I trust him, he's a first class king, and he cannot lie to me. I paid him. My lawyer was even saying, don't worry, paid him. I paid him 250 million, and the property is still there now looking at me. We can't even move to site, we can't do anything. It's on the road and it has been fenced. We can't do anything. Another one here, very close to Sangotedo here. We paid the family 350 million. They have CFO, everything. I even run the search, but I've paid the money before the final search came out, and I realized that CFO needs to be validated. And to validate that CFO now, to cost 1 billion naira for the entire land. And that land is there now. Looking at, anytime I pass, I used to cry, the God. This is one of the, that is title property. Title 1. Do you know that CFO needed a validation? I hope you are aware. A lot of people are aware. So you know that some CFO that has been issued for years. You know they used to be paying what's the name of the land use charge. Don't worry, you will learn. No, you will not learn it the hard way. You will not learn it the hard way. You can't learn everything one day anyway. Are you getting it now? And that's what we call experience. You people are better than someone that have not started yet. I posted something on my status. If you live all your life making a mistake, it's better for you than not doing anything. some people say, I cannot learn. No, I pray not to learn from my own mistake. Me, I don't learn from my own mistake. Oh. When you learn from your mistake, you learn it faster. Do you want to go broke? No, no. And you know that some things that will happen, you have to take out. Okay, 2016, when I started real estate, a company like corporate one, I left the business in 2018 with my partners with zero naira. I just left office that day. When I know that the dream of the company is not aligned with my dream anymore, I left alone with my laptop. Everything as a co-founder. In 2019 to the same thing. So when I started a real estate company back in 2020. 2020 to 2023 now. Abi, MK just 3 years, but people believe it's 10 years. It's 3 years. And our asset base is 150 billion naira. What? So that 3 years is not really the 3 years. But my experience for like almost 6 years behind helped us to go further for that 3 years. A lot of companies have been there for 5 years and the asset base is less than 20 billion. And I can tell you for free that we are over 50 billion in assets. And then we're just 3 years. Do you understand? So most times your experience matters a lot. And you can get experience by reading, research, talking to people. Many times someone will go, hello MK, where are you? I say, I'm here, come and meet me here. That question you are asking can save you a lot of problem. I don't know why you keep things to yourself when it comes to business. Business is not secretive. You have to be descriptive about it. Ask questions when it's needed, when it's necessary. Ask people, open up. Hey, I don't want the people to see my client. Which is your client that's stealing? You don't know that client can put into a problem because you don't even know where the money is coming from. This is my brother's passport and his account for like almost 3 weeks just because of $10,000. The money came in from US and let me tell you something. 90% of money that is coming out from the US is fraud. If you don't know, you know it now. Know this one, no peace. 99% of money that's coming out from US, above $5,000, it is fraud. I can bet with it too. I can bet with it too. All the money they used to develop Dubai, is it real money? Is it legal? No developed country is being developed by legal transaction or direct or whatever. How many people in this country can donate 1 billion naira now? Are they up to 150? In this, how many people have 100 million? Even if you own 30 filling stations, it's not easy to make money. It's only in Nigeria you can become a billionaire overnight. There is a study to money now. Even if, except it's government money or drug money. And real estate is always their back end to receive all monies in the world. So you are dealing with what? Legal money and illegal money. So that's where you have to be very careful. Your client can put you into a problem. And also, you do know that you can research about your client. Any transaction that's above 10 million, always be careful. In fact, according to law, you're supposed to report any transaction above 5 million naira, right? You know, I'm someone that is buying a house of 100 million, 200 million. How many of them have you reported? Accomplish what? Commission. So you have right. It is your responsibility to report that there's a transaction I'm handling that is above 5 million naira. Nobody does that, including me. Because we don't want to expose our clients. Because you do what? God bless you. And you know one thing about this thing is, once you move in forward, you cannot go back. Imagine if I have something in my wardrobe. Will I go to UFC, go and pay like 10 people? And to go and pay someone else, you collect. In fact, if you collect your father grand address, collect your password and all your data page, everything, details. In fact, I'm still going back now because I asked them, please give me 2 hours. Let me go and attend to my family. I'll come back and meet you by 4 p.m. I'm still going there. Do you understand? They will not even talk about money, but you see documentation, they will collect it down to your 20 years background information. They want to know who you are 20 years ago. Before you can stand for anybody, can you tell us that your past 10 years you have never involved in any money law, any illegal transaction? As a realtor, you can't say it because you don't even know who paid through you. You can't. I have to tell them that I'm a real estate person. I don't know how the money comes to me. You have to be diplomatic in your answer. I don't know because if you tell them, I'm sure. Don't try to shoot. And the guy was asking me for my BVN, and I just looked by. So he had downloaded all my account I have in all the banks. They downloaded all my pictures, everything, like almost 20 pages immediately. Just my BVN. These people are very, very professional. Don't put yourself into a problem. Don't be greedy. And from every fraudulent transaction, there's only atom of what greediness there. You see, some people say, I want to earn 10%, 2%. No. When it is too good to be rich, just let it go. Whatever belongs to you will never go what? Attitude. Another thing about it, some people are not even friends with their colleagues. Information is very, very powerful. If you are friend with me, I can tell you that for a free. Like, this is not good. Don't do this, don't do that. But because you want to make all the money alone, you don't want to say that I have a transaction I'm dealing with. What do you know about this? And can I deal with these people? Are you sure you trust them? What can you say about them? It will not kill you. Ask questions. So have a good attitude towards your colleagues in the industry so that information can fly around. Okay, something happened in two years ago. There's a company that has property in before Ikeja, Maryland. So the guy just coming from outside MKH, please. If you know anybody that have property in Maryland and or you are intent to buy, but don't buy it. Government is coming there to demolish this property. And less than a month, they demolish the entire estate there. That company is very popular now. They have issues related to and whatever. I will not mention their name. So imagine they have that information earlier. They wouldn't have gone there to buy property. And because this guy, whenever I want to chart property, I used to use 2 or 3 people in Alausa. Because even me, I don't trust them 100%. I would rather pay 3 people to give me information so they can have the same information. So one of them just comes to Oga, the guy is talking about Maryland. Oh, be careful in case you want to buy anything around Maryland. Just imagine, just 10 seconds call can save a lot of millions of naira. Imagine if I'm feeling like I'm here. I don't want to talk to them. They are just civil servants. Driver can change your destiny. He will just remove your file among the one beside Oga and throw it away. And that's all. Driver. Gateman can destroy your destiny. Tell Oga no dey at home now. Oga get out. And he will deny you. You fail your this thing. The appointment that you have been waiting for, you have been praying up and down. And the ordinary gateman will tell you, Oga no dey house. And Oga already discussed with the driver that once you drop me, go and park my car out there. So that nobody know I'm around. But truly your guy is waiting for you. But because you are not nice to what? To the gateman. So attitude is everything. Attitude can open doors for you whenever you are not even thinking. Be nice to everyone. Greet people with respect. Forget about your age. You must be crazy when you're talking about your age here. Everybody, you go outside the country, they call you with your name. Hey, Benjamin, how you doing? Come on, are you okay? Are you fucking real? They will tell you that. So here in Nigeria, don't be expecting anybody to. So please. And also, I would like to emphasize on this is smart. They call something maybe smart street of Acom book smart or smart book or whatever. Street smart of Acom book smart. It is very important. You have to go and be street smart. Nigerian entrepreneur it's not easy. Before you can get some information, you have to behave like a thug. Are you okay? You have to be street smart. If you really want to make it in Nigerian economy with this up and down, Nigerian economy be like a woman period. You always go, I'm coming back. Yeah? I'm sorry. Just to give you the foundation right. So you have to be, especially real estate. You will report and meet in order to get the value. So whenever you go for search too, you have to give me genuine because they used to doctor a lot of documents in Laos as well. You have to be careful. Not everybody that have ID card is their staff. A lot of Agbero today allow us. In 2014 I've been a victim of 25,000 and the guy gave me real results. Not even just Agbero. So, but thank God the result was genuine at the end of the day. But please, before you have a registered surveyor, don't just have ordinary surveyor that is not registered, is not recognized by the government too. He can never write a report and sign for you and they will take it in court of law. You need a registered surveyor. How much will you pay him? Do you understand? You have to be, it's part of being smart on the street of real estate. Are you getting it now? So it's not about selling everything. It's about selling the legit one that will give you rest of mind. Nothing goes beyond rest of mind. When you sleep in your house and you have rest of mind, I don't think there's anything go beyond that. But when your mind is not at rest, BP is very close to you. I'm very sorry. So please, anything that can lead to any kasala or whatever, stay away from it. And self-development, like you said, whenever you're making money, try to take care of yourself. Health is wealth. Please, most time, eat good food. Look good. Later, you say I like saving money. Later, Kai, They like saving money. Even if it's just 10%, spend it on your body. Now, let me tell you something. That money, everybody now, if I ask you to write your account balance, all those money you have in all your bank does not belong to you as we stand here now. If you don't know now. That money in your bank account doesn't belong to government. If anything happens and they block your account, that's the end. The only money that belongs to you is the one in your pocket now. That money in your bank account belongs to what? Government. No, if you don't know this one now. I know a lot of people that their account has been held up like almost 5-10 years now. And anybody can report you. For the fact that they pay money to your account, you are also part of it. So that money in your account is not for you. So if you have to spend 1% step to yourself to buy good clothes to look good, I think it's fine. Are you getting it now? And that does not give you an excuse not to invest. You have to invest against tomorrow. Investing will save you a lot of embarrassment. And it's not everything about real estate. There's a lot of investment you need to do because most time you need to do something that will change, that you can change to liquid cash immediately. Me, I love to buy some luxury car because it's very easy for me to sell. Luxury car is very easy to sell. If you buy a luxury car, it's appreciated. My Lexus 570, I bought it 55, but now they're selling to 105, 110 million. And just space of 12 months. If you know people that buy car last year is around 50 million, 55, but yeah, this year is 100 million. Imagine that kind of car. You want to sell Nigerian, you'll be using 60, 70 million to beg you. If you buy some rich ones at 10 million, 20 million, great good. If you want to sell it, maybe you need money, go to this, what's the name of the company? You can sell it immediately. You need something like that in order to save yourself from embarrassment. You need something you can turn to cash. Not everything about real estate. Real estate will tie down your cash. Whenever you have problem, you might not even see buyer to buy it. There's something about that's why you've seen distress sale. 2-3 months, nobody's asking them. And this kind of economy is very hard to invest. People are not buying anything. They just want to be safe. And probably in December, they can buy homes. And now, with all the calabar that is busting everywhere, the money of building, people are scared. So you needed something. And also, diversification is part of what you need to learn in business. You can invest in someone's company. You can buy equity. You can buy shares. But you can also have little things that is coming to your... Someone like me, I love things that is coming every day. If I see my phone that is paying, maybe that's 2,000 and someone just paid in my supermarket. But the fact that I'm seeing money coming every second, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, give me joy is that at least today, I can tell you that every day I have nothing less than 500,000 coming from somewhere. So I can promise you 100,000 tomorrow because I know every day, unless maybe I did not open that my supermarket, 500,000 was coming and I can fulfill that 100,000 promise. Do you understand? Always learn to do something that money must be coming to your pocket every day. Cash flow is very, very powerful when it comes to business. So, and finally, integrity. Like I said before, integrity will open many doors for you. Are you getting it now? I can actually go to FCC and tell I want to pay these people. They are 10. Because I believe that at least to some extent, I can use my profile to stand for myself. I've never involved any kind of whatever before, so I still have my profile. I check myself on CBN portal almost every day, every time. I go to international body, I check up myself, my name, whatever. So, do I have any scandal? No. You must be proud of yourself. Integrity is is the key to your success. Someone must be able to stand and say, I trust him. For the fact that they cannot entrust their money to you is very a bad thing. No matter how big is your problem, don't allow your problem to push you. Most time when your problem is pushing you, you can do anything, all sort of things, just to make sure you want to make money. It's not about making money, it's about what comes after that money. And you know that every money comes with problem. Yes, so don't you know? Every money comes with problem. It's 50-50. And money that left your account today is 50-50. It might not come back again. You might not be able to recover it back again. Even police here, they will tell you that, Oga, before the beginning of the case, they will tell you that this is 50-50. You might not be able to recover this money. You will like send them to prison for 20 years. Family does not have money to pay back, except they have a property to give you in replacement. Are you getting it now? So thinking of, before you click on send, have it in mind that 50-50, this money might not come back. Are you getting it now? So when you receive money too, thinking that anything can bring this money out back. It could cost you your name. It could cost you your price. Go to anything. Always have it at the back of your mind. And always being careful. All these things will guide you and guide your integrity. And always try as much as you can. Try as much as you can to make sure you at least try to checkmate yourself. Check where the money is coming from, the transaction. It's not every client you accept. One guy came into my office during a money naira when they are changing our currency during the former. He came here with cash, like almost 300 million. I said, Oga. There were three that came. One soldier was there. I said, for the fact that there's one uniform man here, I can't even accept it. Besides, MK is not a bank now. Go cross the road, go to any bank, go and pay to our account. Say, no, Oga, I want to buy property. Well, I said, I'm sorry, we are not bank. The only money I've ever received in cash is dollar. And because I know I have escort, okay. Yeah, follow me. In case if it is fake dollar, you have to pay in my car. Let police sit down beside you so that you not jump. Let's go to the bank together because they will have to hold you down if it is fake dollar. I make sure that I paid that money in before I let him go. I getting it now. But don't try it too. If you don't have security, please don't collect cash. It is very, very dangerous. That person that hand over the cash, might be the one to send someone to you and collect the cash from you. You have to be very, very vigilant. Don't accept cash, no matter how. If you want to pay, give him the account, let him go and pay. And don't accept money into your account. You are not the one selling the land. Why are you accepting money to your account? Why? How? I don't understand. Do you know that money passing to your account is a problem for you for life? It is only in Nigeria that we have different money. Let me tell you something. Even in London, if you are transferring money to different people, they will call you one day. That who is this person you are transferring money to? They will ask. In fact, they might not even ask you. They can ask you, why? Who is this person? Is he your family member? And that is why there's a categories of money you can send out of the country. It's on the app now. They will tell you to fill the form. Is it family? Is it friend? Is it grocery? Is it relation? Is it anything? So you have to, whenever, if you now imagine you have girlfriend, you are sending money to, and you have a wife at home, and you put family member, as I said, because immediately you are launching that transaction for the first time, you have to input that person there. This is your family. Now something happened. Maybe there is a problem. Then I ask you, gentleman, you send money to this princess, and he said it's your family. Your wife denied it's not your family. It's happened. It's happened. I'm being betrothed to you now. There's a lot of problems out there. A lot of problems related to finances. You have to be very careful. So it's only in Nigeria you can be sending money to anybody sending out. And when Calabar boast, when they print your statement of account, they will start highlighting these people. That can you produce all these people? This guy, Adebayo, what's his name? They printed 1 year statement of account. They asked him to produce 300 people that he has ever transferred money to. 300. To come and testify to him that he's not doing anything related to fraud. 300. Imagine. In fact, a lot of people you transfer money to, you might not even remember their name anymore. Maybe someone there, please help me to pay someone. Be careful too. I help me to pay, like I don't have that. I will give you cash. Be careful. How is POS, all this POS transaction? Do you trust the person? Both the account you are transferring to and the one that is coming to your account, they can question you. Because they will ask you, if you don't have a relationship with this person, why are you transferring money to him? Do you understand? Imagine if that person is a fraudster or a kidnapper and they later arrest him in the future. Check his statement of account and realize that you have transferred money to him too. They will believe that if you don't know him or do business with him, why are you transferring money to him? And you, his brother Salah, could ask you to transfer the money. You can't even remember again. You now look like a fool. I don't even know. They say, but the money passes through your accounts. How? Checkmate yourself. You may know this thing might sound funny or like, is it true? Hey, my dear, my eyes don't see you. So anybody can question you. So integrity is the key, and this is where I'm going to stop. Please know your honors and always do the right thing. Thanks so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
I cannot make them happy. The happiness is their own to make. I will crack joke. It's your job to laugh. You will not put pressure on me. I'm not your creator. Please a round of applause for MK. Thank you very much. Okay, but no. This thing this man is telling you is not joke. Oh. Some of you are receiving money to your account because your mind you want to build account statement for visa. They will catch you. Are you the company? Don't use loan app, oh, she has told you. And those people are very disrespectful. They don't even greet. They walk on the man, hello, do you know Yembula Mamaka? What's it concern me concerning Yembula Mamaka? Your friend borrowed 5,000. Who told you she's my friend? Do I know her? But you have a number. I don't blame you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard a lot in this life. Be wise. That's all I can say from this last speech. Be what? Be wise. Okay, you've put fear in many people's mind. At this rate, so people don't want to have us. They want to be tenant till they die because at least the demolitions is the landlord house. You can't find a house in another place. For those of you, the first time I ended my performance with "Don't Go Abroad." After listening to it, please, if you want to go, go. It's like this country is not safe again. And you see this thing is saying, before you borrow people money, be wise. Oh. That 50-50 thing, there's one girl that God will punish. I don't want to call her name. See, I know that girl will make it in life to a big position, and that is why I will disgrace her. I will not. No. I'm a very honest person. I'm praying for God to make her prosperous. Let her attain the role of. What's the Okonjo Iweala's position currently? Oh, DG of what bank, Abi? I want her to attain that position. Then I will not come. By that time, I'm already on the level of Kevin Hart. So that when I say I'm not lying. I will not tell the world that the current DG of World Bank defrauded me of 1.5 Bagbele. Do you know what that guy told me? Defrauded me of 1.5 million in 2020. Hard time. COVID. The girl told me that, are you the first person that are owing money? People that are borrowing 100 million, they died. That's what she told me. Person when they owe me. Oh. Even me at the point I say, well, they never really die. So why am I? But then so can I let that money go? No. Are you my financial? I can't let it go. It's not one. I can let 100K go. Can I dash you 1.5? No. Who is saying why? Is it your money, my sister? So when he's saying that before you dash people money, so right now I don't borrow money again. No, I dash you money. So when you come, forever, please, I'm in a situation. I need 200K. I say, my brothers, you see me, the way my account is set up, I cannot transfer beyond the particular amount. I will dash you 20K. You see the God I serve, He will provide you the balance. Have you noticed that everybody that caused that an situation, none of them have ever died since you did not contribute for them? None of them dies. None of them. They are alive. That means that situation, they sorted it. You are not God. You are a human being like them. They will make you feel like you are God. When I was in campus fellowship, I was assistant pastor. That was why my fellow students were calling me Papa. They will call Papa, say, Chop, take my provision. My provision will finish. I'll use my school fees to be paying student school fees. Until I was thinking I'm Papa. Until I said, bro, I'm a student like you. They did not send me here to serve God. I came to read book. I happen to want to serve God, so you will not frustrate me. This Papa is not calling. They elected me. They did election. So against my will, you people put me here. So don't Papa me. I'm a man like you. I was seeing white hair as a student. What is all this? So all I'm trying to say now is be wise. Be wise, oh. And some of the things our financial expert told us that, I took a picture of it so I won't forget. When I saw that slide, I laughed. I said, nah, you can't work right now in this country. Where is that photo? It's here. How you tell no? So now where they go? Budget. It can't work. How did you speak English that we should stick to the budget? In Nigeria, you wake up, DSTV money is now 20K. So to watch ball now, I'm crying. To even celebrate the goal, I'm not sure. Stick to which budget? Light. The other day I went to buy tomatoes. My wife said, please, when you come, I just buy tomatoes. I just say, how much? Say 500. How many? 5. I say, one is 100 naira. So to even fry egg now is expensive. So this life, just be wise about the whole thing. Because I could have told us, see this land. That's one of my friends, they told him cheap land around that Lakapine. You don't know Lakapine? That Once after Eleko, you now start driving. So from we're living at Ojota. From Ojota, we're going to the place 4 hours. Am I going to buy land in Ore? Because it's Lagos State too. So when you get to Eleko, that Amen estate, you will not drive inside and turn left. That's when your journey starts. You buy food. I'm not joking now. That you will be going. They now told the guy the land is 30K, 1 hectare. The guy said, wow, so cheap. He said, yes, I'm doing Black Friday sales. The guy got there. If you see the river, he said, where's the land? He said, hey, it's this water. You just need to sample it. We call it Sanfield land. He said to Sanfield land that we bought with 30K, 900 million. We say, let my water stay there. We dash my water. The land is currently on. My mother they use it for hosting. So they use it for training. No jokes. So this thing is telling you. Some of you are looking at it. In Lagos, nobody is who they are. Your even lucky said when he said Agbero gave him real documents. Now you know the funny thing. He said he's lucky that he paid 25,000 to the wrong person, which is Agbero. But the document Agbero gave to him was correct. So how did Agbero access the right document? This country is not normal. This Agbero is not a proper staff, but he got the right. See, when they say the people in Lagos that are mad are not up to, the people that are not mad are not up to 10. No, you see, that includes us here. Some of you think you are okay now. We just come. He has started. How you know you are mad in Lagos is that you are driving and somebody trafficates. You now increase your speed. You are mad. Because your mind is telling you that if I allow this person down my front, it will achieve purpose before me. You are finished. Wicked people. And you are going to church. You are going to church with that attitude. You know, when he said that, I was thinking, the Agbero that has ID card, first of all, how did he get ID card? Now, the ID card is registered under Lagos State to proper ID card. He is not a staff. He does not enter the office. He does not have chair. But he has the right document. The funny part is that the real person does not have the right document. That one will give you fake one. Are you seeing the way everything is? I go renew my rent. Because this, you will not sell land. So, no, this land, the owner died. It's God, I say. No, God, thank you very much. This your speech. Was supposed to, you know the part that I like. You were here and say, when a demolition, now Tunde don't not be posted that demolition. And it's true. So, but I think that this kind of information you pass now, it needs to be out for because now there is one that I saw on Twitter last week. This same comment was the comment. But did government not approve this land? With the question barrister answered to that lady that was sitting there. Like he said, government did not approve, but people at home will assume that for you to build, they've approved. So this information, but people will not. So for example, there will not be fake person giving you. So you see it in. So we need all these informations. No, I know what I'm saying, though, because these kind of conversations we keep flying until people know the truth. So 27th Academy, thank you very much for this. Please, a round of applause for 27th Development for this amazing initiative. I beg, and once you guys are done, go and find people that manage social media and do all these nuggets. Post it, promote it on Instagram, on Facebook. Let people watch it. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. So, very quickly, before the panelist section, I want to introduce my brother and friend, Caleb Akujobi. He is Executive Director of Cherished Medical. He just flew in all the way from Europe yesterday night just for this event. Please, a round of applause for my brother. After this, we're we're going to have the panelist session. Thank you so much.
Wow, it's good to be here. You know, when MKH was speaking, I was like, I showed that's the CEO's wife, Annabelle. I said, wow, he's literally saying everything I wanted to say. So I literally do not have much to say at this point, but it's good to be here. So thank you so much to 27th, Samuel. Wow, what a guy that is. What a guy. If you truly know the story of Samuel, you would be so happy seeing him here today. Trust me, if you do know his story. You know, I look back at last year and even the years before, you know, he has come a long way. And I really want to say thank you to MKH because Samuel always, you know, talks about the effort MK makes on his behalf as well. So it's good to be here. And to the MD too, thank you so much, Chief Barrister. All of the above. He's a great guy too. I remember the story. Someone had to call me. I was on a trip and he was like, wow. I said, wow, that's a gift. Sometimes God puts certain people like that in your life to take you where you need to go. And I want to say to MK, you know, you've been mentoring so many people. Trust me on something. When you get much older, you know, there's a scripture that I'm a Christian, and there's a scripture in the Bible that says when you get much older, then those younger ones will take you by the hand. So what you're doing now, you will reap it in full and more and more and more. Yeah, he will, trust me. Whether we say amen or not, he will reap it. So that's the rule of life for sure. So it's actually good to be here. I was actually wondering when Sam said he wants me to speak, I said, this is a real estate event. Me, I'm more of a business person, and how is he going to see him hearing Koschari's Medical, Koschari's Group in an event like this? But I actually have some great level of knowledge in business, in real estate too. I've been very, very much involved actually. So I have properties as well, and I could also tell you a great deal about the real estate industry. So not to go too much, I'll be very quick on this, you know, because I don't like to waste time. So I don't know if you have my slides. My slides actually starts with see you at the top, because each and every one of you today, when you leave this place, it's up to you. It's up to everyone in here to be at the top. I don't see any reason why anyone will leave this place and not be at the top. With the information you have gathered today, you have the power to be at the top tomorrow. And someone asked me a very funny question, which was that just spoke about finance. She said, oh, are you Igbo? Why is your caption the Igbo man's strategy to wealth? You say, are you Igbo? Well, I'm mixed, Yoruba and Igbo, by the way. But I actually like to study people and learn from them, even bad leaders. I've studied Hitler and tried to learn from him. So I've studied so many people and tried to learn from them and see what are they using to grow. Always take the positive out of every situation. So I tell you for one that I'm going to be speaking on, next slide please. I'm going to be speaking on wealth strategy, mental limitations, and the pathway to success. I'll be very, very, okay, no problem. Please, a round of applause for MKH as he leaves. So I'm going to be speaking on the wealth strategy first. Next slide, please. We'll be very quick on it. And next one again. So what is wealth? What is the secret of wealth? What is the strategy to becoming wealthy? Is everyone in here a realtor? Is there anybody here that is not a realtor? I just want to know. Okay, we have some people. So everyone here is a realtor? No, so this is a mixed audience, right? Okay, great. I do believe that the strategy of everything you're doing here is to learn to earn. So the next slide says, what actually is wealth? You know, MK said something that I had to turn to Annabelle while I was seated and said, I have the same exact thing written here. Because people think you're wealthy when you have money in your bank account. That doesn't make you rich. Because like he said, the money in your bank account does not belong to you. It does not. I have that written down here. I said, who told you that money in your account belongs to you? The money in your account does not belong to you. I have seen people who have the strategy of saving. Sorry, she said we should save. But people have the strategy of saving, saving, saving. And I told a friend one day, I said, if an armed robber meets me now and beats me up and say, open your account, he will be so surprised. In fact, he will be demoralized. He may kill me and go away because he will not see the money maybe he's expecting to see. So I always had a strategy that I learned about 5 years ago, that when money enters my account, the first thing I do is to convert it into something that can be an investment immediately. So I don't keep it sleeping there. In 2019, I made a decision about the Naira notes. And I said, Naira is going to keep devaluating. And I made a decision and said, I'll stop keeping all my money in Naira. I only keep money now, most of it, so don't beat me up. But most of my money, I keep it in dollar. If I get money, I convert it to dollar immediately. So when you're talking to me, someone will be talking to me, I'll be on my calculator. You'll be like, you're just talking about normal something. But I'm actually checking what the value of that money you're talking about is in dollar. Because trust me, you are here right now, you're discussing Naira, but if you believe you're going to go on a global term, you're going to go far in life, you need to start thinking far about things. So what is wealth? People say, oh, wealth is, financial, money, this and that. Great. But to me, I feel wealth is the accumulation of immeasurable resources in any discipline, whether it's knowledge or anything. Or wealth is the abundance of anything. Next slide, please. So in any discipline or anything, wealth is like when you accumulate immeasurable amount of that stuff. If you have knowledge, like MKH now has a great amount of knowledge he has accumulated. I'll say he has a wealth of knowledge in the real estate industry. And now, what is the secret of wealth? Information. You know the difference between the rich and the poor? Their access to information. So people pay a lot of money. When I was much younger, I used to hear someone say, wow, he paid this amount of money to gain this information. I was like, or you paid this amount of money to attend something. I was like, that makes no sense. How are you going to pay $5,000 to attend or receive an information? I was like, that doesn't add up or make any sense to me. But as I grew older, I found out that information is key. The other day, we saw a news online that said GSK, which is Glaxo Smith company, is leaving Nigeria. People sat down and they did not go to research. What is Glaxo Smith? What they do in Nigeria? What is their influence? Now you're buying Augmentin 23,000. 26 today, see? Now you're buying drugs at almost 6 times the price. Should I tell you something? If you went when you had that news and you had 20 million, and you bought 20 million worth of Augmentin at 4,000. Today, how much will you sell it? You probably sell it, even if you sell it 23,000, what has happened? You have made quick 100 million in the space of 2 months. Someone will tell you you're doing fraud or blood money. But it's information that is the difference. Because opportunities like this can be so slim when they come. You just need to walk into that space and take it. That's the difference. So accuracy, because when you have information, you need accuracy to deliver with that information you have. Know that the information you have is accurate. Just like you said, you must research. Be sure, how true is this information I'm hearing? How accurate it is. The efficiency to equivalently use that information you've had to do something meaningful with it as well. Next slide, please, as well. So now this brings to my topic, which I'll touch first before I go further, which is I'll move aside a bit. It says the Igbo man wealth recycle strategy. Now, this is very interesting. Why? I'm going to teach you a strategy that Igbo people use that have made them to be wealthy over time and over time. Now, it's very simple. They start with apprenticeship. How many people have heard of apprenticeship? Apprenticeship, mastering a skill, mastering an act. Whatever you're doing, be a master at it. So they master a craft, mastering a craft, and then they settle them. And next thing you see, they start the trade, craft trade. So now they are trading, they have done their settlement, and now they have commenced trading in the craft. Now their business begins to make gain. They are now at profit accumulation. You can see that, right? They are at profit accumulation, making business gains. I think the seat is blocking some of that. Now, this very key thing about the Igbo men and how they build their wealth. Now their profit is accumulating money. You know the next thing they do? Who knows? They start to acquire properties. If you go around Lagos, a lot of properties are owned by Igbo people. Research. A lot of properties are owned by Igbo people. Even around, they buy a lot of properties up. Why? I wrote it down here for asset build up. If you go to the bank, if you like be a realtor and you have done transaction of 2 billion this year, and you meet the bank and say, hey, see my account is good. I've been doing transaction of this amount. The banks will not give you loan on that. Do you know what they'll give you loan on? Assets. So you need to build your asset as a realtor. Some of you are realtors, but you don't even own a property. You don't own a land. Or as a normal person, you don't have any physical asset. If they hold you like this, you have to start asking John or James or Peter, please borrow me, borrow me. You don't want to be a beggar. You want to be able to have assets that you can use to stand in to defend yourself in critical times. Next slide, please. And then, I already went over this apprenticeship, this training and this and settlement and fine. Next slide, please. This is the second stage. So when they acquire property, so from the settlement, they go to acquire goods to start their business. And then their business begins to yield profit. And then after it yields profit, they pay back the loan. They create a property. Now, I forgot to tell you what type of property is. They love to buy rental properties. Why? Cash flow. Because you need consistent cash flow. Even no matter how small it is. Cash flow business. Now, they have acquired profits. Guess what happened to the property they bought on the last cycle? Appreciation. It's going up. Now, as that's going up too, they may have spent like 150 million to buy land and build the property. Now, 1 year later, that property is maybe worth 250 million. They have asset increments. Now, they have already gotten another property acquired, and they have also built, and it's a rental property, and they're having what? Cash flow. And that's one cycle completed. Now they have multiple properties, not just one. The next slide, please. So this is the first cycle. The second cycle is now they go back to a financial institution. Now they have more loaning power, more credit power. They take more loan and increase their stock. Have you ever seen the story of when Lagos state government was demolishing place in Alaba, or when you say a market caught fire, you will see grown men crying. They are crying. Why? Because their business. An Igbo man cares only most about one thing. If his property that he acquired burns down, he may not cry. But you see this warehouse that he has, Papa Emeka has in the village, or John or this has, that warehouse, don't go near it. Because if this warehouse burns down, you have crippled his stock, which is where he has most of his money. And what else have you crippled? That loan he even has to go and pay back to the bank is also crippled. So you see, he increases his stock, the business yields profit, and then he acquires another profit. Next slide, please, very fast. And now he keeps having more profit, till he goes back to the bank again, stock. He now has multiple warehouses. You see, as they grow in business, they have multiple warehouses as they grow. You check their years down, more profits, and then asset increments. Their assets keep going up. Next slide, please. The assets keep going up. And what happens is a cycle of repetition. Next slide. And by the time they are done, you can see that they can go into multiple business because they have created a wealth of business, a whole empire. So you see, the Igbo man wealth strategy is on the bedrock of real estate. Real estate is key to this. So as you're here, no matter your discipline, you must always know that real estate is very key to the infrastructure of wealth. It's very important. Next slide, please. I'll be moving faster because I have to run too. So wealth is created, and you can see 15 years down the line, they have built an empire. He has multiple cash flow, property he owns, property value appreciation, brand identity. The next slide. So you see, many people focus on building their business instead of building their brand. You see, you're making a mistake if you're here and you're building your business or your company instead of building your brand. Because if you build your business, 10 years time, you can go out of business. But if you have a brand, 10 years time, 20 years time, you would never go out of business because you have a brand that you're building. So as a realtor, If you're building a brand rather than building a business, you're not focused on the financial gain, but you're focused on the value you're offering. Do you understand? Focus on value proposition. Don't focus on money. Money will come when you do the right things. But focus on value proposition. Don't focus on building your business, but focus on building your brand. Focus on building that name. What 27 Development is doing here is clearly branding. Because in many years' time, 27 Development can decide to branch out into car industry, can decide to branch out into airplanes. But if you have bought a land from them and you have built and you have not had an issue before, what will happen? Tomorrow, when you see 27 Development, you rush and buy. So focus on branding rather than building. All right, next slide, please. So number 2, mental limitation. I'm speaking on mental limitation because I notice a lot of people limit themselves so much. So you can't limit your mind to the position of where you are currently. You must grow beyond limitations. Expand your mind. Sometimes people are complacent. Complacent to me is the lack of motivation. Because maybe the people you're around, you compare yourself with the person next to you. And that's it for you. You have no vision, no drive. Maybe the person next to you has not bought car, and that's what you're comparing yourself to. When you should be looking at the sky as your limit. I was thinking, I said, wow. Like this real estate game, I was really impressed. I said, it's very impressive. I was in the Netherlands last week for just 2 days. And while I was there, I met a young man that owns a big complex. And that big complex he owns, he had 750 apartments in it. 750 apartments inside one complex. And I said, wait, how much is your monthly rent income? Now, abroad, they do monthly payments, not yearly for rental. And I said, how much is your monthly on an average? He said, about 1,100. And I went back and I pressed my calculator. 1,100 on an average per apartment. And then he still has a supermarket downstairs with restaurants downstairs where he rented out. Every month, he makes at least $1.2 million cash flow from just that place alone. In a year, he makes about $12 million from that place, profit. I was still saying, wow, this is impressive, until I looked at the other side. He said, and that's also my own. He had another bigger building there. He said it's about 900 apartments inside. And he has a cash flow from that place of about 1,500 every month. 1,500, he said yearly, he makes from that one about $14 million. So you see, this is just for, I asked him, how did you acquire this property? He said it was a factory that was here. Nobody knew what it was going to become. They just wanted to leave, and I said, this factory can become a residential area. He took it over, he started building, and now he's having yearly cash flow. And this is just in one area of other 30-something million. So you can't limit your mind to the possibilities of how far it can go. You need to grow beyond it. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think I touched on that. So the success of failure, breaking free from the chain of the mind. So it is not your village people doing you. Trust me. A lot of people blame village people. It's not your village people. It's the mind. You need to unleash the power of the thought, the power of the mind. The power of speech is what you're not utilizing properly. You're talking to people, they are not buying from you. They are not, power of speech. The way you word certain things. When I speak with someone, and I'm very sure a lot of people have noticed it, there's a persona someone gives off that gives you confidence. The kind of way he speaks, like, that's enough. I once wanted to get a place. When I wanted to get this place, the realtor that met me first of all came with slippers. And then after coming with slippers, he said, hey, let's enter your car now. I said, Jesus. I knew that day that the property I was going to see was nonsense. I foolishly still followed this realtor all the way to the place. And he said, this is the place. Oh. I said, I stopped at the gate. I turned to him. I said, you looked at me, finish. And you brought me here. I said, you're very mad. I entered the car and drove away. Dele Momodu said something. Dele Momodu said, when I started my business, I went to get an office in the most expensive part of London. He said, I only had about 300,000 or so. He said, but I spent more than 70% getting that office there. He said, why? He said, you know the thing, if you want to break into a certain class of people, you just need one contact. But to break into that certain class, you must make a certain sacrifice. Some rich people are not going to talk to you if you don't look a certain way. If you don't dress a certain way, if you don't appear a certain way, they're not going to talk to you. They're going to look at you and be like, what is this one saying? Land in Epe. Okay. That's the truth. They're just going to analyze you that way. No. Stay around the rich. You're going to see that. They're going to look at you head to toe. When you see the bag you're carrying, this one is China. They are running everything in their mind. They love to talk rich. Oh, wow, I just came back I got this amount. Wow, where did you get this from? Oh, you tell them I got it from Shein, or you got it. But they'll tell you, I bought this in France when I traveled on this. So sometimes you need to make a certain sacrifice. Some of you are selling your products to people that live in Ajegunle or Ikorodu or the other area and expecting to make big sales by the end of the year. Sometimes you need to change the audience, change your class. Do you understand? You just need to break into one rich class. And guess what? Deliver service. When you deliver service, guess what's going to happen next? They will keep referring their rich friends to you over and over and over again. Trust me on that. It always works. No mistake about that. And trust me, I was traveling the other time. I said, people ask, why do people fly business class? I'm like, Omo, I used to say it before. Omo, there's no sense in flying business class. It's nonsense. Like, is it not the same plane we're sitting on? If the plane wants to crash, we'll all die. Why you? Until I found out that people pay extra money for network because your network is your net worth. That's just the truth. Why did I say so? I came back from Osun State from one of the visits that I went there. And coming back, I was like, I need to meet the governor. I don't know. And this is just before I flew out in September. I said, I need to meet the governor because I don't know. There's this. And I was just like, wow, I don't know how this is going to work. And I was on the plane. I just was feeling a strong instinct. I was like, I'm supposed to meet someone on this flight. Put my flight on the 20th. And I pray a lot about certain things. And while I was on that flight, I just said, let me go to get something from KFC at the Lagos airport. And while I was there, I walked out, and lo and behold, here stood the governor's cousin, standing right there beside. I was like, wait, no freaking way, because I just came back from Osun State 2 days ago, and see the governor's cousin, who is also the PA to the governor, standing there. Of course, what do you expect? You have to imagine I was looking wretched and shattered. He probably will look at me one way, but I just shoot down my hand and say, hey, you look familiar. He was like, yeah, I won't mention his name. But he said, I'm to the governor. Immediately I said, wow, funny enough, conversation started. We exchanged contacts. Now we're working on a project. So you see, from there, one thing will lead to another. So you see, do not limit your mind. Next slide, please. Do not limit your mind. And there are ways for you to break from the chain of mental limitation. Number one, from mental limitation is reset your thinking. Reset your thinking is very important. Don't think normally. In this industry you guys are in, it's very saturated. It's the truth. I'm someone that works with numbers. And I had to research like 4 months ago. I said, wait, so how many real estate companies do they have in Lagos? Over 1,000 real estate companies. Everybody's selling ebe. I said, what's going on? So you see, and everybody is desperate. You see, the thing about it is sometimes you have bills that are choking you on the neck. And all you just care about is that customer depositing money. And like MKH said that time, you need to do proper research. I'm telling you, because if you have ever been in a lawsuit before, oh my God, I've been in one. Trust me, I've been in one. And I know how more that stuff dragged for long. It will cripple you financially, especially if you don't have assets. It's not a joke. Alabo, that's when I found out that the sweetest amala is made at Alabo in VI. Because prison is by the side. When the AC invited me to just come and give my own side of the story, I said, I came outside, I came there, and I saw people eating. I've not eaten that. Amala Sky cannot make that kind of. In fact, the amala is not sweet. See that alabo? Before you go into prison, they give you the best food so that you will know what outside life. At least when you go in there, you will think about your life again. So trust me on that area. So they do this kind of things in those areas, and you don't want to get into a problem like that. You don't want to, because it will cripple you financially. And I remember how difficult it was in that period. And that was even the period where sourcing Forex is so difficult in the country. He had to take one of the top directors at Access Bank to help in order to transfer funds to the law. It was a global issue to transfer funds out for the company. So you need to do your due diligence before you do anything. Don't ever rush. Something is hooking you. You this and that. You need cash, and you rush and you leap before you look. If you leap and you don't look, you will fall down. You must take it one step at a time. So you need to reset your thinking. In this industry that is saturated, you need to think differently. Don't think the way everybody's thinking. You must think awkwardly. Your approach should be different from every other person. Plan your progression stairways. So when you think differently about the situation you're facing, and I'll give you an example of the success of failure. The success of the failure is taking the positive out of every negative that occurs to you. You see, business comes with its up and down. But there are issues that someone faced last year or the year before, or anybody in business may have faced, that last year he may have been doing that problem now, if you bring it to him, he'll say, what? Come on. And he'll solve it in 5 minutes. Do you understand? Your mind is your thinking faculty. Change your mentality on certain things. Reset your thinking. And I'll give you a very simple baby example. You're climbing up to Raqqa, and they're like, maybe you didn't use the elevator, there are stairs. They're like 5 steps. And you climb up 2 steps. And instead of you to say, wow, I made it 2 steps, you say, Omo, the step long, oh. Omo, ifa. That's you thinking of the negative aspect of it. It's far. But if you think on the positive aspects, I've made it 2 steps up. I can make it the remaining 5 steps up. That's a positive way to look at things. So reset your thinking, think things in the most positive way, plan your progression stairways. So you need to plan. It's a stairway. That's why I said it's a stairway. You don't just jump a step. You climb it step by step, baby steps. You don't just jump, you climb step by step. Then you make planning, make it intentional. Plan your progression stairway. Maybe today, you have issues with this. Take it up and say, okay, I have issues with focusing. I have this goal. I have this dream. Take it step by step, and keep going on. And trust me, if you want to spoil your dream, give it to a small mind. Did you hear that? You want to damage a big dream, give it to a small mind. I once had a dream about something, and I was like, wow, I need to work on a project like this. And I carried it to someone, and the first thing he told me was, and this someone I respect, and he told me, rubbish, nonsense, it doesn't. You see, you're just doing like this, you need to. So if you have a dream, protect it. It's your vision, it's your dream. God put it in you for a reason. Protect that dream, ride with it. That's the same thing I told Samuel earlier this year. I said, Samuel, it's your vision, it's your dream. Hold your dream strong. Keep going, you'll make it. Don't ever think about what anybody is telling you or what anybody is saying. Hold it dearly and run with it. You're going to achieve what you need to achieve. And when you have done that, invest your energy, prioritize your time, be focused, and be motivated. This thing is a practice. Success is discipline. One very good impression I had of Samuel when I met Samuel was simple. I told Samuel, let's go to this place. Someone asked me, what time can I come and meet you? I said, if you can come by 6 a.m., that would be great. That morning, I woke up and I was ready by 6 a.m. I was watching the time. By 6 a.m. on the dot, someone called me and said, I'm outside. I said, wow. This is, you see, some people want to close a big deal, they are coming late. And you think your client will take you serious. In Europe, if you want to close a transaction, Europe and Japanese, they do the same thing. They are going to be there by 8 o'clock and watching how you keep to time. And because of time alone, you can lose out on deals. So time management is very important. How you spend your time, how you invest your time is the product of what you will become tomorrow. So invest your energy, prioritize your time, be focused, be motivated, and make a self-sustaining energy by repeating these actions over and over and over again. Repeating the action. Maybe you're not selling as much as you do. You don't understand the metrics. We work with metrics in business. Forget, that's why companies like KPMG and so are there. Business is metrics. Why? People wake up early in the morning. What's the first thing you do when you wake up? Pick your phone. Pray. 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 But what do you do first? You pick your phone. Most people pick their phone before they pray. So tell me, why are you not posting by 7 a.m. in the morning? Why are you not posting that product by 7 a.m.? Because people pick their phone in the morning when they wake up. You don't understand the social media metrics. You see someone posting something over and over again, and you're checking he only has 10 likes. The person with 10 likes may be making more sales than the person with 1,000 likes. Be not deceived. Understand the metrics. I first started with e-commerce. And when I started with e-commerce, there's a law in e-commerce that says don't say nothing works online. That's it. And I can tell you that I've made the first business I ever did back then. While I was in school, I started with affiliate marketing. From there, I moved into e-commerce, started dropshipping, and I started selling products even in the US. I had the business in the US, and I was running everything from Nigeria. And I'm telling you that e-commerce, the person who taught me, told me, oh, bro, that step doesn't work. It can't work. And I told him, don't worry, I'll prove you. He was doing low ticketing dropshipping. I was doing high ticketing. Low ticketing, high ticketing means smaller products, higher products. And believe you me, he will sell 50 products. I will sell one. By the time I'm done selling one, I've made the money he will make for 3 products. So don't ever say something does not work. And don't ever say this format will not work. Try. People wake up 7 a.m. and pick their phone. What should you be doing by 7 a.m.? Posting. Post on their WhatsApp. Disturb them. Let them see you there. Let them see your product 24/7, that this is what you're doing, this is what you're offering. So create a self-sustaining engine. Now, social media makes it easy that you can even put your post on schedule. If you know you sleep too much and you're going to wake up 10 a.m., schedule your post. Schedule your post. It's very possible. Schedule it on Facebook, schedule it on WhatsApp. You should be leveraging social media to the biggest aspects, because my e-commerce business, everything I sold was on social media. I never met any of these people for one day. People bought from Brazil, US, Europe, but I never met them for one day. So you see, don't ever limit where your audience is. You may be trying to market to people in Lagos, not knowing that people in UK are interested in buying properties here in Lagos or whatever you're selling. So repetition is very important. Next slide, please. So think about your limitation. What's your limitation right now? What's holding you back? Think about it in your mind. Is it limitation of constraint where you are? Is it your internet connectivity? Whatever your limitation is, think about it. What's stopping you from doing it? And then you need to make a turning point. Decide in your mind that you need to make a turning point from this. That you're not going to let these limitations hold you back. Don't let your limitations hold you back. Change your statements. Don't say, I might, I may. Say, I will. Impossible means what? What does impossible mean? I am possible. So change the way you think. Change your limitations and grow from it, and you'll see a turning point on that. Next thing. So I'm going to go deeper. Just quickly, which is the last area, which will be on marketing. Which will be on... Okay, so you can just, the way to get started is to quit talk. Yeah, skip. The pathway to success. I'm going to just teach you guys something everybody should not miss here. Please listen. Have an offer. Whatever you're doing. Now you guys, most people are here, realtors. Some people here are not realtors. Have a product you're selling. Have an offer. Be it a service or product. Master the craft. Be the best marketer. Be revolution about it. Be different. You see, when you go abroad, people do not try to copy. They try to create. Be innovative. Be revolution. Someone is posting. They are posting in this manner. Try a different approach. I'll tell you a good story. You're walking up and you're rushing, and people meet you, go into the market, and they're saying, oh, stop, stop. You feel like it's normal pressuring. Les Brown's one told the story. He said he was in New York. He was rushing for work. Someone told him, can I polish your shoe? He said no. He kept on going. He said, can I polish your shoe? He kept on going. He said no. He said he then passed another person, and the person was saying 97, 98, 99, 100. And he said, excuse me, sir. And he first was hearing him saying 98, 97, 99, 100. He said, what happened? He said, well, sir, today is my birthday, actually. And I just take it on myself to polish the shoe for whoever comes for free. Would you mind, sir, if I polish your shoe? And guess what? Les Brown said, okay. He took his shoe. He polished it. After that, Les Brown was now like, wait, how much do you charge for polishing shoe? He said $2. Les Brown said he gave him $10 for polishing his shoe and told him, just because it's your birthday, take this, keep the change. But do you know what? As Les Brown left, the guy started again, 96, 97. Every day is his birthday. Oh. Every day. That's what he's using to sell. So you see, he found a different approach. He was not being honest, but it was working for him. He was still delivering the service. He was shining the shoe well. So you can't keep on approaching it the same. There are so many realtors, so many competitions. I'm very sure there are more than 50,000 realtors in Lagos. One, you see, correct my numbers. I never checked that out. There are so many realtors in Lagos. And everybody is trying to approach things the same way. Even this new trend of where you see it will start off with a lady shaking bonbon first before you see the more. I don't know which one they are buying, whether it's the house or the... Does the house come with the woman? Let's know. So have a product, have a service, master the craft, and be the best marketer. You can be the person that will market the product. You see, he said, MKH said something. He said he brings in 55% of the sales because the best marketer of your business is you. Nobody else. Why? Because you're the visionary. You hold the vision. You know where you're headed. So you would only be the best marketer of that business. So next slide, please. So I'm going to teach you. So I wish this can come up a bit. And this is something you need to learn. Trust me, if there's anything I spend most of my money on, is on learning. The first course I bought that was very expensive was like around 1.5 million then. And I said I needed to learn something. And I learned this in one of the classes. So this here says the 4 types of buyers. No matter who you're facing in this industry, you're going to have only 4 types of buyers you will face. Can everybody see this? You're only going to have 4 types of buyers you face. This is very important. If you don't take anything from what I'm saying today, take this. Say this. I've applied this in the company. I've taught a lot of people this. And it has helped them to know how to... No. Take it back to where I got it right. It's perfect there. Just take it. Perfect. Thank you. So, no matter what you're doing, you're going to meet 4 types of people. Look at this well. What do you see here? What do you see here? What do you see here? And what do you see here? Now, you're going to meet cheap buyers. Now, no matter what you're telling them, if you like, tell them when they buy this land, they will walk on waters. They will cross this. In fact, it's beside the governor zone. It's beside this. It's that. No matter what you're saying, they will ask you, how much? Price, money is their own. They want to just buy it cheap. When they hear something is said, those are the type of people that MMM likes. They are current customers. If you know MMM, they like them very well. Cheap buyers. So when you identify a cheap buyer and you're trying to sell a product that is expensive, what do? You walk away. Because that's not who you should be marketing to. You're telling someone about value proposition and he's telling you how much. It's just the price that is his interest. No matter what you say, it's just the price. Now, difficult buyers. These are the kind of buyers that will stress you. So where is it at? For you, snap the picture. Let me see. Bring this. They are not, most of them are not buying, no. They will stress you. You will sweat. You say, I'm going to pay tomorrow morning. So for all these things you're doing, they will give you a difficult time. In fact, most times, before you end up selling, it may just be 5% of everything you've ever marketed to them they will buy. They are difficult people. When you see difficult people, what do? Walk away. But you don't want to know where you will be making your most sales? These 2 guys. These 2 guys. You know why? Sophisticated buyers are very unique buyers. You meet MKH, for example. He knows a good craft about the real estate industry. Where's the land? He will ask you, have you done your feasibility study? Okay, give me the details. He goes to do research. He will just ask you questions. So how many square meters? How many this? They know what the product is. They want to see if the product you have is the right product for what they need. So when you meet a sophisticated buyer, you need to know your craft. You need to have your research work done. And once you have your research work done, what happens? Quick sale. No stress. They are not going to stress you. They are going to ask you those questions. Bam, 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 bam. Do you need a second car? Do you need a third car? Do you need a fourth car? You do. Do you need the fifth car? You need this. They are just affluent. Exactly. They feel good about the product. They feel good about acquisition. You understand? I'll give you an example of a type of affluent buyer. Davido. Very good. Davido is 100% affluent buyer. That product, so far it makes him feel good, unique, different. He's buying it from you. I put it to you. You're going to be one. These are the type of things they like. Oh, you're going to be one of the 5 people in Lagos State to own this, and it will be this and that. Before you even say what, they'll be calling you on the phone to close the deal. So affluent buyers. So you see, 4 types of buyers. When you know this kind of buyers, you would not waste your time with the cheap and difficult ones that will stress you and give you nothing. But rather, you will spend your time with the sophisticated and affluent buyer. Everybody know that? All right, next slide, please. I'm almost done. So real estate is the backbone of wealth creation. Can we all agree on that? It's the strong backbone. There's no wealthy person in this country today. There's no wealthy person in this country today that will come out and tell me he does not have any assets. No land, no nothing. Impossible. Real estate is the backbone of wealth creation. You're a realtor. She said something I love, financial intelligence. You know how I got one of the first lands I owned? In fact, 2018, I didn't know anything about land. My mom is a lawyer, and I went with my mom one time. She said, can you help me, Caleb? Can you help me go here? Let's go together. We went there, and it was a property she was going to inspect. When she finished inspecting it, that's why mothers are the best things. She finished inspecting it, and they closed the deal. And they were saying, who are the agents involved? And I was sitting in the car, and my mom said, look at one of the agents there now. I say, me, agent. They said, okay, bring your account number. I give them my account number, like joke. I received 250,000. I say, what? So this kind of money is in real estate? I say, I don't know anything. I did not market anything. I just drove. They said, look at one of the agents. So real estate is the backbone. Wealthy people stock their money as assets. Because if you keep your money in the bank, MKH said something which I appreciate. He said he bought his Lexus LX 570. How much? 55 million. He said right now it goes for what? 105 million. I admire what he said, but let me promise you one thing as well. The value of that Lexus also has depreciated. Dollar is going up. They didn't buy that Lexus in Naira. They bought that Lexus in dollar. Dollar has gone up. And what do you have? The new dollar rate in Naira is what they are selling to you. People trade so much. That's why I said think globally. Stop thinking small. Think big. Because you say, wow, I bought this 2 million. And you're selling it now 4.5 million. Guess what? We had 600 Naira just last year. And what do we have now? Even clocked 1,300 this year. So you see, we're suffering from an area where we see our money being depreciated and is not growing. So real estate is the Real estate is the backbone of wealth creation. Next slide, please. Upsell. In a very saturated market, this is something I'll teach you guys for free. I use this in e-commerce, and I'm telling you, I made a lot of money. And I don't want to talk about the figure. A lot of money. Upsell. Have you ever been checking out on how many people shop online here? A lot of people, right? A good amount of people. Have you ever been checking out online and you see where they say, add this to the cart for only, they give you, it's called an upsell. They have upsells, they have cross sales, but I tag all of them as upsells. Upsell is very important. In a very saturated market, there was a deal I closed for the company while I was outside the country. A very big customer. And this customer was just taking his time and this and that. And I was not the person managing his case, because I'm the kind of guy in the company, when they want to close a serious deal, they call me in. And I came in and they were like, wow, a very big customer. I was like, okay, what's going on? They ran me through. I said, no problem, I'll speak with him. I spoke with him. I equalized the customer. I said, sir, spoke with him on everything. But guess what? I started looking at the deal they sent to him. I said, you guys didn't make this deal sweet. I said, you know what? I'll change up this. Just give me the main work. I'll change up this, and I'm giving this customer an offer he cannot refuse. This customer had not paid or engaged in this deal for 4 weeks. When they brought it to me, I was in the US then. That was last month. And I looked at it, I said, okay, I'll track up this. What's the cost price of this? They told me. I said, what's the cost price of it? I said, thank you. I said, I'm going to put the cost price of this into the other ones. And I will offer these two for free. And I swapped that up. I then gave the customer a discount of 10% and told him, you get this free, get this free. I then looked for another component that was in the stuff that he was still going to get. I then added it and say, this comes free, this comes free. You people like free things, so. Free things, when you hear free. That's why Black Friday is when they catch a lot of people. Free things, discounts. A lot of Black Friday deals, especially in Nigeria, is scam. Oh. There's no much discount to all those things. So it's only on reputable brands. When they say Black Friday deal, like okay, if 27th was selling their land 3 million, Black Friday they are selling 2.7. It's a Black Friday deal. That's a good deal. This is a reputable brand. You know that for sure. So I sent the customer that. As I emailed him that, in less than 2 hours, and I'm not exaggerating, I did not even know he had paid. In less than 2 hours, he made payment. And then the next morning, I got a message from him saying, I made payment yesterday. I said, what? You made payment yesterday? I told them, check the account. He had made payment. Why? Because of upsells, cross-sale, giving an offer they can't refuse. Well, sir, if you talk about the value proposition first, but then you also want to give an offer that the customer cannot refuse. So it's necessary to be flexible in a saturated market. This is a customer-driven economy. There are two sides of this chain. You're on the customer side, there's the merchant side, and there's the customer side. You guys are buying. No matter what is being created, you want a bag, you like it, it's fine, you buy. You get? So this is a customer-driven economy. Do not copy. Be innovative. Create extra value for customers. In a saturated market, the opportunities are slim. You need to think upside down. You can't be thinking straight in a slim market. Did you hear that? Say it after me. I said you need to think upside down. You need to think upside down. You cannot be thinking straight in a slim market. And you need to be unreasonable and uncommon. I said that. You need to be unreasonable. People will tell you be reasonable. But in a slim market, in a contrary market, you need to be unreasonable. There are so many stories I'll share with you that even on this journey, I traveled in April with the chairman of the company. We traveled together to Germany, just me and him. You think logically, you won't always cut it. So you need to be different from the area you find yourself. You need to make a decision about where you are and where you need to go. Now, next slide. Now, another thing you need to do for yourself is create a portfolio for yourself. You need to have social proof. If people can't verify you socially, they can't trust you, especially when you're trying to close a deal fast. In this kind of industry, you build reputation by creating a portfolio for yourself. Aim to stand out. Nigeria has a very bad habit. When people start something, they start copying. That's all they do. Copy. No innovation. That's why we're not growing. If Nikola Tesla had copied Thomas Edison, we would not have had alternating current. Nikola Tesla was Thomas Edison's boy, but he created alternating current, despite Thomas Edison telling him it's too dangerous. So, and this is something, have a drive. I've said this already. Have a drive, be visionary. What's your reason? Disappointment will come. Setbacks will come in any business you're doing. I promise you. You will have setbacks. But the way you think about that setback is what's going to be different from you is the way you analyze the problem you're facing. The only thing that will keep you on your feet is your reason. So have a motivation, have a drive. What's your motivation? What's keeping you up? Some of you have kids. Some of you have family. And that's what's driving you every day. Use that as your reason to keep pushing. There's a popular saying by Les Brown. He said, when life knocks you on the floor, fall backwards. Because if you can look up, you can get up. Complacency, I already said it earlier, is the lack of vision. And copying is the absence of a dream. When you see people copying, they don't have a dream, they don't have a vision. If you're visionary, you'll be innovative. So be authentic. And then the last one, I think this should be the last or second to the. All right. So you need to be positive. Create a positive environment. Some of you are in the wrong network. Change your network. Change the people you associate with. I'm telling you, you're probably not making the money you need to make because of the network you're in. Change your network. Break into a new class of people. You see, when you break into a new class of people, you begin to see an upward change, a positive change in the right direction. And be very positive about it. Believe in yourself. You can achieve anything you put yourself to achieve. And that's why I want you guys to say this with me. The world is mine to take. Say it again. The world is mine to take. My dreams are mine to fulfill. I dictate my future. I dictate my future. I dictate my future. I'm a work in progress. You are a work in progress. Let nobody put pressure on you. You see, people, the reason why people start to do things they are not supposed to do in business is because they're under pressure. Take your time. If you're building something that will outlive you, you're not trying to build if you're building a brand, the person who made Apple, is he alive? But how many people are using iPhone in here? I've seen one right there. One. Everybody is carrying Apple. But the person who created it is dead. Do you see now the importance of building a brand? Because it will outlive you and it will provide for your generation and generation and generation and generation after. That's just the truth. So that's why I say I'm a work in progress. I dictate my future. I'm a work in progress. The next slide. It's important to know that the vision is yours to carry. It's nobody else. It's necessary to know that everyone won't see it. Only you have the vision, and you'll be lucky to find anybody who will work with you on it. So if you're not advancing in your dream in the right direction, it's not going to play out well, and you will think it's not working. So you need to advance your dream in the right direction. And the next slide, which I think should be the rounding up one. All right, and we say this together. No matter how bad it is, or how bad it gets, it's important to know that the vision is yours to carry. It's important to know that the vision is yours to carry. It's necessary to know that everyone won't see it. Everyone is not going to see it, I promise you. They won't. They won't. Trust me. Only you can see what you're seeing. And only you have the vision, and you'll be lucky to find anyone who will. So if you're not advancing in the right, is this the, no, it's not. If you're not advancing in the right direction, you think it's not going to work. Okay. So this is the one I want us to follow. I think that was a mixed up. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And I want you to do this one. I said, shake somebody's hand and said, I've got the right stuff. Say, I've got the right stuff. I didn't see you guys shaking hands. That guy looks like the real deal. Shake somebody's hand again and say, I've got the right stuff. So then always remember that your network is your net worth. So with this being said, that's why it's titled this, See You at the Top. See you at the top. Ashake sang the song, he said, it's lonely at the top. Money on my mind. You understand? Money on my mind is lonely at the top, but when you get there, you will know why it's worth fighting for. So see you at the top. In everything you do, be diligent and be the best at it. The most important day of your life is when you find out what you're created for, and that's the day you start living. Thank you very much. Okay, someone has a question? Okay. Okay, they said they will take the questions later, so, all right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keller. Please put your hands together for him. Yeah, so it's about time we, yeah, please come with that. Thank you, thank you. it's about time we make you happy. You know, I know you guys have really learned a lot today, and it's been a lot more experience. And yeah, so pretty much, I have energy here who is going to present. We have something beautiful for about 3 of you guys here today, and I want to wish you all congratulations. So energy will take it from here. Thank you once again for coming. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for staying this long. It means you guys have been getting a whole lot of value. I'm sure, right? So as a great company, a real estate company, we decided to at least appreciate the first set of people that came. I know we said the event started by 10 a.m., but I know some people came very much early. So we were able to just pick few winners, you know. So everybody's a winner, but at the same time, just few people. So we're going to be calling out some names, 3 names. But if you hear your name, I just want you to come straight to the podium. We'll have, is it Miss Gloria Ebo? Miss Gloria Ebo, yes, come forward here. And we have Miss Sarah Smiles. Miss Sarah Smiles, yes, welcome, come, just come. And we have Miss Jane Frances Jonathan. Frances Jonathan. Where's him? Frances Jonathan. Okay, all right. So, yes. Ayola, you have to come. Help me. Just come.
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited
So,
patiently.
on behalf of 27 Development, we have this little token for you. A sum of 50,000 naira.
Stand up.
Yes.
For the champion.
Dali.
For the champion. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champion.
Next person.
For the champion. Stand up. Here we go. It's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you guys. So without wasting much time, right away we're calling on the CEO. The main reason why we're here, the CEO would come up to do his own presentation, and we'll take it up from here. So with a round ovation, I want us to just stand up and welcome the CEO, Mr. Williams.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. Every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Hello. Thank you so much. I promise you I'll be done and then I can call the panelists right now. I'm about to call the panelists, so just relax. Please, can someone help me fix these chairs for the guys that are coming up stage after this brief? So I want to thank every one of you once again. My name is Samuel Williams, and just a short information. When I came to Lagos in 2019, I came in as a total stranger. I was just a young guy who graduated from the University Department of Physiology. I really did not have a bearing. The only thing I had was a stranger with a dream, with a big dream. I remember coming to Victoria Island for the first time because I was a poet. I was more into entertainment, and I never even considered in my life that I was ever going to get into real estate, not to talk about being a property developer. My first event was at Oriental Hotels. I was just fascinated by the whole high rise and the buildings I saw around them, because I'm coming from Delta State, and in Delta State you barely have some of these things. You don't even have sky rise like this, and it was all fascinating. As a matter of fact, I can say that Lagos was a little London in my eyes, because you have all these big buildings, and I was just fascinated about all of that, and I'm like, God, this is the place I really want to be. Little did I know that I was ever going to turn into someone building structures like this. And it's fascinating because my journey and how I started coming to Lagos as someone who had no friend, no parents, no relative, nobody to actually stay with, actually. And then fast forward to 2023, I live in a big house, 4 bedrooms. Sometimes people are not in the room. I drive a great car. I have a wife. I have beautiful partners. I have people that were not related to me in any form or any way support my business and support me. It's actually something I celebrate. It's actually something I'm grateful. You don't know how grateful I am actually having you guys come on and show me this love. It's very, very important to me. And I can assure you, for some of you who know me personally, I don't want to over emphasize, but I'm a great guy. And I can tell you, 27th Development, we're focused. We're on a mission. We're on a mission to achieve something great. And it's a pleasure having you walk on that journey with us. And my story has inspired me so well that, I mean, literally, I drove Uber for some time. Maybe you don't know that. I drove Uber for some time. I was staying on the mainland at some point. I never ever thought I would get into real estate. Thanks to the person who actually introduced me to real estate. And I think also I've been through a lot, especially at the beginning of this year. I went through a heartbreaking dissolution of partnership from my previous brand. And somehow that left a scar. And I almost did want to stop. Some of you who know me very well, I almost did want to stop doing the business. In fact, I did want to. I just wanted to leave the country and just, focus on something else. But the people around me, my wife, thank you so much. God bless you very much, Annabelle. My lawyer who became my partner, Chief Tunde. Thank you so much. And Marion here, she's an amazing woman. She's a good woman. As a matter of fact, she's someone that used to work with me from my previous brand, and she's still working with me right now. And that incident almost made me give up. Honestly speaking, I was depressed. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night. I was having panic attacks. You don't know what it means to build something, and then all of a sudden, some people don't really know the background story, and I really don't want to go into details, but I had to leave everything behind, everything that I built over a long period of time, and I had to just walk away from it. It was not an easy decision for me. It was a tough decision. It was based on consultation. It was the best decision. That's all I can say. It was the best decision, and I'm building something bigger and better. That's just all I know. I'm building something bigger and better. And this is an inspiration to everybody. I wouldn't tell you, I'm not from a rich family. Forget all this paparazzi, all this English, not lie. Nothing. I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up in the face me and face you. I stayed in Sapele, just in case you don't know. I stayed in Sapele. My peers currently, most of them are into Yahoo. They smoke, they drink. And I think it's very significant for me that in my family, I happen to be that person that stood out. It's very significant to me because you don't have that from where I'm from. You have a lot of people who I was almost pressurized to get involved in that kind of life. But with the way my parents groomed me, we're of course Christian family. Some of this they don't steal, don't do this, don't smoke. Actually, were virtues that my parents installed in me, and it just became a part of me, and it was very difficult. Even when I attempted to try that life, I couldn't do it. At the time, I think I shared the story one place before. I wanted to get into Yahoo. Like for real. Because I was in the university, my mate, they drive Benz. I have a Benz now. Yeah, you understand. I have a Mercedes now. But my friends were getting involved. I mean, it's glamorous. It's very inviting. It's interesting. And see all those shiny things. I wanted it for myself. And at some point, I remember they told me to buy 10 SIM card, open 10 emails so that you can create this. One of my friends there was doing local Yahoo. He would turn to Babalawo. You know, start to, hello. And funny enough, I learned that people are so gullible. Even a pastor believed him. He was a Babalawo on Facebook. He would call people and say, hello, bring sacrifice and all this. And people still fell for that shit. I'm like, oh my God. But I attempted it, and somehow it wasn't just me, right? Because I grew up in the church. I was a poet. I was one of the best poets in my school. And Bright knows that very well. I won the biggest competition in my school as a poet. I'm not bragging. I was the best. So And I try to be the best in everything I do. I try to be a little different, and I think because of my artistic mind, that sort of you can see a reflection of that in our branding and everything. And I want to say I'm overwhelmed. I mean, I prepared a long speech, but I can't say anything because whew, that shit is off my head. I'm just saying thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting 27 development. Thank you for taking a chance with us. It means a lot to me. I might not say this every time, but it definitely does mean a lot to me. You are on a journey with me. You trusted me. And trust me, I'm not going to break your heart, okay? But you also have to understand why we're not breaking your heart. Every business, like I said, like some of the speakers have said, has its own challenges. As long as you understand that this person has a genuine mind, is a good person, and I really want the good for all of my partners. All of my partners. And all of my clients. I want the good for everybody. And I think that should assure you that I'm not going anywhere, honestly. I wanted to jackpot before. But I'm here, and I'm here to stay. I'm here to build more. And don't worry, this brand is a global brand. And very soon, you hear us. Yeah, I started a branch in America. So like, don't worry, we're working towards that as well. So we have a vision, we're passion-driven. And I want to thank, specifically today, I'm going to celebrate some persons. We might not call your name, but I want to celebrate some of the people who took the first chances and believing in us as a brand. I don't know, Michael, can you display that for me, please? The first 20 people who have believed in 27 development by taking a chance to get people to sell for us. These are the first 20 persons. These people have helped us to achieve whatever it is you see today. They've been supportive. I remember when Ayodeji, I must thank you. Ayodeji was the first person to make a transaction for me. I was in a fix that time. I was always in his DM, always in his WhatsApp. I needed to get away. And Ayodeji came through with the first transaction because he always tells me, I'm mentioning names because these people have been good to me. I just have to. I just have to. I am very appreciative. I do not forget the people that have helped me in my low times. And Ayodeji is the first person I really want to talk about, even though sometimes he can be crazy. But Ayodeji made the first transaction for us when we started Veronica District, and I really want to thank you. I'm going to have his face on the Hall of Fame of my office forever because he took a leap of faith. He took the first step to believing in us. It's not easy, especially when there's money involved. And of course, there's so many controversy about properties in Ekbe. He took a chance. He said, Samuel, don't worry, we are with you. You know, so we deal with you. So thank you so much. And I want to thank the other persons. Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you know, you're amazing. There was one time Elizabeth came to the office with a transaction, and oh my God, that transaction was really needed. At that time, it was really needed. And thank you so much, Elizabeth, for all you do. Thank you for promoting the brand. Thank you for supporting us. Olushi, thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is Olushi right here. Olushi is an amazing person. Sorry. Olushi has helped us a lot. Takina, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hi, David. Thank you so much. We have Olajile David here. Olajile David was referred by Marian to me. I remember going to her office and she just resonated with me. And then she came back and said, you know what? We're going to work with you. And so far, trust me, she's done good numbers for us. And I really want you to help me celebrate her. Godwin, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Blessing, Azizat, Christabel. Sorry, I can't pronounce that, but it's okay. How do you pronounce it? Ishak? Isaac. Okay, Isaac, thank you so much. Abigail. Hi, Abigail. Hi, your client, eh? But Abigail has done so well. And my sister, my beautiful sister, this is my elder sister. She's also a realtor as well. She works in a bank. Thank you so much. She's not here. She's in Delta State. Ultman, thank you. Joy, thank you. Kelly came all the way from Delta State. Love you, brother. Hey, Eminence. Michael, I really want to say thank you. And Peter. Peter is not here, but thank you. Christiana. Destiny. Where's Destiny? Where's Destiny? Is he around? Oh, Destiny. Destiny used to know me when we were working with one company called Ragnarok. That's how we met. And he was working with there at that time. And he's just like me and he believes in me so much. And he has been very supportive. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. And of course, Abiodun is right here. Thank you so much. So these are the very first top 20 associates that 27 Development has. And I really love you guys. Thank you for always selling for us. Thank you for always promoting our brand. Thank you for showing us that. And I want to celebrate the top 5 people that are dear to my heart, please. Can you help me with that? So these are the top 5 people. While appreciating every other person, you know, you have to highlight some people. You just can't let it pass. And I'm starting number 1, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. Oluchi, thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. And Takina, of course, thank you. You know I love you, right? Doodles. And David, Mrs. David, thank you so much. She's amazing. You know what David told me? I think it was last week. She told me, your success is my success. And she marketed the brand like she's working for me, right? But she's an independent person, and I mean the way she carries it. Thank you so much. And of course, the Baba of them all, Ayodeji. I have to re-emphasize him. Ayodeji is an influencer. Remember when we first had our mega inspection? Ayodeji arranged over 200, if I'm not mistaken, 200 realtors to come to Veronica District. He is an amazing person. And I really thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for always supporting me. Thank you for always supporting the brand. And after this, I want you to know that we're on a journey. And thank you so much for coming along that journey with me. I would like to call on the panelists right now. The panelists. Takina, please. If you can come up. David, please come up. Oluchi, please come up. Thank you so much. I have some questions I would like them to answer. Please. Godwin Solomon. Yeah. Ayodeji, please. Oh, Azizet couldn't make it. And yeah, Elizabeth is. Don't worry. The rest persons, please just come up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I get another mic? I just have some few questions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we have this removed? Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, great. So this question will go to David. Ladies first. So this question is on personal achievement. David, please, can you share a moment in your real estate career that you're most proud of and how it impacted your approach in this business?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, the moment I'm proud of because I have a lot of moments. Mostly is when I'm with my clients and that I'm able to give value. Because when you give value to anything you want to sell, they respect you. So seeing myself advising like 60-year-old man to say, okay, this is how we should go about it. This is what we're doing. And able to cough out like 300 million from the person. Okay, this is exactly what we are doing. So I target that, oh, is it me? So meaning that I've given value for it. So I'm so proud of myself.
Wow, thank you. David, just to ask more question. Was real estate always something you've envisioned yourself doing before? Did you ever think you were going to get into the industry?
No. I study health information management. So I've worked 8 to 5 at Laguna Hospital before. So not really, but you know, when they say when lives happens, when myself and my husband came back from Kenya at that time because we're on a mission. My husband is a pastor, so when we came back, I looked for a job in the whole Lagos. I couldn't because I need to resign and join my husband. So that time, someone introduced something to my husband. Said, bring your wife can do it. So then I still have like 3-month-old baby because I gave back to him in Kenya. So we came back and I said, I can do it. That was Salad Master. Salad Master is a kind of cookware that is in millions. So I was able to market and I sold HNIs. So I just believe myself. That was how my sales and marketing skills started. Because for you to go inside one client house, you talk to them, you prepare in their kitchen, you show them value. Because when you see Salad Master, it's a cookware. But when you are able to demonstrate it, that actually we can use this to fry chicken with no oil, to cook yam with no water. So, and I was able to showcase it. And my clients gave me 1.8 million immediately. So I can see that this is it. And that's my client from Salad Master. I converted the client to real estate when I started real estate. And my client has been, can refer me to anybody. It's because we've become family members. Then he was MD of one of the Total Energies. When he resigned, retired, he said, okay, take these millions. So which estate can I invest? So we dialogue, he prayed. I said, let's go. And that is how. So it has been from one transaction to the other, one transaction to the other. Because if you can sell for someone that has never met you, they just trust you. And that is it. Because when they see it, I trust you. I will start questioning myself, is it that I write trust on my head? But when they said they trust you, it charged me up. That no, I need to do better. So he charged me up I need to be consistent. He charged me up to move forward. He creates like a passion, like energy that drive me every year. Say, this real estate, I'm doing it 24/7. I'm not going to back down. So when I look back, I look at where I started from. I'll tell people, no, you can do it. If I can do it, you can actually do it. Because I don't have anybody that's okay, I can sell real estate to. So I started marketing online and has been there. For someone to say, okay, take 200 million, not one client, not two clients. In fact, someone's telling me, okay, my investments, I just finished 200 million. That was like 2 days ago. Now we are going to 300 million. So it's the whole thing.
Wow.
You need to give value. That's
amazing. Wow. I'm mind blown. So this question goes to a guy, and the first guy is Mr. Deji here. Please, can we give him the mic? Okay, great. So Mr. Deji is not just any broker in the city. He is the broker in the city. Deji, can you please tell me, was real estate ever something you considered doing?
Initially, no. No, I wanted to be a land surveyor.
A land surveyor?
Yes.
Can we
and
increase
that was what I studied in school. So I got to know about real estate online when I was in school.
When was this? When was that?
That was like 2018, 2017.
2018, 2017.
Can you all hear me? Oh, okay.
There's a mic. Can we?
So. Okay. Yeah, this is better. So I got to know about real estate in school. That was in 2017, 2018, thereabout. So I joined the real estate because I needed money, not because I had passion for it or I even know anything about it. But what I saw was you can make 6 to 7 figures online, and I was like, I can do anything that will fetch me money. So far, I'm not going to kill anybody. So that was how I started.
Awesome. I want to ask you this question. Adeji is someone that has won a lot of incentives, ranging from car. He travels a lot. There was one time, every week or be there every week, he was traveling. I'm like, I don't understand this guy. So tell us, Adeji, you've achieved this. You're not just a broker. You're the broker with an influence. Adeji is a type of broker that has an influence even over other people. How were you able to achieve that feat? How did you come to that position where, if Adeji is marketing a product, there's other people that would want to market because he is marketing that project. So please, how did you achieve that? Do you want to share?
Yes. Firstly, I believe in personal development. So I built myself first. So people will not follow you if they are not seeing what to emulate in you. So everyone you are seeing reposting what I've posted is because, like someone will say, one of my downline will say, you are living my dream, right? So I built myself, I developed myself. Everything I know that a realtor would want to achieve, I first jump on it to achieve it, right? So whenever you come to me and you say you want to win a car, then I've won a car. You want to win a house, I've won a house. You want to win a land, I've won a land. Do you understand? So I built myself first. Then it's very easy for me to talk to them because they know that you have experience. They know that you've achieved what they are, aiming at. So it will be very easy to influence a lot of people, and that's what helped me.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Deji, for the answer. This question goes to Oluchi. Oluchi is an exceptional person, and Oluchi, let me ask you this question first. Was real estate something you ever considered doing before?
No.
Oh.
And I have my reasons.
Okay.
Okay. So should I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Please, can you guys hear me? So, my dream was to become a lawyer. That was when he was talking. I was like, you are living my dream, but it changed. So when I was in school, I wanted to be a lawyer. You know how Nigerian University is. The cut-off mark was just like 3 points. Guys, I would have become a lawyer now. And later when I came to Lagos as a core member. And from Enugu, they called me for an interview in a travel and tour company, which I passed. And I noticed that it was far from the island because I was staying at Chevron that time. So, because I didn't know anywhere in Lagos. So when they said, Allen, I said, okay, it's just a stone throw. I didn't know anywhere, I swear. So they gave me a request letter, that you carry to the secretariat and you give it to them and then they will post you there. So later I started meeting other core members and they were like, where do you stay, Chevron? And you want to work in Ikeja, it cannot be possible. You want to die. So that was how I started doing this. And then my friend called me that there's a real estate company. Oluchi, you can talk. I mean, in school, I was a governor in school. So interacting with people was, something I loved doing. And I was a networker. I'm still a networker. So I have relationship with people. She said, Oluchi, since you can actually convince people to buy something which is not real estate, you can actually do it. So, and she sent me the companies and I went there for an interview. I was called and that was how I started. And ever since then, in fact, I'm obsessed with real estate.
Wow.
That's what I can say.
Wow. Interesting. So much. Thank you so much for that. Oluchi, let me ask you this question. So tell me, in your years of real estate, how many years again?
Since 2018.
2018,
Yeah.
okay, great. Going to 6 years, even more. What has been your biggest challenge in the real estate and how did you overcome it? How did that experience shape your professional journey?
Okay, I was speaking with one of my team members last week. She asked me this same question. I like, Oluchi, you don't look like you have any challenges in real estate. I said, no, it's a lie. Every realtor you see, they have one or two challenges in this industry. So when I started as a core member, thank God I've overcome that fear. So when I started, it was fear of the unknown. When I say unknown, like being rejected, saying no. Although I don't feel, when you tell me no, I just feel, okay, it's just no. But the real estate sector, the real estate market was a bit different because it was not the same thing with what I was selling before. So when I tell you, and I know my products, I know my product knowledge, and when you tell me no, okay, I said, okay, this is interesting. So I had to, do a lot of research. I read a lot of books, attended a lot of classes, and I can tell you now that fear is in the past.
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing, 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 amazing. Thank you so much, Oluchi, for that. So this question goes to Mr. Solomon. Solomon, I'll ask you the very first question. Was real estate the first thing you ever considered doing?
Not at all. Not at all. I had ventured into several businesses before getting into real estate. I've been in the oil and gas industry. I've led a business in fashion. And in the course of my service year, I found a new direction, and that was how I ventured into real estate. So ultimately, it was a total switch from what I had built over the years before that time.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. So I want to ask this question. Real estate is an industry that's constantly changing and evolving. And I can say in the last 20 years in Lagos, real estate has actually evolved. So tell me, in what ways do you think real estate will evolve in the next 5 to 10 years from now? And how do you plan to adapt to these changes?
Okay. I'm a very ardent reader. Before this event, I had to take time to study the Northcote real estate reports for 2023. It's been a practice that I've done over the years. I'm able to understand the trajectory of the industry. So for me, positioning ahead is basically looking at where we are going to in terms of the customer needs, in terms of the direction of the market, and of course, help to provide that level of value to my client. So I would simply say, I see a bit more of, a need within the luxury market increasing. We find ourselves in an industry where we have a market share of over $1.7 trillion. So there is so much of an emerging numbers within the low-cost market, within the luxury corridor, and all of that. So as a real estate broker, I intend to position myself with a commitment to personal development and help to be able to study the market, follow the market, and provide the relevant value to my clients in that direction.
Thank you so much. That was very apt. Thank you so much. Let's give the mic to Tekina. Tekina.
Hello.
Yeah, Tekina, please tell me. Can you hear me? Was real estate the first thing you ever... Can you guys hear me? Okay. Was real estate the first thing you ever thought of doing? As a
No.
career?
So real estate wasn't the first thing I wanted to do. An entrepreneur since I was like 16. I've always believed in making money, and I always felt like I could not do it in a 9 to 5, at least the level of money that I've always wanted, right? So I've tried TV, I've tried selling things, I've always sold things. And then one of my clients, I used to sell wristwatches. One of my clients was like, I like the way you sold this wristwatch to me, and I feel like you can do real estate. And then he introduced me to it, introduced me to my upline, Eki, who put me through, and it's been wonderful
Voila.
since then.
Voila. Okay. So tell me, final question to you, Takina. What is your biggest dream or goal as someone who is in the real estate industry? And how are you working towards achieving that?
Okay. My biggest dream is to have like 1,000 clients with people who have built wealth from what I've sold to them. That's my biggest dream. And my logo, or no, my slogan is that I'm trying to build an infallible portfolio of properties for my clients, the kind that makes and keeps them stinking rich. So I do that every day by providing information, by researching, by selling the right properties. I'm not marketing everything, right? Because
do you use to maintain that balance?
Okay, good question. My needs is not a problem while I'm going everywhere. He's there with the kids. So he's always there. And I thank him for that. So he's always there. Even there are some time that I've been with the clients, like around 10 p.m. to 11. He's there. He's always there. He's
Wow.
always there.
Wow. Encouraging. I'm going to ask Mr. Deji this question. Mr. Deji is someone that is actually, he has a plethora of clients or clientele. Mr. Deji, tell us about a time when you significantly impacted a client's life through your work or through your business. How did that experience make you feel?
I felt good, of course, when you impact someone positively, right? I think there was one of my clients. Hello? Okay. There was one of my clients like that I think about 2 years ago. So what he told me was he never believed he could own a landed property in his life, because I think he should be the first person that will do that in his family. So I helped him not only with discount but a very good payment plan. So I felt so good doing that for him than even the billions deals I've closed, because the way he made me feel like I've accomplished the most thing in life. You understand? And that property was about, I think it was about 1.2 million. I can never forget. Yeah, so when you're asking how did I felt so good about that. Yeah.
Mr. Adeji, it seems like you drive some of the best cars I know. This guy drives very nice cars, and everybody seems to think that he's always in a good place. Have you ever encountered any challenge in this industry?
Many.
Can you share with us how that looked like?
Client or which?
Okay, so this question is, challenges, are there times where you don't make transactions? Are there times where you encounter challenges with the developers that you decide to partner with?
Yes. Clients that some transactions were not successful, right?
Yeah.
Times like that, right? Plenty. One thing about me is I work with a strategy called 9 no's and 1 yes. And that is me. If I'm talking to 10 people, if I'm about to sell to 10 people, I expect 9 to say no. And I don't get disappointed like that. So I expect at least 1 out of them must buy. So I use that as a guide for me in this, and it has been working. And at the end of the day, because of the experience, I end up closing at least 8.
Wow.
Yes, out of the 10.
Impressive.
So, yeah.
Impressive, nice. Oluchi, let me ask you this question. Tell me, how has your career in real estate changed you as a person? What are the most valuable lessons that you have learned being in the industry?
Okay, real estate industry is very sweet. My mentor will tell me, Oluchi, that he feels that real estate has not started in Lagos.
Your mentor is a man.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, interesting.
So he would say,
No, I mean, I would have thought it was a woman, right? But it's okay. Please go ahead.
okay, so he would say, do you know why I'm excited about all this? The way you're going. I want to tell you one thing. You're on the right path. And the good thing is that real estate.
7 development for camera purposes. In one word.
Track record.
Thank you so much. Who else is here? Chief, please do me the honor. You got it? Please, in one word.
Luxurious.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please. Please do me the honor. No, that's not it. In one word, please. Describe 27.
Excellent.
Davids, please do me the honor. In one word, please.
They keep to their words.
27 Development, 27th Academy, on YouTube, 27 Development. You can also follow me if you like. Samuel Eriga Williams, Samuel Eriga Erigha Williams. This is Tunde Dohati on Instagram. So we want to give a vote of thanks to every one of you. Please, I'd like Chief to do me the honor of doing the vote of thanks.
I don't want to do this. I don't want you guys to go. But honestly, today has been one of the highlights of my career in the real estate industry. I've got how it makes that kind of sale is shocking. But from the bottom of our heart, we would like to appreciate every one of you that left various businesses, interests, and other endeavors to come here today
On a Friday,
on a work day, to come here with us to experience this field. It's our first major event, and we are blown away, and it has encouraged us to continue to do better. The ride is just starting. The sky is not the limit. We're going beyond the skies. Thank you very much. Have the most amazing day. God bless you all. Drive safe and keep safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a 360 camera outside just in case. We paid for it, please. 360